What is it today? What is it today that I'm working on? I am gonna work on my game. This is a medium-sized game, a little bigger scope than I originally had in mind, but I'm really just here to learn Godot, learn how to make games, how to iterate on games and build on them and make them bigger and better. Not too big. This particular game is like, it's a roguelike set up like an endless runner with some shoot 'em up aspects. And right today, I would like to work on actually level design and human abduction, maybe a couple other things. Things are always intersecting what it is that I'm working on, but I'll tell you why I'm going to work on that in a second. I'll show you the game a little bit. If you're watching, smacking, if you're smacking the microphone. If you're watching this after the live, it's fine. It's fine. If you're watching this after the live stream, you feel free to skip around, skip over smacking microphones and other scary things, because this is gonna be a long stream. Smack that mic button, smack that like button, smack that mic button, smack it all. Just don't smack your mama because she don't deserve that. Okay. Wow, what is today? What is going on already? What a stream it's planning out to be. So if you are watching this after the live stream, it's okay if you want to skip around. This is gonna be a long one, like probably 8+ hours, maybe up to 10 hours. So yeah, but I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna stay engaging whether I'm smacking microphones or not. So if you want to hang out with me, I hope you do, because it'll be a nice time. So my game is about aliens who are invading Earth because they found out that if they eat Earth beings, they grow limbs, and they like having limbs. You can see all these aliens on their planet do not have limbs. And so this is the opening menu. You can click on things, and then it'll choose that alien. They're all the same. Maybe someday there could be like some unique ones. Maybe you can unlock different skins or something. That wouldn't be too hard. So then you're going to teleport down to Earth as your chosen alien, and now you're ready to play the game. So this is just how it's been set up for now so far. I might want to change how many abductions you need, and so your goal is to abduct as many, well, it's going to be humans as possible, although there are currently, I put them in there and they're standing there. Okay, well, those aren't the humans. They're a little big. Okay, so I do need to make the humans a little smaller. They're bigger than the alien, which is a bit of a problem. These are the abductions that currently exist, which are cows. And I actually am going to remove all the cows from the game, and I'd like to start doing that today. But I need to get those humans to be about that size. I came to the wrong farm, pal. Okay, I guess I wouldn't. It would be you came to the wrong. Yeah, so you eat those abductions, they're cows right now, or you actually send them up into space, and now you're gonna get a point. And you want to try to fill up those points in every level. You can't actually pause and stop like I did. That's not gonna be something that you can do. So I need to get those humans to be a lot smaller, and I need to rig them up, because I can't actually click on them. You came to the wrong farm, partner. But that's okay, we'll get there. And yeah, the reason why I have to remove cows is complicated. The idea was gonna be you could turn into cows, like get cow limbs, but I realized that was severe overscoping, so we're not gonna do that anymore. And I need to remove cows from the world entirely. So I kinda actually like to restructure level 1. Instead of having 10 abductions, maybe just a few in the first level. I wanna make level 1 really simple. Right now there's a lot of stuff. I'd like to remove how much stuff is on there. That would be nice. And yeah, so some of the work that we did yesterday was setting up enemies. So I can now spawn in this helicopter, because you're gonna be met with resistance from the government who wants to, not have an alien invasion. And so we set up these bullets to be shooting from these helicopters, and they can hit you, and they will shrink your head down. And then if your head gets completely shrunk down, you die, you pass away. I mean, you lose the game, and as a roguelike, that means you're starting all over again. I am finding that this helicopter has some terrible aiming. My gosh, I'm actually surprised that it's not hitting us. It would seem that we have nerfed its strength. Wait, how did it get so... wait, maybe it's aiming at the wrong spot. Is that why? Oh, well, it's supposed to hurt the player. Maybe I need to fix that and look into why it's not, the bullets don't hurt no more. Okay, so we got lots of things to work on. That's what happens when you set up new systems. I thought I was too tall as well. Oh, wait, there it goes. Wow, maybe you're right, I am too tall. So, like, that's surprising, because it's supposed to be aiming at the position of the head. So, like, let's see, if I get real small, does it hit us? It doesn't. There's something weird going on here. So we're gonna have to puzzle that out. Something strange is happening, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. But not only did I set up that, we also set up a pretend power-up. That is to say, it's not quite the power-up that's gonna be finally in this game. There's gonna be a lot of power-ups that you get in between levels. But you can spawn a drone right now, and it shoots bullets, which we can use to attack the helicopter, as you can see. And the helicopter goes down, as it should. So that's kind of the stuff that we had set up yesterday, was enemies and shooting, and that was really cool and fun. I also did some work on the collisions. But so a part of me wants to set up this drone to be like homing missiles. So like not missiles, but like I want the bullets to like track enemies and shoot them. But I realized the problem is that I'm also gonna want those bullets to hit like buildings and stuff, but I don't want that to be a punishment that the player incurs, is that, you know, the drone is just mindlessly shooting buildings. And so what I'd like to do is set up a way for the homing missile or the bullets to draw a raycast between it and its target and say, are there buildings in between, then do not shoot, or something like that. But I don't really have a lot of tall stuff here, and that's gonna be in other levels of the game. So this is the farm area of the game, and there's gonna be a town area, there's gonna be a city area, and those are gonna have much taller buildings. And so that's why I wanted to focus on level design today, was just to start, I don't know, working on that a bit and getting us towards the point where we can get to the part where there are buildings and stuff more easily, and then I can like test that and set all that up. There's so many things to put together in a game like this. I just run out of, I can't always do a continuous thing, so we're bouncing to level design. I need to get this human smaller, so many things to do. So yeah, come hang out with me if you want, co-work along with me, whatever it is. Let me know if you're working on a project of your own. I may get sucked into what I'm doing, but I still love hearing about it. So yeah, that's it. And by the way, if you haven't yet, hyper smash that thumbs up button, like the stream. It means more people will see it, and it will be sent out to them, and they'll be like, yay, I want to watch this, or I don't want to watch this, but at least we tried. Thumb it up if you can. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Unless you already pressed the thumbs up button, then don't press it again. Don't press it again. Unless it's in multiples of odd numbers, then you can do it. Okay, because then it'll go back to, anyway. All right. Coda says, I couldn't chat yesterday because YouTube hated me. Dude, I heard that. Some people said that when they were here earlier, YouTube was not letting them chat. It was like an error or something. I'm glad that you can chat today because you deserve to have a voice. All right, even if my voice is a little off today. I don't know where my mind's at, but we're gonna get it straight. Yes, Frank. Yes, there are many brown people with long hair just standing there watching you, keeping an eye out. And that's my problem. No tea today. That's the only thing. It's just that. It's not that I'm wacky ADHD kind of person. Translucent. It's almost invisible. It's almost invisible. It's a little confusing because it's like we got we got this invisible cup and then we got this invisible. Which one's really invisible? Who knows? It's a mystery. It's a code cup. Right, we reveal code. I am become code now. Alright, so what do I want to do first? I want to figure out what's going on with the bullets. I like doing all the things, you know, that I say I'm going to do at the start of the stream, but, you know, I also like to, I guess I'm learning that at the beginning of these streams, I often like to review where we're at in the gameplay and then try and, you know, repair it if there's a bug that came up. So maybe that's what I should start every stream out and be like, let's see if there's bugs. If not, I'll work on the next thing. It's kind of interesting how that reveals itself. Bug check. Bug check, bug check. You're also Coda. You're also, I mean, Coda. Okay, so what's going on with the bullets? Why are they not hurting that bad? They really should be. You know what? Before I even dig in a little bit, I really want to find out, is it that we weren't tall enough? If I put like a crap ton of them, is it gonna be fine? You know, because we can spawn in as many helicopters as we want. You know, performance permitting. So, you know, if there's a bunch of them shooting, does one of them hit? Because before, they were wrecking me yesterday. Like, I was dying constantly. It was kind of, like, dangerous. I was like, okay, there we go. That killed me. It killed me right away. There you go. Wrecked. So then what was so different about this time? Now, I did get taller, but is that really what made all the difference? Look at all these wonderful errors. It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just not gonna worry about it. Okay. So this time I'm going to heal myself up to a higher height and see how that does for us. In order to heal, you do eat the things like cows and stuff, humans. It's going to be humans. It's going to be humans. Maybe today we'll get one step closer to it being the humans. Let's pretend it's not there. Yeah, just... What's up, Matthias? I mean, that is a game dev way. Among them, that is one of them. All right, let's spawn in one of these and see if it can shoot me in the head. It can. Yes, it can. And it killed me. So I wonder what was making it so different. I mean, I am standing still right there. Like, maybe that makes me a much easier target. But it should, the guns, on one hand, I want the guns to be not OP, but I also want them to be a little bit strong. I want the player to be afraid. You know, part of my vision for this game is that it has, like, shoot 'em up aspects. And I mean, if they don't really shoot you, is it really a shoot 'em up? Okay, so let's get some health here so we're a little tall. I'm gonna eat up 2 of those 8 people. I'm gonna put 2 in my mouth, but it's unfortunate that I can't because I missed it. That's on me. Let's see if I can grab one out of this building. Nope. Oh god, I'm breaking all my limbs. Okay, we're at least tall enough. So let's bring on the helicopter. See if it can hit me at the tallest tall. Not so much, no. It seems that being tall makes the character much harder to hit. Which is surprising because the helicopters are supposed to be aiming at the head. Now wait, what if I spawn one in now? Does it hit better? Oh, I think I might know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I figured it out. So in the code that has the copters shooting, let's look for that code, in fact. In that code, what we do is we on-ready the player head. And so that means before the game starts, or not before the game starts, because the helicopter is spawned, it's instantiated, right? So that is to say, as soon as the helicopter is instantiated, it takes a snapshot of the position of the player's head. And then when it goes to shoot projectiles or bullets out, it is basing the position of the bullet on the player head as it was captured in the moment that the helicopter was instantiated, which means that if the player's height changes after the helicopter is instantiated, then the helicopter is no longer going to be aiming at the head. So that's that problem. So I need to be able to update the player head position in order for this to work correctly. So let's do that. That doesn't sound very hard. So every time it shoots, we need it to update that information. Dragonblade, did you know you got gifted a membership yesterday by Henry? Henry gifted you a membership. That means I got to sing a song. Oh, we got a song for Coda and Dungeon. We got 3 songs. I'm backed up by 3. All right, let me fix this bug. Then we're going to do all the member songs. Welcome, Dragonblade. Good to see you. I am going to grab this basically exact same thing. Just the same thing, and every time it goes to shoot a bullet, it's going to recalculate where's the player's head, and that should pretty much resolve that. I should type it. Well, no, because you're not creating the variable, so you don't need to type it. That doesn't make sense. All right, good. So that should resolve that problem. We're squashing bugs. I love that. Like the early stream bug squash. Just like quickly do a bug check and see what things are there from yesterday that I didn't realize were a problem because I was too busy hoping to get it done and hurrying it up, making mistakes. All right, so, I mean, obviously the helicopter, I guess I need to, like, spawn the helicopter and then change my height real quick. So I'm spawning the helicopter, I'm changing my height, and I'm going to even just push it even. I'm going to keep dodging the bullets until I get even taller. Oh God, I ran into a building. Okay, we're fine. Cool, so let's see if that height is changed. And will it hit our head? Oh, it didn't! Oh, so I don't know if that was enough to update the player head position. So then I have to wonder, why not? Oh, there it goes. Oh, okay, there it went. Okay, look what it went. I guess it just missed. It just regular missed. And there's Henry, the great benefactor. Welcome, Henry. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We got 4 member songs. I'm going to do a mega song. I just want to double check to make sure this is fixed. Then we're going to do a mega song. I do sing songs for members. You can hit the join button. It's below the video. You'll not only get songs sung to you when you come into these devlog streams, but you'll also get access to emotes, special emotes, other privileges, like you can have a message highlighted once a month in chat. If chat's really blowing up, you can just be like, okay, I want my attention. You can get that. And then also the member stream. Every Monday, I do an 8 to 10 hour stream, just like this one, except I focus it on game assets. It's a little more casual too. So if you like have stuff you want to share, I'm much more able to like check it out because I'm not like, it's a public stream, I have to focus, you know? So yeah, those member streams are a big treat that you get by being a member if that's something that you're interested in. Oh, I forgot all about testing this feature. So there, I'm at least a little taller than I was. Is it gonna hit the old head? So that one didn't. That one didn't. It like takes a few shots or something. That's so weird. I wonder why. It's very strange. So you can see it's just missing. It's just missing. Did it hit my arm? Yeah, so it can hit other body parts as well, of course, but it should be focusing on that. You'll whine for attention even without the special message. That's fair. No, go ahead. Like, that's your prerogative. I don't know how fixed I feel this is. I'm surprised that it isn't fixed because it seems like it really should be. Every time that it tries to shoot a projectile, it should be updating the player head, variable, which is then being read here as the player head global position. Why is that? I mean, even if I look, it's hitting the head. That looks like that's like clipping right through our face. It's like, it's almost as if the head collision, if it's not being detected by the head collision somehow, which is very surprising. Let's see, do the bullets like report if they let's see, copter projectile. Do the bullets report if they see something? I don't think, yeah, we have on area entered. So let's print bullet passed through. Oops. Bullet passed through. And then we'll say area. And we'll put an exclamation point because I have no chill. Okay, save that. And let's see what we get. Nothing. It's just not even, I mean, it should just update in real time there if it's passing through an area. Because it's supposed to damage it if it sees it. Is the head collision also increasing when the character body increases? Yes, it's supposed to. It is supposed to. Perhaps that supposed to isn't working. It really should be, though. So let's see if that's a great question. I love that question. Okay, so let's go to the body part. A very far. Thank you. Yeah, it is coming along. Thank you. Me too. Me too, Henry. Me too. It's so much fun to like be adding these features in and like to see it come to life in those ways. So on the player character, there is, let's go into overdraw mode so it's a little more obvious what's going on here. On the player character, there are multiple collisions, one for the big head and one for the little head. So the big head collision, I'm going to find it right here, and I'm going to, well, that's not it. This is it. So can you see it appearing and disappearing? That's the big head collision right there. And then within that, there's a tiny little head collision. So it's possible that the little head collision is, but then like wouldn't it still be That's very surprising. I'm going to take a bit of a risk and I'm going to load up the remote scene. And I wonder if in that we'll be able to determine whether the head has its collision like currently activated or not. Opening this can be a bit of a mess. So we have to be a little mindful. Look at all those. Are those all bullets? Oh my goodness. Some of those should be queue freeing themselves, but they take a while to queue free. Hey, Anthony, welcome back. Good to see you. Today, I want to do some level design, and I want to set up the humans to be abducted. But first, I am tackling a bug from what we did yesterday, which is that when we change heights on the player character, the bullets that we worked on yesterday don't seem to be adjusting to that height. But then again, they do adjust to the height. Now, I set it up so they do change height, but for some reason, it's just going right through the head of the player, and it isn't actually hurting them. So I'm trying to like figure out why. Matthias has a great, or is it Matthias? I'm not sure. Matthias has a great suggestion that maybe the collision, there's something wrong with the collision shape itself, which I guess technically I didn't like super test if that collision shape on the head is getting bigger or smaller. So let's do that. Okay, detection areas, head. Okay, there's the head collision. Now, what I'm curious about, maybe Anthony, that's also a possibility. That is definitely a possibility. So the head collision is not set to disabled. That's kind of what I wanted to check on, is if the head collision was set to disabled, but it is not. So that I have to rule out. And then on the hurt one is disabled, which is correct because since we have the big head, the hurt one shouldn't be on. Hey, what's up, Gap Games? Welcome. GG. So that's interesting. Now that I know that, I'm going to close this, and then let's look at the body part script and see if, well, I mean, I know that I mean, that's it. Like, that would be it. That's how I would know if the head collision is working or not, basically, would be if those are set. So it's there. The collision is definitely there. But for some reason, it's missing the head. Maybe the speed. We can adjust the speed pretty easily. So we could try that. It's strange because, if I don't have the height adjusted, seems like the speed is not a problem at all. On the other hand, maybe like the angle is different and that makes a big difference. All right, so I've made collision shapes visible. You can, now, it's a little tough because we can't actually see the head collision. We can't really see it because it's a little too small inside of there. So unfortunate, and if we're like turning it off and on, we're not really gonna be able to visualize it anyway. Because this big circle around here, that's something else. That's the detection area for when you eat stuff. So that's not super helpful, unfortunately. I guess I could. What if I made the head mesh not visible? Would that help? It might not, because again, if what we do is we disable and enable the collisions mid-game, and that seems to change whether it renders here in the debug view. So let's make that head not visible just to give us the best chance to maybe see what's going on here. All right, now you can see that head collision, and then why don't I hide the feed area as well, if that will work. No, I can't hide that. Okay, so you can see the little smaller collision in there now. So that's there. But again, I don't think it's going to update if we take damage and that changes. So as far as the speed goes of the bullet, we can adjust that on the copter. So right now, the speed is set to 1. And we could do it like 0.5 or something. All right, so let's try this again. I'm going to spawn a helicopter and eat some food. Do I remember how to spawn 4? Okay. Eat some food. So we're a little bit taller now. The head becomes visible because that's actually in the code to make sure the head is visible when you eat food. But you can see it is missing our head quite a bit. I have a feeling the collision is going to still be there. Let me just stop walking so we don't get hurt. Player, head. All right, so the collision is there. The collision is there. And, oh, what? 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 With rigid bodies, there's no rigid body here. There's the character body, but there's no rigid body. With rigid bodies, you're not supposed to update the position directly. Let the physics engine handle it, but the bullet is an area, so I'm not sure if that applies. Yeah. It's something to think about. Oh my God, 5 member songs all in one. Wow, I should probably just do this. I should probably do this. Dude, why did it just like as soon as was it that I moved? Was it that I hid the mesh? Like, what was it that made that happen? All 5 of the members that are here. I mean, if I don't get that song sung soon, then they might not be here. And then I just sung a song for nobody. All right, so let's try this again. I'm going to spawn a copter, eat some food. All right, our head is not visible. Nobody is getting us. No damage is being dealt. There it goes. There it hit. I mean, it's almost like there's an angle situation. If I'm right in front of it, it constantly misses. If I'm over here, still missed. There it goes. It's like the angle makes it better. Yeah. Right, yeah, let's try the other side. You love the start animation? Thanks. There's gonna be a whole cutscene, too, of a space capsule landing on the alien planet, and an alien eating a mouse that comes out, growing limbs, and commanding this army to go get a bunch of meat, animals, humans from Earth. So it's not even all done yet. And then yeah, you pick your alien to get abducted and then come down to Earth. Yeah, so it seems like an angle makes a big difference. Maybe like the something off with the collision shape on the bullet. Okay, so I'm going to. I feel like it's interesting that the arm collision is there. That's a bug. Look, the right arm collision is there, even though the arms aren't there. And it's actually doing stuff, because look, I can break that. So there's a bug. Wow, visible collision shapes really shows you some problems that you didn't even know were there. Strange. Odd. Oh, game dev. Okay, so let's spawn a helicopter while we're short, and then eat food so we're tall. Oh, the timing was a little weird there. Let's get ourselves even a bit taller. Oh, so there it got us. If I'm straight ahead, okay, it's a little tough. If I'm straight forward, it misses all day. If I come over here at an angle, it's still missing now. Still missing. Strange. But like when I moved at an angle just even a little bit over here, let's see. Wow. Oh, there it goes. I mean, it shouldn't, it's not supposed, although there's something I like about it missing, it really shouldn't be that missing. Oh, I forgot, we could try the speed being slower. So the collision shape could be part of it as well. So the collision shape is just like this little sphere in there because I wanted to do the cheapest possible collision since we're generating a bunch of bullets. But perhaps I should make it actually just be a box and not worry about, you know, cheapness or whatever. So let's try that. I am going to create a new collision shape. Let's just make it fresh. And I'm going to make it a box, and we'll make it about the same size. 0.2, 0.125, 0.43. Yeah, I'm not going to remember all that. I already forgot it all. 0.2, 0.125, 0.2, 0.125, and 0.43. All right. There's our collision shape. I don't spend any time on Krita. If I didn't even realize that it had pixel art pens, I think I'm cheating on Paint from now on. Oh, yeah, dude, Krita's awesome. Krita's really good. You deserve to have nice, good software. You really deserve that, like, a lot. I mean, yeah, you should try to love Krita. The only reason I don't use Krita is because I'm really used to another program that does pretty much everything that I need. And so I just don't really have much use for Krita, but if I did, I'd be using the crap out of it. So if you found some use for it, I definitely recommend getting into it. Okay. So we need to get us a cow somehow. This is the best place for cows right now. Man, that arm. I can't believe that arm is there. Spawn the copter. Feed ourselves. Oh, the bullet's getting caught on the helicopter. What? How strange. Wait, why? No, don't. Okay, I just hurt my head manually. Wait, did I forget to put the speed back up from 0.5? Let's see. I'm surprised. I did. Okay, we got to put it at 1. 0.5. I don't think we can go slower than 1. Oh, wow. It looks like we died. Oi, oi, oi. It spawns the arm the first time you click. Really? That's strange. I can't imagine. Oh. Oh, I know why that happens now. I know why that happens, because after a grab, because I remember, so with the new collisions that I've set up in the last couple weeks that move with the arm, I had to set up an invincibility frame so that when the arm hits a building, it doesn't hurt the arm. And the way that I did that was I turned off the collision while we're grabbing, and then I turned the collision back on after the grab ends, which means you're gonna gain collision on the arms when it retracts. That's so weird. You know, Joe, I mean, that could be, but like, what? I would be so surprised. That could be, though. That really could be it. Man, I'm a little confused. Yeah, I didn't think that is. It's the 0.5. It's definitely the 0.5. I think we just can't do like a fraction there. All right, I'm trying to dodge the bullets for now. Let's get a little taller. Let's go right in front of it. Oh. Collision shape, not the answer. But as you see, when I go over to the left there, I took more damage more easily. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. Okay, there I took it on the right too. It's inconsistent. It inconsistently collides. So, I mean, if it is a speed thing, I don't even know if I can actually, I don't think I can make it go slower. I wonder if the speed is looking for a integer, and that's why 0.5 didn't work. Yeah. It's looking for an integer. So I'd have to make this a float, and then we could probably do the slower speed. That's probably what was going on there. Does it damage other parts of the body as it should? That's a good question. I haven't really. It seems like it. I've only been focusing it at the head, but I could try to focus it to other body parts for sure. The torso hitbox is rounded, right? I think it's just an interaction of the three circles. That's true. The torso could be interfering. It could be hitting the torso first and then getting canceled out. That's a possibility. I don't think the torso is that high, though, is it? I mean, it could even be hitting the feed area, actually. I don't know. I feel like the bullet shouldn't be detecting the feed area. But I suppose that's a possibility, too. We could even make sure the area is in a certain group. That's actually a pretty good theory. Okay. Well, let's see if slowing it down helps. Now that I can slow it down, since we actually made speed be an integer or a float instead of an integer. Okay. So get right in front of it. Get shot in the face. Oh. Speed. Speed. We can make the helicopter higher just by even by jumping. I think it's speed. Yeah. I think it's speed. That's what I think it is. It's going too fast to be detected. And it could be the other things too. It could be that the other collision, the other areas are somehow getting in the way, and maybe like because it's slower, that makes it different. I don't know. But I mean, that worked right away. All right, let's do one more test. I'd love to get full heal. So spawn a helicopter, grab that. Oh, I didn't make it. I didn't get any heal. Okay. And now I just have to actually dodge. Oh, I'm not dodging. I'm dying. Oh, jeez. I mean, look, it's hard now, so that's good. That's good. It's supposed to be difficult. So maybe we're in the clear. Okay, one more heal. Give me that heals. Okay, great. So we got the heals now. Stand right in front of it. Well, it is missing. It is missing here. So maybe there's still an absorption going on. What's the intended mechanic? Because if I know for debugging, you obviously should stop, but would the player be compelled to move? What? What? I don't understand. Okay, so there if it hit it, which is strange. I wonder what made it hit it that time. Let me eat another one. Oh, and then if you want me to spawn the helicopter higher, I could do that too. Let me see. If I run directly... Okay, if I'm running, surprisingly... Oh, and well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe the head is like sticking out further. Pass through area feed in the print. Pass through area feed. Oh, is it printing useful stuff? Oh, so it is detecting feed. Oh, now that's a good catch. Ooh, I got a lot of credits to give out. You guys are helping me so much. Okay, so cool. Got it. So let's say that it's only going to be looking for the head. That would be entirely doable. So what I'll do is on the body part. Oh, we don't even have to do that. I feel like we could just, no, we don't have to do that at all. I could simply come to the projectile script, and I can say when it passes through, and we could even keep that there for now. if not player owned, that's true. We would want that for this. If area is part set to body part is parts head, then... So that's doing amount damaged, projectile damage none, does damage amount. The area only gets read as damaged. So I think what we'd want to do... Now the problem is well, we'd want to make sure or is part set to or area is, because I also want it to be like the arms and stuff, you know? Is parts arm, how do we set it up? Do we do it like this, or I don't remember. Yeah, there's an underscore, it looks like to me. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. There must be, because there's a space in the enum, exported enum. But I want to see it with my eyes. Yes, okay. Coming back to this. So I gotta type in all these. Is parts set to, we're gonna put this on the clipboard. Body part, is parts, arm. Oh, I just needed to type the whole thing out. That's okay. Or we gotta do this whole mess. I could also say if it is... Anyway, there's another way I could write it too, but let's just do it like this. Arm right or arm left or leg right or leg left. So it's only going to be looking for those things. If it is any of those things, let's get rid of this. Then it will do this. And really, we want it to do that either way. So I think we want it to look like that. So it's only going to do damage. Well, I think you should take this out too, actually. I think you should take that out. Let's do it like that. That way it's only gonna do anything if it's a body part. All right. We could find a comfortable range for collision if the player's speed is always running, but I don't know if that's what you're wanting. Stop start scenarios are buggier and take more effort. I'm not sure I understand. But I appreciate you helping me brainstorm ideas. Okay. Let's see if that helps. So yeah, because I mean, if it's detecting the feed first, it might... The feed, and again, that feed that Dungeon Martian caught, that is the area that is detecting whether or not you have eaten something. All right, spawning a copter, feeding the head. Let's try to go double height just for testing's sake. All right, we're double height. We haven't gotten hit yet. Let's see. Oh, it didn't hit. It saw feed. Wait, okay, so, oh, but that's okay. It's okay that it sees it. Right? It's not a big deal that it sees it. I guess it is a big deal that it sees it. I kind of needed to ignore it because it sees the feed, but it doesn't see anything else. Oh, guys, look. We got Q free in there. Wait a minute. It says Q free. So it's deleting it when it hits the feed. Oh, okay. Good. We still needed to do all this. This was still a really good thing. But that is... So we want to free it whether it hits the body or it hits the body part. Okay, now we died. So I have to actually try it. Okay, I think this bug is squashed. I really believe that it might be. And I'll finally sing all 5 member songs all at once. If my members are still with me, I mean, even if they're not, I'll still sing it. And you'll be like, I never got my song. I'll be like, you did. You did. But I'll sing you another one. If you come back and you missed it, I'll sing you another one. Not that you are here to hear me say that, but that's okay. Okay. Grabbing a cow to snack on, spawning a copter, eating the cow. Whoa, that bullet, those slow bullets are hilarious. Oh, I got hit right away, so that's a good sign. We were off to the side, which tended to... I mean, I think that about confirms it. I just got wrecked. So hard to avoid, which is good. I want it to be hard to avoid. I mean, you know, I want to look into ways the player can protect themselves and stuff like that. You know, I might need to nerf the helicopters, but I want it to not be an accident that the helicopters are making mistakes, because then it's too easy for that accident to get broken. You know, if I change how the feed works or other things work, oops, I forgot to wait to spawn the helicopter, or not wait to spawn the helicopter. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Oh geez. Oh my gosh. Oh, these bullets are putting some pressure on me. Jeez. This helicopter wants me dead. Oh, I can't grab. It's hard. The game gets so much harder when there are these helicopters shooting at you. Oh, geez. All right. Face it right in the front. Hit me. Okay. I don't want to get hit again or I'm going to lose. Okay. I think this is fixed. I feel like this is fixed. Now, I will say that it still is passing through the feed, but that's okay that it's passing through the feed, because no longer does doing that cause the bullet to delete itself. It only deletes itself if it hits the body, the torso, or if it hits the head, arm, or legs. So I think I'm going to call this bug squashed. And let's just set everything back to normal, and then we're going to do member songs, and then I'll work on the things that I plan to work on today. Oh, wait, there's one more bug to fix, the arm thing. So let me at least pull that up so I don't forget that I want to fix that. What level do the helicopters start? I don't know yet. Oh, we got another member song. This is the most ultimate member song ever. Welcome, Cameron. What level? Basically, level 2. So actually, level 1, there are not going to be helicopters. And, you know, I would want it to be pretty minimal. And the other thing about the helicopters is you can kill them. You can attack them very easily. They're super defeatable. So I think that you know, in this case, it's hard because I'm trying not to defeat it so I can run the test. But they are very defeatable. Okay, so let me just open up the player script as a way to remind me to fix this little bug. And then let's do these member songs. What music do I have? Do I have some music that is good for singing member songs to available? Let me see. No, I want some more energy. I mean, that has some energy. I could probably do this. Let me see if we can't bump it up a bit. I mean, it's like 6 songs all in one. It's 6 people. It's gotta have some singable staying power. Let's try this one. But I need to also find who all the members are, who I need to sing to. All right. End. The song might end as well. So we gotta make sure we got time. This is gonna be tough. Starting it over. Oh, Dungeon Martian, I appreciate you even though you live in a dungeon and you're from Mars. It's okay that you're from Mars, I respect all Martians. But why you hiding in a dungeon, dungeon Martian? Why you hiding in a dungeon? You're a cool Martian from an alien planet, but I don't understand what you're hiding for. Get out that dungeon. Don't you know someone's gonna come and fight you? Don't you know someone's gonna come and fight you and take your treasure? Do you deserve that? I don't think so, but that's gonna have to be okay, because Coda is a Yoda. And you know that Coda, the Yoda's gonna advise somebody about how to defeat the alien in the dungeon. Coda's got all kinds of knowledge. You can read about Coda's Yoda wisdom in a TXT document. You gotta do it or else you're gonna end up not winning against the Dungeon Martian. Oh yeah, who else is here? Who else is here? The Dragon Blade. If you use the Dragon Blade, you're gonna win. That alien in the dungeon is gonna get killed by the Dragon Blade. The Dragon Blade is strong and scary and powerful. And you're gonna learn about it from Yoda. The Coda, the Yoda. Dragon Blade is strong, it's mysterious and scary. It's gonna do all the things you needed to do, I guarantee it. Here we go, we got Henry, who is the one wielding the Dragon Blade, going into the dungeon and killing the monster from space that Coda the Yoda told you about. Henry is so powerful, even though Henry is a friend of mine. I had to restart the song because the song ended. Henry is friendly, but not to the dragon in the dungeon who's from Mars. Henry is so very friendly. I appreciate the friendliness that Henry brings. The song got the tempo messed up because I jumped around. DJ Alexander as a DJ would know not to do such wild things, but we do it anyway because we can. DJ Alexander's got skills, I bet. I wouldn't know, I haven't heard their DJing, but I bet it's better than what I'm doing right now. DJ is making the music in the background that Henry is playing to as they wield the Dragon Blade against the alien in the dungeon that Coda, the Yoda, told you all about. Here we go, is there anybody else left? Oh my god, yes, Cam win. You can bet that Henry's gonna win. Cam win that alien. Bring it down, make sure it's not alive anymore. Can Cam win? I bet they can, because Henry's got Coda the Yoda's information to fight that alien in the dungeon. That's it, I'm done. Wow, most epic member song ever. Oh my god. Whoa. I can't do it anymore. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. Thank you. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. You all are wonderful, beautiful people. I did my best, and that is my way of showing my appreciation to you. Clip it and ship it. Oh no. Oh my god. All right. Well, there we go. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you guys again for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You are all the best. It truly warms my heart, and I hope that gives you some sense of how strong my appreciation is. I'm willing to embarrass myself all the way to the sing-song bank. Do those words go together? Is that how sentences are formed? I don't know, but we did it. Okay, let's keep the music. I kind of like the music though. Music is nice. And then let's fix this problem with the player character. So the arm is appearing because when we attack, an invincibility frame cuts through or stops the collision from cutting through stuff. And then when the arm retracts, the collision returns, and that is producing an arm that isn't supposed to be there. So I need to say that if you somehow, we need to make sure that the arm actually already exists, right? And it's actually putting both, it's kind of like, right, of course this wouldn't work, because it's just giving you all of the arm collisions. So it needs to actually be checking with the health of the body parts at that moment before it decides to put them back, which is kind of wild. So here I go, trying to figure that one out. I wish me luck. Let me make sure I didn't miss some messages too. DJ says, I was frustrated about getting clean animations isolated instead of entire atlases, and Krita is perfect for that. Paint can export GIFs online, but even that wouldn't be super useful. So when DJ says Paint, I think they mean something called paint.exe, not MS Paint. Matthias says, I use Clip Studio. It has also a big variety of brushes and has one community store. Dude, Clip Studio is awesome. Clip Studio is great. I haven't used it much, but I've seen others use it to great effect, for sure. Is there a Clip Studio Humble Bundle right now? I don't know if there is. Sometimes there are. You guys can get Humble Bundles, by the way, and support Hyper Game Dev. It is kind of a cool thing. Hyper Game Dev will get financial support, and you'll get cool goodies as well. Once in a while, they have a Clip Studio bundle. I don't know that they do. You got to use that link I just put in chat. There's also one in the description box. Yeah, they don't, and it doesn't look like they have one now, but often they do. Game art in Blender. They got a Blender one right now? Say what? Say what? Oh, it's courses. Nice, with some effects and stuff. These are good courses. These are from GameDev.tv. Definitely some good courses in there. Nice. That's pretty cool. What else you got? What else you got? Learning Godot. Oh, there's a Godot one! I love it. Let's go. Who's Zenva? Zenva seems to do a good job. I've never used the Zenva tutorial, but I've previewed them from other Humble Bundles, and they do seem like they do a good job. Nice. That's pretty cool. Wow, so there's all kinds of good stuff there if you guys are interested, and if you want to support the channel, and like I said, get like goodies for yourself, you can just use these links that I'm putting in the description box, and there's also a link to that stuff in the description. And then if you want to do games, by the way, they also have games, and they can still support this channel. Just saying. Dude, Humble Bundle is cool. Humble Bundle is extremely cool. So like, if there's literally anything on Humble Bundle that you want to get, just literally add $partner equals Hyper Game Dev to the end of the URL, and you can like help yourself and the channel, which is just like kind of awesome. Dude, I didn't know there was a freaking Godot one today. I should really keep a better eye on that. Anyway, Clip Studio is a cool one though, for sure. Okay, am I almost caught up? Let us see. Dungeon says, I think this issue shouldn't be solved. It'll be fixed when you rebuild the ARM system. Wait, I'm not rebuilding the ARM system. I'm rebuilding the ARM. Oh, the left and right. Oh, you're right. Wait, why would that fix it? I don't think that would fix it though. Because I'd still want the arms to not collide when they hit into things. So I think if anything, we're getting ready for that. Oh, .net, paint.net, not paint.exe, gotcha. Do they still have the Godot Humble Bundle? There is, yeah, there is one, which is kind of awesome. Glitched Code says, can as a canner, can. Some sentences are weird, like this one that uses buffalo as the animal, city, and verb. Dude, English is a very weird language in that way. For sure. Even like how similar things are pronounced differently, you know, like words that end in O-U-G-H can all be pronounced in so many different ways. Or there's a lot of other ones too. It's a bizarre language actually. Buffalo can be a verb? How do you verb buff? That seems like a stretch. I'm gonna go ahead and call that a stretch right there. Kenwin bought a Godot bundle for your friends and they didn't use it? I mean, but there's always the chance. That's the thing, is you can like, dude, I know people who like serially buy Humble Bundles. Like they see Humble Bundles and they buy them and they don't use them. But then like a year or 2 years later, they'll like remember, oh yeah, that program. I think I have a Humble Bundle for that. And they'll scroll through their hundreds of Humble Bundle things. And then they go and they get it. So like technically there's still a chance that they check it out. Although I guess at some point, you know, maybe it'll get outdated if it's like an old version of Godot. You would cry. Enjoy, I'm presuming. You always have materials. Yeah. Dungeon has nearly 300 games on Steam from Humble Bundles in like 2010. Right, exactly. Like it's like a thing because you see all the deals and you want to build up your library, you know? Verb, buffalo. Third person present. Buffalo. It's funny, it's from 2010. Third person buffaloes. What does it mean? To bully or intimidate? That is, now I'm gonna start hearing it, like in a TV show. I'm gonna hear someone use the word buffalo that way. But right now, I gotta say, I have absolutely never heard anyone use that way. It's kind of interesting though. Camwin says, my character flaw is that I try to teach everyone I meet how to code. It's an awesome character flaw. Just like at a dinner party, it's just like, well, actually, see, if you think about it, these peas and those carrots are very similar to if statements. Because if you have peas and you have carrots, then elif the potatoes. They're like, okay, thank you. Cameron, meet me. DJ says, my favorite bit of English is should, could, would are all iterations of shall, can, and will. A lot of people use should, but no one uses shall. Yeah, shall is fun. It's fun to like use some of those like the old English. Reverse gatekeeping. You will like the things I like. That is reverse gatekeeping. It's kind of cool. No, it's not cool. I'm not saying it's cool, but like I had never thought of it that way. I'm gonna use that now. I don't know if I'm gonna use buffalo, but I might use reverse gatekeeping. Okay, so we need to check, I need to check to see if the arms are damaged and which arm is damaged. So I would want to say, well, we have to be able to, do we set up, I don't think we set up any of the body parts in here. Maybe like the legs, but I don't even think we do that. Maybe I did that at one time and then we stopped. So we know that it's going to be children. Let's just set them up. I think that's going to be easiest, since especially we only need the arms anyway. Shall is more of an active word, like I am doing versus I will be doing. I should do this. I shall do this. I mean, those are totally different. I will. I shall. I will go to the store. I shall go to the store. I shall go to the store. It's like a declaration. I shall go to the store. And then like I will go to the store. I will go to the store. I will go to the store. I shall go to the store. It's very different. Wow, do that. In Krita, you can set different visibility on your layers. Yeah. Krita is awesome. Krita pilled. yeah. Krita is great. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but so I often show you like little drawings that I did on my phone to help me like plan for this game. But the actual first ever drawing that I did for this game, I actually did do in Krita. There's an update already. I just updated it. Jeez. Good for you, keeping updates. No, I love that. I love that. Like, I did do a lot of these drawings on my phone, but the actual true first drawing was an animation that I made for this game in Krita. Because I was like, you know, people were telling me, you gotta try Krita, you gotta use Krita. And I'm like, okay. And I liked it. And so I experimented with its animation tools. And the animation tools are okay. But so a lot of these drawings I did on my phone. I just like screenshotted a black screen, and then I like used the annotation to like draw on top of that. And so that's like what these are, which are fine, but they're cute, they're fun. Wow, Krita's slow on my computer. I have a slow computer. All right, but this is actually the first thing that I made using Krita. Let me get some of those guides out of here. I don't know which one is the guides. Painting assistance. There we go. All right, you ready for this animation? I don't know if you're ready for this animation. I don't know if anybody's ready for this animation, man. Unless you've already seen it, then you're probably ready for it. I tried to get really fancy, but I didn't finish it. It's like half finished. Little feet. I just think about the feet pattering. It's kind of crazy because I haven't gotten the bullets. Because we've got like a character with the gun. I've actually finally just realized the shooting aspect. But this is supposed to be meat, and like that's like your health bars. And then these limbs, the idea is that you start without limbs, and then you grow the limbs, and then that's supposed to be like obstacles going across, like flying through space. And then there's just a person with a gun there. This is truly the inception of the game here. Oh, it does look like it's swimming. It's got little swimming lessons. Yeah. Oh, look at those legs. I kind of lost some of that silliness, but I feel like it's been represented in a different way. And to be honest, like the silliness was not intentional. I was just doing my best to animate it a little bit. Anyway, Krita, love Krita. It's tense cases. It's just confusing because the past case is the same as the future case, but shall, can, and will are all present tense versions of those verbs. Totally. I shall be going in 5 minutes, so get ready. I shall be going in 5 minutes, so get ready. I'm going to the store, and you can't stop me! Oh my gosh. I must stop you from going to the store. It's English though, so it's dumb, and I won't derail over it. It's okay, you're not derailing. You're not derailing. I mean, we are sitting here speaking English. It's kind of important for us communicating, so I think it's by default relevant. All right, let me set up the body parts. Yeah, because even though we're on readying it, we're checking. It shouldn't be capturing the state of it at that moment. We're on readying it to be checked at different times, right? 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 Yeah. It's just giving us the reference. On ready variable. It makes me wonder if earlier when I did the projectile thing, when I had the player head update, if I ever even needed that. I should have eaten versus I shall eat now versus I should eat later. Okay. Alright. Alright. Variable arm left. And we're gonna set this up as it's gotta get that. Shall equals future present. That makes sense. But it's the same as like will, right? Like will and shall are like exactly the same. I feel like there's no difference. Other than like, there is a difference. Like in like a colloquial sense. But like technically, I feel like they're exactly the same. Yeah, it's definite. It's like more definite. So if I want to get this the quickest, I think we're just going to type it out. Shall versus maybe or might. I might go. I might go. I will go. I shall go. Arm left. This is going to be a area 3D. And we want to do get node. Although it is on itself, but no, whatever. This will work well. All right, copy that. Maybe and might are probability statements. Yeah. Right, but there's some similarity. Right, that's why they're different. Yeah, and I think that's what Gab was saying. I just saw they canceled the Unity fee. Yeah, too late, because I'm not going to move from Godot anytime soon. They did. They did. They did. Unity runtime fee. They did. Where's like that? Where's that image? This hilarious image that they posted. This one. Dude, this post kind of cracks me up. That's not. It's just a screenshot. That's okay. It's fine. This post kills me because we're canceling the runtime fee. and updating our subscription plans. They're increasing subscription prices on all the plans by like 20% or something. And they're like, but we're canceling the runtime fee and we're also increasing the prices. It's just like, shut up, Unity. Get out of my face. What are you on about? Come on, man. You guys, too little, too late. Like, you already broke our hearts, and you can try to put those pieces back together, but it'll never be the same. It'll always be a little broken. The little letters. And updating our subscription plans. Oh, man. It's so annoying. But, you know, it's like, it's crazy because, I mean, a year ago, all right? A year ago, they could have just turned this around. They're getting rid of it anyway. All of that devastation that their company went through. And they could have just changed their minds a day later. But instead, they waited literally 1 exact year. Like, what the heck? You know, like, the trust is broken, man. And at this point, you know, if it's going to help anybody, it's going to help people who are in the middle of big projects with Unity, who might be like, yo, I'm done with Unity. As soon as I'm done with this project, we out, you know? And so this will, like, probably help some of those people decide to stay with Unity. But for everyone who's already moved on, I feel like it's pretty much done. But it is kind of funny that they did that. Wild. They still have the subscriptions, yeah. It's back to being humble. I shall go, if it is God's will, to XYZ. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. An honest subscription increase is fine. That's true. But a retroactive baffling monetization plan isn't cool. That's also true. Yeah, no, I mean, the subscription price kind of increase isn't the end of the world, but it's you know, it's just giving that vibe of like, we're trying to sneak in this new thing under the guise of we're doing something good. You know, it's like, it's just like that corporate mistrustfulness vibe, you know, like it feels like they're bundling it together for the purpose of smoothing over bad news. And it's just like, stop doing stuff like that. Like, that's why we don't like you. That's what makes you bad. Hey guys, what if we didn't do the bad thing? Will you still love us? It is like a bad, exactly. They're like this X that keeps coming back. Like, I'll be better this time, I promise. Literally, DJ, literally. I agree. Wild. I shall do something. Shall is used as a definite unless an act of nature. Stop it. Yeah, an act of nature. Nothing will come in my way except for acts of nature. I stopped trusting them. They can't do anything to earn that back from everyone. So true. And I mean, just like I was using Unity a little bit, just a wee bit, but that was before I tried Godot. So I used Unreal Engine, I used Unity, and then I tried Godot, and just going from Unity to Godot, it's just, man, the bloat alone in Unity, and feeling everything is so much lighter and faster and more well integrated in Godot. It's like, it's really hard to go back after that experience. They high-pitched and realized it was way too high and thought we were still in the room to make a lower offer. Wow. Sorry, it's too late. It's too little too late. But bless them for doing their best given the circumstances, I guess. So we need to say, if arm right, we need to check a lot of things. Arm right. Well, we only have to say arm right. We don't actually need to check the part anymore. If arm right, current health. We could even do, maybe we'll do a match statement. Let's say match arm right. And then we want to check its current health. And if the current health is 0, well, really, we just want to say if it's 0, don't do anything. You know, just do nothing. Pass. If because that means there's no collisions that need to be reactivated. If it's 1, then that means we want the hurt limbs to be reactivated. We're doing arm right first. So grab these, paste them in. This is really hard to see. I need to give myself some space. Okay, there we go. Like that. And then just format it correct. Sorry, why don't you like this? Expected end of statement. Found colon instead. Oh, you don't want me to... What do you want about then? You want me to do this? You want me to do it like that? I can do it like that. 2. Grab these. Pop that in there. Alright. So these are the hurt ones that will become available again. Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Oh, I forgot to give out. I got so many credits to give out. You guys helping me with all these bug fixes, by the way. Great, beautiful. And then we want to do the same thing for the other arm as well. Arm left. Oh, I also indented too much, I guess. Which is wholly unnecessary. Alright, same thing, except we just changed these all to the other arm. And that's it. Oh. Click, 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 L. Is that not real? Did I make that? Oh, because it's only the right, because we don't actually have the left arm set up yet. Right. Oh, that's pretty funny. I guess we could set it all up. We kind of don't need to do it this way if we're already setting up the arms. Now that I think about it. We could just say... Could we just say arm right, collision, arm upper? We could maybe do get node like that. Just to like shorten that up a little bit. Make it a little neater. Don't see why not. Lower. And then just get the same thing over here. Except it would have hurt in it this time. Dash hurt. I like using names for things. I know some people don't like it, but I like it. Hurt. And then lower. And then I guess I'll set up the left ones too. I mean, like, why not? No, I don't need it today, but someday soon we're gonna need to do the arm overhaul. Not overhaul, but basically what I want is for the left arm to also be an option, not just the right arm. So why not just have it in place? Alright, let me make sure those match statements look good. They look good. Let's make sure it works. I might have done it wrong. There's a chance. DJ says, good news for Unity stuck devs. Like if they had a game already made. Exactly. Yeah, it is. It is definitely, it's good news. It's not bad news. You know, it's just like easy to be like, wow. I can't believe you waited this long to just get rid of it anyway. Oh, what'd I do? What'd I do wrong? Oh. Well, that didn't work. It's a null value. Sorry. Alright, never mind. Never mind, never mind. You know what? Never mind. I apologize. I should have done that. Or the indies who have breakout success. Right. It's less painful for them now. Although a lot of them, in theory, should have been able to negotiate deals with Unity anyway. Hey, Guy! I just saw an ARM R you forgot to change to ARM 1 in there. ARM L in there. Oh, shoot. Seriously? Eagle Eyes. We got so many credits to give. Wait, where did I do that? Oh, right there. But also, it turns out I need to change all that anyway. We gotta sing a song to Kai Guy. I had to do a 6-person song earlier. It was kind of epic. Alright, so I need to put this back. This was a terrible mistake that I've done, and I have to atone immediately. So let's do that. Click all these. I guess it just doesn't work because it's whatever. Who cares? Probably better to do it this way anyway. Alright, paste all that, cut all that. And then I think I want to paste this in here. More or less, possibly. Put a slash. All of those are left, so I gotta update these to be right. Those are all angry at me because I put a dot. No. Alright, let's see if that resolves it. Yeah. I integrated 6 people into one song. It worked out really well, actually. Everybody's names just lent itself to the whole thing. It was kind of fun, actually. The song was a little shorter than I would have liked it to be, but then even that managed to work. Is Second Planet being weird for anyone else? Oh, I'm not noticing it being weird. Oh, shoot. Oh, we should make the collision shapes visible. Dude, I haven't noticed that. And then maybe I'll make the head visible. Weird how? You can't get it too open. I was thinking I should reach out to Hack and Plan and be like, hey, you know, a lot of people in my community use your product, and the stream helps them learn about it. Look, nothing. Do you want to help us get some, like, codes, Hack and Plan, so we can not suffer through your price hike? Yeah, they're having issues. They're having issues. It ain't just you. It ain't just you. Pity. What a shame. Maybe we could try logging in and out. I don't even know if I can get the main site to pop up. Hack and Plan. Hack and Plan. Now you make me look bad. Now you make me look bad. I bet Trello isn't down. 6 separate songs. Cue SpongeBob there. 20 minutes later. Thanks for letting me know, Dungeon. Jeez. What a shame. Oh yeah, does this code work? Oh, right. I need to turn on the visible collision shape so we can actually make sure this is better. GJ says, just tinkering around in Krita is making me feel like I have so much more artistic ability at my fingertips. I recommend it for anyone still stuck in paint hell. Nice. Yeah, Krita's amazing. Like, you shouldn't have to, like, suffer through doing everything manually. Krita has a lot of generous things that lets you, I mean, even just like these smooth lines that I was able to paint on here, like there was so much that I could not have done in another program besides something like Krita. You know, I'm not using really that many, but there's like guides, like you can even see there's like a 3-dimensional guide here to like help you like draw in different dimensions. It's really, really, really useful. Super, super awesome. Yeah. Super duper recommend Krita. I love that for you, DJ. Let's go. You're finding the tools of your trade. Did Hackaplan let their security certificate expire too? Oh my gosh, during the last game jam, Itch let their security certificate expire on the day we had the jam. So like, Itch was being buggy. I know. That's the trouble. That's the trouble of relying on online services, I guess. What am I doing? Oh, we want to turn on visible collision shapes. And then in the main scene, I want to make the head visible. Do 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 do. There we go. There's been like 5 different, oh wow, wait, I can do that moments? That's beautiful. This is a beautiful day for you, DJ. Like, it's gonna serve you for the rest of your career. It let me sign out after like 5 minutes of waiting, and it won't let me sign in. Oh no! Oh no! They'll probably fix it soon. They have like a, do they have a am I in their Discord? I don't even know. Hack and Plan Discord. You know, I know, not Hack and Plan plus Discord. The Hack and Plan Discord. Different. They must. If they have Discord integration, surely they have a Discord. But even if they do, I'm not sure I'm actually in it. I don't think I am. I don't think I am, unfortunately. Alright, see if this ARM problem is resolved so I can actually move on to what I want to do today. Oh, we gotta do Kai Guys members on and give credits. What I want to do today, which is level design and get the humans to be implemented a little more, and other stuff. Alright, so if I go to attack something, we immediately have a problem. Excellent. Can I call method set deferred on a null value? So the collision area arm right upper is coming in null right now, so clearly I have set this up incorrectly. Okay. Are you quite sure? How incorrectly would you say I set it up? Oh, probably the $sign. No, yeah, the $signs. Oh, and that's why I couldn't do the on ready, because we don't need the $signs in here. Whoopsie. Just a little whoopsie. Probably could have been solved by just dragging it over as an on ready. All right, one more try. I still like setting things by name even with all the problems. I still like it. So the reason why that happened right away is because when we grab something and the arm retracts, well, both when it goes out and when it retracts, it changes the collision setup. Okay, so far so good. I'm not seeing any arms appear. I think it might be fixed. So let's make sure. I reach out. Looks good. I'm not seeing anything that doesn't belong. Easy fix. So many things to consider. I'm just gonna break the arms off. Just kind of want to see it all the way through here. You spent this week creating some music for your Godot project. Nice, nice. Man, I haven't done as much music stuff as I want to. It's really important to spread out our skill learnings. So good job there. Yeah, it looks fine. I also need to turn off grabbing, because right now you can still grab and attack things even without arms. Alright. Good, fixed. Let's do a GitHub commit, sing a member song, give credits, all that good stuff. All the stuff that must be done. I gotta go through a bunch of names. You guys really helped me earlier. I think we're just gonna chuck it all into debug. That will make this a little easier. So there's the debug column right there. Alien looks like a toddler. I know! I think it's so cute. I love that it looks so cute when it's tiny. I love that it looks so cute. Gives me life. Okay. So obviously Joe gave us help. Gotta give Joe a debug credit. I remember Matthias giving us help. Do we have Matthias on this list at all? These credits, by the way, you love him so much. These credits, by the way, entitle you to no compensation. They do, however, entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. So, thank you. I'm really excited to set up credits one of these days. I want it to be kind of fun. I think the credits are gonna be like above the heads of all the aliens in the menu. Who's a cute little alien? You're a cute little alien. Exactly. Anthony, I remember, gave some help on the debug front. We definitely got Anthony in here. Put that up. Who else? Oh. I feel like DJ was throwing out some ideas. Oops. Okay, who else? Dungeon Martian was giving lots of tips and thoughts. Cam shared. Well, Cam just asked a question about the helicopters. No credit for you. Okay, and then Kai Guy had an eagle eye, so we got to give you an eagle eye credit there. There you are. Okay, credits disseminated. Let's do a GitHub commit. Get this out of here for now. Bug fixes, bullets, and arm. Bullet collision size increased. Bullets, if not player owned, now only deal damage to head, arms, and legs specifically, and do not get removed, and do not get Q freed unless they hit one of those parts or the body, which results in no damage being done. Attacking arm collisions are now only restored based on the health of the attacking arm. Okay. Done. Oh, collision shapes are probably visible right now in this version. That's okay. Juju says, I appreciate it, but I was only in your memory by quantity. I was just being a chatterbox. Yeah, that's okay. I remember you were given some ideas about like how to debug and stuff. To me, it's like, you know, you trying to be helpful still is like floating ideas around, and it's too hard to be like, did that contribute or not? You know what? It did. You know, you were there in the room for the conversation. You were a part of that conversation. To me, it's a credit. Dungeon says, I can't work on my game because it's too... That's amazing! Oh my gosh! Like, I'm sorry, but that's like the best problem. Like, you know you on the right track if you can't work on your game because it's too fun. I love to hear that. Nice work. You're gonna use Hack and Plan being down as an excuse, but it just came back up. Aww. And yet, maybe you still keep playing. Welcome back, Hack and Plan. Good job at resolving the problem quickly. Nicely done, Lay Hack and Plan. Nicely done. I'm just, that's when I know I'm just polishing, not making major changes. It's a good problem. I was in the room. I'll plead guilty to that at least. Good. Bullets, if not player owned, meaning the alien player will get guns later. Yeah, you want to see? We already set it up. Y'all are out here enjoying your games whilst I spent 3 hours trying to import my model from Blender to Unity with the correct orientation. Oh, that sounds so frustrating. Oh no, 3 hours trying to get from Blender to Unity? Oh, that must have been a really annoying problem. Is it at least the kind of situation where like maybe you, like next time it won't take you 3 hours? Or is it, I hope it's not every single time. Yeah, I guess we all can't be having the same great successes at the same times, huh? Alright, Hack and Plan is back. It's there. Love to see it. I've gone with a different design philosophy this time. I've started with a functioning prototype and iterated from there. Nice! That's the way to go. The game is always playable and constantly getting new stuff. I love that. That's a really smart way to make games, actually. If the kind of game you're making is, if you're able to have it be like simply playable at like a basic level, then that is like a really smart way to make games. You know, some games are like more complex and so that isn't possible. But, you know, if you can get like a baseline functionality. That's always been what I wanted to do here. But like, it just turned out that there was so much complexity to like the different aspects that I just am not able to really get it set up right away. It makes it really easy to test new stuff and see how stuff interacts. This is good. Okay. Oh yeah, so Kai Guy, I'll show you. Yesterday, I set up a way for the player to be able to shoot bullets. Now, I want to do better about it, because right now, it's going to be a power-up, and there'll be like an assistant drone that shows up kind of over your shoulder and shoots stuff. Now, right now, it just shoots straight ahead. But I would like to set it up to actually track enemies and avoid buildings. But I can't really do that right now, but I will. So, if I press a key, we spawn this. So there's a little drone, and it do be shooting bullets. Now if I spawn a helicopter, not the best helicopter. Let me get one this one's gonna kill us. As long as it's high up in the air, I can actually, oh god, I'm gonna get killed before I hit it. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh god. Yeah, it's not easy to use. Oh, it can hit it if I hit it right. Oh, we died. Oh, I died before I could use it. In theory, it does work. I mean, it's starting to raise questions. Maybe I need shields. Maybe I need to be able to tell the helicopters not to shoot. It does work, I promise. It's hard. It isn't easy. It's not easy to always have a game idea that you can like have a prototype immediately. you know? Especially, you know, if you're making like an RPG style game or something, like, it's a lot harder. It really depends on the type of game. So be fair to yourself there. Yeah, you might be behind a bit. That's okay. So, let me spawn a copter. Let me spawn the... Whoa. So there's a bit of a bug here, I'm noticing. The position of the drone... We got another bug to fix. The position of the drone seems to be, like, more random than it was ever supposed to be. What's that about? What's going on with that? So there is this, like, power-ups node that's in the scene. And that's where we instantiate the drone. So the power-up node is right there at the origin. And then when I press the key that is relevant, it's supposed to add the drone to a global position -120. Yet it seems to be adding it elsewhere sometimes. And I'm not exactly sure why. That's strange to me. Why would that position be different? More bugs to squatch. More bugs to squatch. I don't think laziness exists. Me neither. Yeah, laziness doesn't exist. I'm fortunate in some ways. One of them is that I have far too much time to work on my projects. And I'm medicated for ADHD, so sometimes it's easier for me to work. Fair points, fair points. Guy says, crazy day yesterday, so I wasn't watching really. Peeked in, but you were super into coding. I didn't want to interrupt for just a few minutes. Aw, that's nice of you. That's nice of you. I'm sorry you had a crazy day. I hope today's a little easier. I'm gonna add into the main scene. I guess we're doing a lot of bug fixing today. I mean, I added so much stuff in yesterday. It kind of makes sense that it didn't all work out correct. So I'm gonna put a mesh instance just as like a debug tool. I'm just gonna splat a box right there in the ground. Just so I can see where the power-up is. Maybe it's set as local position instead? Maybe. I think it says global position, though. And if it says global, it has to mean global. Yeah, drone global position set to -120. Sentiments, but we mean it, DJ. There's a whole what, like, audiobook, like, book about it. You should honestly look into it. Laziness does not exist. It's like real. Oh, I just lost my Amazon affiliate link because I don't use Amazon, but there's a whole book. Anyway, you should look it up. Laziness does not exist. Definitely worth checking into. It's by a doctor, not just a sentiment, like very serious. So this says global position vector 3 -120. So I'd be really surprised if that was the problem. Maybe try dot position instead of global position. That isn't automatically local. I assumed that was local. But alright, I'll do it. Dude, I don't know when these started popping up. With trees. One of the trees got messed up somehow. Oh, you know why? I know why. Because I opened up that scene. There's a lot of reasons that you might have less executive functions than other people, and it might not be obvious. The people who seem to be getting way too much done all the time might be burning out. Burning both ends of the candle. I thought I could finish that sentence. I could not. People who get way too much stuff done all the time might be burning both ends of the candle, so to speak, and about to burn out. Alright, let's spawn it. Oh, now it's in the right spot. Was that it? There's the power-up block. Wait, so if I said it's a global... I mean, it might... Obviously, sometimes global position worked. I guess I didn't necessarily have to restart it. That's a debug credit, Joe. Racking them up. Racking them up over here. Joe Schmo doing debug stuff. I appreciate it. Oh look, because there it's going. I'm spawning multiple of them, and it's going in like all different spots. Instead of, really they should be stacking up in the same spot. But that ain't stacking up in the same spot. I think global position may only work if you're in the middle of the screen when drone spawns. That's what I was thinking too, but like why? Like I wanna know why, so that way I can make that choice intentionally next time. I can't say I quite understand. Because I would think global position means it ignores everything. It's spawning at global position v3 XYZ. So like the local position relative to the global position, the global position relative to the local position. All right, so now I've just said position instead of global position, and wherever I go, I'm pressing this button multiple times. But now it's spawning right on top instead of in all over the place. So this is working perfectly now. Global position ignores the parent's position. Local is relative to the parent. Instead of the relative position of its parent plus the number you've given it. It's spawning at global position instead of the relative position of its parent plus the number you've given it. Global position ignores the parent's position. Right, so that's why I figured it would work. Because the origin is like right here. Like that cube that I spawned is right at the center. And the origin, I mean, I think the origin might be right off like here or something. So if I move all the way over here, shouldn't the... Oh. Okay. Yep. Nope. I get it. Okay. I see. Oh, no. Nope. I just got it. I just got it. Because it's always... So it is always spawning in the same place globally. And that's its beginning spot. And since it's relative to the node that it's on, it moves around. So it's still kind of confusing. So, you know, if the origin is right here, and I move over like this, it's gonna spawn like right there. But it'll still move with me when I go left and right, because it initially spawns at the origin globally. But since it's a child of a parent, it still is then going to move with that parent, despite initially spawning at that origin relative position. Okay, I get it now. If you have it v3 111, it'll always be at vector 3 111, no matter where the cube is. Position is relative to parent, whereas global is not. Right. And like that makes sense to me. It's just I was like I wasn't putting together the like how the layers of the global and the parent and the relativity were all like interacting with each other. Okay. So for a situation like this, I wanted to spawn relative to the parent. Okay. So anyway, Kai Guy, if you're still with us even. Here's the bullets, and you can see I just shot down that helicopter using those bullets. And so ideally I would want to set up thank you guys. Ideally I would want to set up the drone. It would be a power-up. I'd want to set it up to be tracking enemies and shooting them and avoiding buildings. But I don't really have like tall buildings or anything in this level, and this isn't really what the level's gonna look like anyway. So I kind of want to just like do some level design stuff and set up things for that. Because I do want to start setting up more power-ups, but it's kind of hard to set up power-ups when I can't really test them throughout the different aspects of the gameplay. Because then there's going to be like problems that arise that are really highly specific to certain level setups. But obviously I'm not going to want to have to be like jumping around all the time. Oh my god, it keeps shooting bullets after it dies? I guess that kind of makes sense. We need to say that if it's destroyed, it stops shooting bullets. I don't think it should be going down and shooting you. That's silly. Well, that's a fun thing to discover. You could use the global position of the parent cube in the equation, but it's simpler to just do it with position. Oh, yeah. The cube I was just kind of putting there as like a visual thing, but use the global position of the parent cube in the, yeah. I feel like that's more debug credits, guys. I'm sorry, but I think it is. We had some. You guys were trying to explain things to me. Anthony, Dungeon, and then Joe. We kind of already gave a credit to, right? I think we already gave Joe credit. I'm pretty sure. DJ says, I'm always burnt out, but I know what you're referring to, and it's definitely a real thing. Nice. Okay, so let me go fix that problem where it's shooting bullets after it is spinning through the air. And that's actually not too hard, because we have an is destroyed signal. But wait, doesn't something... If detect copter def. Detect copter def. Okay. And then it emits is destroyed. So I think in that moment, we'd want to pause. I don't think I need to update the player head position also. I think we can get rid of this, by the way. I should actually check that. Is dying bull. Yeah, I guess I never set up an is dying bull because it wasn't technically necessary. If you're looking for suggestions, the drone could have some delay to its movement. Now, it's so instantly locked to the movement of the alien. That's true. That would look nice. That would look really nice if we interpolated it a little bit. That would look really good. Yeah, you know, I just kind of set it up as like, because I wanted to make modular bullets that could be used in different scenarios. So I was like, let's just make player bullets. And then that can be the first power-up too, is the drone. So I didn't put a lot of like design, you know, it's just a prism. It's not like, you know, a nice design or anything. But I like that idea a lot. That would look way better. Oh my god, I didn't sing Kai Guy's song, but now we got Pierogigon, so we're doing another double. We're doing another multi song. Yeah, so I guess we'll just do an is dying bool. Variable is dying. Boolean false. Oh, there is. Never mind. There is an is dying bool. I already done did that. I don't know why I didn't see it. I guess because I was looking for destroyed. That I missed the is dying. Great. Excellent. So then we just have to say, if not dying, be shooting stuff. I do kind of want to test to make sure the head position thing is right. I just made spicy soy peanut stir fry for the first time in a long time. Don't let me forget to make it again. It's so good. Okay. Pierogigon likes making spicy soy peanut stir fry. That sounds pretty good. Did you use the peanut powder for that? Can I sing to this? Is this a song I can sing to? Probably. Let's try it. Hi, Kai Guy. Hi, Kai Guy. Oh, Kai Guy is high in the sky. As a Kai Guy, why not be high? Kai Guy is high in the sky like a boomerang. It's so impressive. Fly through the air. Kai Guy, high to Kai Guy. Fly through the air like a boomerang. Kai Guy. Kai Guy, high in the sky. Let them fly like a boomerang. They always come back like a boomerang. That's Kai Guy. Say hi to how high Kai Guy is as they fly. Pierogigon, Pierogigon, Pierogigon is not gone. And they're using peanut butter to make something to nom on. Oh yeah, Pierogigon is nomming on some spicy soy peanut stir fry. Oh yeah, Pierogigon is nomming on some spicy soy peanut stir fry. Pierogigon is nomming on. Pierogigon is nomming on some spicy soy peanut stir fry. Pierogigon's not gone. They're nomming on some spicy peanut soy stir fry. Pierogigon's not gone. They're nomming on some spicy peanut stir fry. Pierogigon is nomming. Alright, there's your member songs, guys. Thank you so much for supporting Hyperheim Dev. Thank you so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you both so very much. At least I finally iterated on Pierogigon's not gone instead of saying that. Pierogigon nomenon. A little bit different. Maybe I can work with that. It kind of works better because you have the word pierogi in your name. So it's like Pierogigon is nomming on pierogies again. Something like that. So maybe that'll work. Alright, cool. Good development. Alright, thank you guys. Sorry about the song, but also you're welcome. And again, thank you so much for supporting. It means the world. Yes. Hey, what's up, IE? Good to see you. Okay, so I want to see if the bullets aren't gonna shoot while the copter is spinning out. That's what I want to test. Oops, I didn't mean to spawn the... That's okay. Oh yeah, and then she's delivering vocals. I'm certainly trying. Oh god, I'm gonna die too soon. Okay, we're killing the helicopter. That was... Let me get a helicopter that's spawning a little bit higher. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, it killed me. Ah, man, those helicopters are tough. I'm really gonna need to figure out a way to get those helicopters to be a little nerfed. Maybe they shoot less often. I did buy some frozen pierogies a couple weeks back. Tasty stuff. Nice. I mean, it's hard to go wrong. Dough and potato. I mean, come on. Gonna watch on my other account too for double support. Oh, don't cheat! Don't cheat! We don't want any cheat numbers. YouTube might catch you, and then they'll be like, "You're cheating, Lise." But you know, you're gonna do what you want. I'm not gonna stop you. But in general, I don't want fake stuff. I want fake stuff. I want real. I want y'all to be real. But the sentiment is appreciated, i.e., it means a lot. Don't rig it. Don't you rig it. I swear to God. This isn't Twitch. We don't want no botting. I have been doing midnight boomerang sessions for the past days, funny enough. I know. Well, I didn't know that you've been doing it more than usual, but that was, of course, my inspiration was knowing that you'd be using boomerangs. All right, let's see if we can... Yeah, so it's not shooting backwards anymore at me or anything like that. Okay, one more GitHub commit for these updates. Fixed copter shooting after death. I mean, that's pretty much it. There might have been like one other thing. Who cares? Okay. All right. Level design stuff. And, you know, before I even get into level design stuff, I feel like I would like to set up the humans. Well, this is going to be tough. The level design stuff is going to be a little tough because I don't have every asset that I want for the level, but that's okay. Is that a dance troupe of Lises marching in place? It could be. You could say that. It's really just a giant bunch of humans to remind me that I need to set the humans up. Because right now, there's still only cows to abduct and eat. But I'm actually going to be removing cows from the game, and I want to replace them with humans. And as you can see, the humans are a bit tall. They're a bit large. And so I need to make them smaller. And I need to actually rig them with all the code to be able to behave just like the cows do. So there's that. And then, you know, obviously I still have all the cow barns here. I really want to add a bunch of farmhouses. I didn't get to make a farmhouse on Monday. I made a silo instead. I really need to make the farmhouses so that way we can change it from being cattle ranches to being regular ranches. Regular old farms, you know, produce farms and not meat farms. So it's not going to quite look like the way that it should, but what I did realize is I want level 1 to be easier and a little emptier, and not, because it's a little bit more difficult than I think level 1 should be, and I want there to be less. I actually am thinking there's only going to be one human, so you're going to literally play level 1 without arms and legs, which is kind of wild. And that's even going to mean a special way to eat things. That's something else. That actually brings up a lot to think about. Pallets swap the cows to vegetable colors. That's incredibly silly. That's profoundly silly. Aliens don't want vegetables, though, to be fair. We do have... So that's actually another thing I would like to do, is add more crops. So right now, that's what I did on Monday, was I made this, this grain bin. I would rather have... I should have made a farmhouse, but it's okay. I did what I was inspired to do. And so this has its little breakdowns into different degrees of destruction. That's what I spent most of my time doing. So we do have the corn. I would like to add, like, other types of crops as well. What kind of crazy alternative universe is this where the cows raise giant humans? Oh, that sounds awesome. A lot has changed since last week. Hey, what's up, StuLab? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've got bullets. We've got good collisions. I've got the player character fully implemented. Well, mostly. It is lore accurate to only have cornfields, though, if it's in the States. There would be, yeah. Well, there's a lot of soybean fields in the United States as well. Also, this isn't supposed to be the United States. It's supposed to just be, like, generic. But also, since I'm from the United States, I tend to just model everything to look very United States-y. I did grab some references, thanks to Coda's suggestion during the member stream, from I want to say Norwegian barns, but I didn't make it yet, but maybe I will. Let's see. But of course, the main thing that I ended up getting done and working on the other day was these destroyed grain bins. You know, because I wanted to kind of make a scene like this. We got a farmhouse, we got a barn, we got 2 barns actually, and then we've got all the grain bins there. So that's kind of like what I'm aiming for, is being able to set it up looking like this. Is kind of like a produce sort of farm vibe here. Yeah. But I still have to do that. It takes a lot of time to make these assets, primarily because I have to do the destruction aspect. But like, so, oh, this is canola, by the way. We could do a canola field. Look at these beautiful yellow flowers. I think that'd be a good one. And I want to make this barn too, because look at it. It looks weird. I like it. Oh, and there was some really interesting. This is, I believe this one's Norwegian as well. I mean, it's gotta be. Look at that. So, you know, I might try to take it out of the US influence, but it's just so much the way that I've seen it that's where I've gone. So for now, it's not going to be exactly the way that I want it to be, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be. What I do want it to be is a little sparser, and I want to... So this actually just raised a horrifying question to me. How do I want you to be able to abduct and pick up things when you don't have arms, right? So the way that I've imagined it is that if you're a short thing without any arms, what you use is your head, and your head is how you eat things. But like, how does the player know that that's their thing? Yeah, walking mouth open. Exactly. And so... You know, but the problem is, I don't know. So I'm okay. So I'm thinking there needs to be, I feel like there needs to be some kind of, UI that indicates what your range is, which is going to be complicated. Maybe not. I don't know. I probably should use decals for that. But so right now, well, okay, so we don't have any arms, right? So if I were to, let me screenshot it. If I were to, like, you know, try to describe what I think the range is here for this, let's come on down, paste that in. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Dungeon. That's exactly, precisely what I'm about to do. So then, like, this would be the range, right? Something like that. More or less. You know, we wouldn't want there to be that yellow over there, but you get the idea. So it'd be kind of like that, just around the player. And then if you have the limbs, where'd the game go? Where's the game? Where are you at? Oh, you're down here? There you are. Let's get some healing. So then here, obviously, it would be a little bigger. Now that would have to also be different, depending on, you know, if I'm gonna do, which I am, gonna do left arm and right arm stuff. Little torso looks at a barn and explodes. That's so silly. Yeah, I clicked. Okay. So we're gonna call it a debug, a dev tool that let me spawn that part. That's so funny. I didn't even it didn't occur to me. I'm just so used to doing it that it just doesn't even occur to me. Yeah. So like, if it has arms, you can see the arm actually hitting it and it breaks apart. But if you don't have the arms, it just looks like it's just like telling it to explode. That cracks me up. Okay, anyway. So if we have a little more limbs, then our range would expand. So you kind of get, I feel like that idea pretty much makes sense there. Now, it would be different if you had like a different arm configuration in theory. So I would want to somehow represent that as well, which sounds difficult. I guess it's time to start thinking about that. Okay, so right here, this is a perfect example. Right here, if I screenshot all of this, what is that gonna look like? You know, maybe, I guess I should have put it maybe over here. Maybe that is like, that's not a circle. Like this or something. So somehow that would have to adjust. I mean, I guess it would be, yeah, I guess that would be it. It'd be like that. And so, okay, so we have the UI on there, but we have to somehow make that obey it and that be communicated to the player in some way, which just seems a little tricky. Seems a little tricky. Not impossible. It's just like, wow, that's gonna be a lot of work right there. Guess I'll do that then. Guess I'll get around to doing that. And that's gonna have to adapt, right? So whatever this shape is gonna have to change based on that. Give each arm piece its own decal. That's true. All right, let me see what that could look like. So I'm gonna put this one back in here. So then we'd want like the small one for the regular size. And then each arm could have like this and then this. It feels a little crowded, but you know, and that'll be there like so often, you know? It's pretty Uggo. It's giving strong Uggo vibes. I'll be honest with you. In a lot of ways, I hate it. But that would nicely resolve that problem. For whatever it's worth. That's a bit of a toughie right there. If they had the same color and you set up the blend right, it could be fine. The blend? Yeah. It could be fine. It definitely could be fine. You might be right about that. And so then, if you have the cursor, that would be simpler in so many ways. If you have the cursor and you're hovering over an area that you can't grab things, I'd somehow want the cursor to reflect that, right? So that way the player kind of understands the relationship between those circles on the ground and what they can and can't select. Wow, this is kind of tricky. And the reason why I'm even talking about this is because I want to have level 1 only be this without any limbs. And you only have to collect 1 human. Which means I kind of want to start thinking about the system of how that looks and works. Message bubble alert thing that lets the player know if something's out of range. Yeah, it's possible. Could make an area as well as a decal. Have it adjust the sprite on the cursor. Yeah. That's pretty much. Well, and so that's the thing is like, how does the cursor know that it is or is in that? How does the cursor know that it is or isn't in that area? Yeah. Oh yeah, a little message. Yeah, I guess I don't like messages because it just feels ugly and over communicating. Like to me, the design, to me it's kind of like giving up on the challenge of design a little bit. It's like a shortcut instead of like just making the design better. That's just my opinion, though. Is there not a raycast hit within area or something? Probably. Yeah, probably. It sounds hard. Maybe this is what I'm working on today. Areas haven't entered. Yeah, they do. They do, but like, how do I get the cursor to be detected as being in that area? So I have to not only create those areas, I have to represent those areas. And those areas have to be dynamic based on, you know, the different limbs and how much, you know, the alien can do stuff. And then we have to communicate that via the cursor, and whether or not it's, you know, in an okay place or I'm not okay place, and figure out how to have the cursor know that it's in those areas or not. It's like a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. In Deadlock, it plays an error sound when you try to use a skill that's on cooldown. Yeah, all that, as much feedback as possible. In my opinion, besides sending a message. Like, the typing out a message bubble, I would be willing to do as an absolute last resort. But I would love to try to solve it without doing that. And yeah, things like sounds, visuals, that even preempt it. So like the player doesn't even have to try it. And the player is still likely to understand that they can't do that. You know, it could even be like the cursor turns into an X or something, you know? You can check on click if the target clicked is a body overlapping one of the valid areas. I think it'd be better if it was before click, but I think what you're saying would still apply. Wow. So what do I even start with? Okay, first of all, I guess I'm gonna update the title of the stream. Because, I mean, it is true that those are like my ambitions, but right now the title of the stream is Level Design, Human Abduction, and More. But for real, I feel like I kind of want to do this. This is also important. I'm gonna say, how good making alien abduction make more sense. That's what we're gonna title the stream. Making alien abduction make more sense? The title may change later, but that's it. That's a way that I can see to solve it. There might be a better way. Yeah. You could maybe check on Ray Hover, but we probably wouldn't want to check more often than that. Yeah. Wow. So what do I want to start with? I think I want to start with the decal problem, or like having it be visually represented, and then we can maybe build around that so it squares with the visual representation, and then start putting it together. So, wow. And then I need the conditions under which these changes occur. What would be awesome is if there was like a shader that would detect overlaps here. That's kind of maybe possible. That would detect overlaps and then just automatically like erase. I think that there is a technical possibility that could do that. It might be a little resource intensive, but I do have some ideas on how we can make it remove the overlaps, but it just might slow the game down a lot. So that's not ideal, especially if it's constantly updating it all the time. That could be really messy. So it's just a lot to think about. There's a lot to think about. Seems likely, but I know next to nothing about shaders. Yeah, well, I do have something like that, like for the grass, although it is kind of a 3D one. I think there should be one right in here. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? What does it look like? What is it called? There must be one here. Oh, because it's probably on the, let's go to a different level. Maybe this one has one? Definitely, 100% this one has one. I just had to find it. I think it's called like a hider or something. Yeah, grass hider. There's one. So if I move this, you can see there's grass on the ground that we can hide using this shader, which is pretty nifty. But that is 3D, so it'd have to also work with like a 2D thing. And then I'm not sure how that'd be. I'd have to somehow make that work with a decal, which might be a little weird. So I might have to eschew decals. We'll see. It's gonna be some experiments. So let me actually put up a task, so that way I kind of know. This is experimental right here. I guess we gotta give some credits because y'all are helping me come up with this idea. What is this even? This is, we've grabbed movement, reach animation. Let's say grab or like interact boundaries. Let's call it. Definitely some thoughts from Joe. Definitely some thoughts from Dungeon. Matthias, you said a little bit, Matthias. I'm sorry, but that counts. StuLab was saying some stuff. I don't think we have StuLab on here. StuLab, these credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Thank you. Thank you for just being here and like sharing thoughts. It helps. Where is it? There it is. Interact boundaries. All right. So let me type up a task just so I can stay on it. Interact boundary effects. Designing interact boundary effects. This is gonna be a behemoth, but I think it's important, so it's worth it. All right. I guess we're not doing the humans. I do want to do them. I do. I'll leave them there as a reminder. They'll still stand there imposingly. Okay, so what I'll do is we'll come to the player character. I kind of want them to be like children of the the body part scripts. That way they can be governed by each individual body part more easily. So we can say that the body has its own. That'll be the easiest one to start with. That one won't even be varying. It'll be the same. We can start with a decal. I'm not exactly sure how I feel about using a decal for this, but I'm willing to explore it. So it would be nice if there was like a circle on the ground. So I probably should go make that. I probably also already have something like that made when I was making like the fake power-up icons. Oh, when I was doing the cursor. Oh, we got it from Cursor Design. Yeah, but it's kind of weird. All right, let me see. Let me see if we can use that. Crosshair. Oh yeah, and it imported as like a half thing. Henry's gonna get some food, very nice. StuLab, 20 bucks? What in the world, StuLab? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, Stu. Oh my gosh. Thank you. What? Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Let's sing you a friggin' song. Maybe not to this one. Thank you so much. Let's go. Is this a singable song? This one's kind of scary. I don't want to sing a song to you about that. Alright, I might be able to work with this. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Hyper game dev growth happening. I love the animation choice as well. It's a controller. I'm gonna zoom in on it. We can appreciate that party right there. Stew is cooking. Stew Lab has got something cooking. It's some support for the channel. Stew Lab's got something cooking, and it smells real good. I appreciate the yummy stuff that Stew Lab is cooking up. They're a scientist of deliciousness. Stew Lab got something cooking. Stew Lab got something cooking. They're a scientist of deliciousness. Stew Lab, you got some things going, and I appreciate it. You're a scientist of deliciousness. Oh, Stew Lab, I'm so glad that you're a scientist of deliciousness. Stew Lab got some cooking. Stew Lab got some cooking. Stew Lab got some cooking, and I'm so glad that you're a scientist of deliciousness. 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 Alright, there's your song. Thank you so much. That's amazing. It means a lot. It means a lot that you'd support this channel like that. Let's friggin' go. Let's friggin' go. Such a party. Such a party. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm also sorry. In a way, I'm sorry. I do the best I can on the moment. In the moment. The thanks go to you, my friend. The thanks go to you. I wish I should have a way to like have it be left up there for longer. It's up there in the chat. That's nice. Alright, so I'm gonna set up this decal. I had tried to set up a crosshair, the circle before, but for some reason it imported in as this like semicircle, which was strange and annoying. And I'm not exactly sure why it would look that way. Does it look like that in the decal as well? Oh, it's gonna be hard. So I'm gonna need some kind of like preview thing on here, because I'm not gonna be able to really appreciate it if I can't like see it on the ground. So I need to get like a fake ground in here. There is a debug ground like collision wise, but there isn't like a visual on that debug ground. So I mean, I could just add a plain mesh on here so I can test it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's do that. Songs for donos. Stretch this out. We probably want to make it like even super long, just so that way we can see it in a fuller sense. And I'm probably gonna want that, I don't know, I might want that decal to like only be on certain things, but not everything. Stuff like that. Let's give it something it's gonna actually appear on. That is another consideration. We want to make sure if the color of the ground changes, that it will still be visible, but let's give us the best visibility chance now. Okay, and then back to the body decal. Click on that, and I'm gonna attempt to drag this onto there, but I think it's going to go badly. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. If I drag this onto here, it'll give me a list of things to add it to. I did not know that, actually. If I drag that, I can click the SVG file. It'll let me choose which one to put it on. Why that SVG turns out that way, I really don't understand. That's so weird. Because that's not how I saved the file. The file doesn't actually look that way. So I guess I'll try making it again. I suppose. This is what was exported, was this. I can't imagine that I need to export it more clearly than that. I probably don't need to make it an SVG, honestly. I don't think Godot really... I think Godot rasterizes SVGs anyway, but I think there's a way to like re-rasterize the SVGs at runtime, so it still might be worth doing it that way, but it seems to kind of not care what I do with it. Let's just call it a circle. I'm just gonna drag it into the UI folder generally. Take your time, Godot, take your time. See, look. It brings it in. This is the exact same file. It brings it in as a partial circle. Maybe I just need to like change... I don't really even understand why it looks like that. So there's something weird. So let's just save it as a re-import. Oh, that's a good thought. Because sometimes there's like other settings we could choose on here. Check where it downloaded. Oh, it downloaded fine. So yeah, if I open it up, good call. But look, I'm gonna open it up right in here. This is the same file. You forgot noise exists? Noise is awesome. You should be saying, oh yes, I forgot noise exists. Why you gotta open up? Oh, you can't see it because it's invisible, because it's white. It's there, it's just, you just can't see it. We're trying to redo what noise does, so that's why this has been so difficult. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You were like reinventing the wheel instead of using noise in the first place. Oh, that's kind of cool though. That you like learned to make noise without noise. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, it was white, so I couldn't see it. But what I could also do is I could drag this back into here. Okay, never mind. I guess I can't. Oh, you know what? I did test this last time, and you know how I tested it? I downloaded it as a different color than white. So if I make this, whatever, pink or something, and then I save it as such, the download file will look that way. I think re-import settings is worth looking into for sure. For sure. Now if I open it up in Edge, circle. But if I drag that into Godot, it's gonna be semicircle. Which is just like, what's going on, Godot? What's up? It's buggy. I wouldn't say I reinvented the wheel. I made a wheel prototype. Yeah. Yeah, circle. Welcome, Jiwas. So there you can see, if I drag this onto there, it's still semicircle. Very strange. Resolution. Okay, that sounds like that would be relevant. I can see that. I can see that. Is there a bug with SVG import in Godot? There honestly might be. I've certainly not heard good things about SVG in Godot. Process fix alpha border pre-molt alpha. Don't know what that means. Fix alpha alternative fixing darkened borders, normal matte invert, HDR is sRGB. I don't think any of this sounds particularly relevant. Size limit. If set to a value greater than 0, the size of the texture is limited on import to a value smaller than or equal to the value specified here. For non-square textures, the size limit affects the longer dimension, with the shorter dimension scaled to preserve aspect ratio. Resizing is performed using cubic interpolation. This can be used to reduce memory usage. Okay, but that's just if it's a value greater than 0, which it's not. Isn't the box... is a rectangle. I mean, this is a square. This is 512 by 512. Oh, you're saying that the decal box is a rectangle? Decal box is a cube. 2, 2, 2. Equal on every side. So I don't know. But then if I put it in, if I do it like as a PNG file, I bet you it's going to be quite fine. So I don't know. Oh, and then don't I need to make it like black instead? Now that I think about it, let's make it black. The texture itself is the issue. Can you be more specific? The original 512 before import. Yeah. Yes, it's 512 by 512 before and after, as it appears right there. 512. Godot uses Thor VG library for SVG support. Yeah. I'm gonna download it like that. SVG doesn't have resolution. That makes sense, but actually it does in Godot, because Godot just converts it. It just rasterizes it. So maybe it doesn't or it does, I don't know. But I mean, it says 512 by 512 right there. So clearly it holds on to some kind of resolution information. All right, let's call this circle as we do. Is there really a black line on the right side, or is that pretend? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we just go with PNG. That's what I'm thinking. As much as I like the idea of SVGs, I just think that maybe it's not necessary in Godot. Oh, wait. Nope. Yep, not wait. Don't wait. We're good. Now, it's a circle. Now it knows to be a circle. I don't know. There you go. Is what it is. It always has a resolution. It's just that the resolution is variable. Yeah. Now, I also would want it to be able to stretch. Oh, good. It does stretch. Oh, that looks terrible. Maybe a little too thick. Today I learned SVG is kind of broken in Godot. It's kind of broken in Godot. Yeah. Ugh, I hate the stretching, but I feel like I kind of have to live with it. I almost wish you know what I would rather do? I would rather like draw. Have something like a shader. I feel like I would you know what? It's time to go to GodotShaders.com. Yeah, it's shader time. It's shader time. I don't know much, but I know it's shader time. That much I can tell me. It's shader time. I'm just gonna log in, because why not? It lets me do it. GodotShaders.com is awesome. All kinds of great Creative Commons Zero code and things that you can use in your Godot projects. You can upload things, bookmark things. So how do I even want to search for this? I wonder what things I've bookmarked. Like area, ground, area of effect. And maybe I'll search AOE. Kind of is the vibe, if you think about it. Yeah, I haven't really done it. Give me some AOE type of thing. Nope. That didn't. Decal shader for compatibility render, transparent support, no repeat. It's not. It's what? It's kind of interesting. It's not really what I need or want. Let's just look up decal. Let's just look through them. Sometimes if you just scroll through the ones that they have, there can be some nice stuff. Give me most liked. Give me the ones that are liked. Just not sure what keywords to kind of be looking for here. cool. A lot of cool stuff. It's like honestly delightful to see all the stuff that they have. But I must not be distracted by cool things. Whoa, don't be distracted. God, there's so many cool ones. Never ends. And then sometimes you gotta check the date too, and you know, just keep in mind that some of the code might need to be updated, because that often is an issue. Oh yeah, this blood trail one might help a little bit. You wanna play with the ASCII one? Oh, I didn't even like blanked that one out a little bit. I bet it's cool though. Okay, alright. Page 3. It's gotta be here eventually. What's Ring of Power mean? I feel like that's not it. But what is it? What do you mean? Simple ring that can be used as an indicator of an activated power, for instance. Uses a noise texture and an additive blend. That's intriguing. Oh, so this is definitely for like 2D, right? But I mean, it technically is gonna be 2D. It's just gonna be flat on the ground. Probably not the most useful thing. Color for motion noise ring. Oh, maybe ring could be a keyword. Radar blip ring, SDF range rings. Wait, that's something else, is it? This is a performance solution adding intersecting range rings to 3D terrain. Oh! You can mix the base color from the shader and the fragment of your own terrain shader. This sounds perfect. How old is it? Very not that old. Here's a snippet of a script I'm using. This requires that object positions be passed to the shader. Oh, that might be a problem. Because the level is constantly moving, so I don't know if that's gonna work. There's one called Focus/Circle. Ooh, that sounds nice. What's the license? MIT license. Alright, that's fine. I can deal with an MIT license. I mean, this one seems very much what I want. You might be able to cheat this since your player never moves and the ground is flat. Maybe, but like, you know, yeah, that's true. It just, you know, we wouldn't get it to like cover like if a building showed up, you know, and it like drew like on the side of the building. That would be kind of sweet, but I could let go of it drawing on the side of the building as well. But actually the ground constantly moves too. Yeah, no, you're right. We could also just like not even have it render on the ground at all and just have it be like a floating thing that's just above the ground. That's true. All right, well, this is definitely a strong contender right here. And then focus, circle, / ring, Stu said. Let's look up focus. Focus, circle, / oh, it looks simple. I like that. This is from 2021. Oy. That's a bit old. CCO, I like that. Slap on a quad to display selection of a unit, etc., or simply draw a circle. I like how simple this is. I mean, even though it's old, there might just be like a couple, you know, bits of code that we have to update that aren't used anymore. But the simplicity of it is very attractive. I think I'm gonna go the unsimple route first, just to be a little chaotic. And this is more new. All right, this is gonna be a lot of experimenting here, y'all. We in experiment land for reals. So I gotta figure out where I'm even putting this shader, right? Like, how am I gonna use it? Here's a snippet of a script I'm using. Selected unit locations, a variable, packed vector 3 array. So I guess this would be the object that it's following. The circles are like around would be the packed vector 3 array. So like the body, the arms, or whatever. Add a quad to your character. Yeah. Right. On the floor. Oh, and you're saying for this one? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna try this one second. Selected unit locations clear. Clear the array before appending. Excluded units. This is a little more complicated. This is obviously their script. It doesn't have to be the same, but... For unit in global selected objects, so we would, right, if it's doing multiple things, we would need to iterate through all of those things. If unit is in group, range ring exclude. Excluded units count plus equals 1. Skip adding this unit's location. Selected unit locations append is confusing. Set the number of active circles after accounting for exclusions. Variable active circles equals global selected object size minus excluded units. Okay. Your terrain node. Get surface override material 0, the main material, or the top level one. Set shader parameter, num active circles, Your terrain node, get surface override material 0, set shader parameter, range positions, selected unit locations. So, oh, and then here as well, else selected unit locations clear. This turns the active circles to 0. It's a little confusing. That's a little confusing to me. So I assume I can put this in a lot of different places. So let's try it on the... let's experiment for now. That code snippet wouldn't work with how your terrain is set up. Sounds like it wouldn't, doesn't it? Right, because the terrain is constantly moving and changing, and this is for like a single static terrain. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This is rendering something on, you know, one big area. Whereas I've got a bunch of slices that come and go constantly all the time. And they could randomly be lined up. So it's not gonna know how to like piece it together as one. Unless I lay out like an invisible, but then if it's invisible, will this render? I'd have to put something on top of it that's stationary and then have this. It sucks because this is kind of like exactly what I want. But it's starting to make me think maybe not the right thing. All right, so now, you know what, Stu? Let's go to the simple one first. Even though I have a feeling the code is going to be a little too outdated. But not in a way that makes it unuseful. Just, we're going to have to make some adjustments. So, talking about slapping a quad. That's just like a mesh instance, right? Like a type of mesh instance. Quad mesh. Let's get it so it is flat down here. The quad one looks pretty similar to the very minor stuff I've done with shaders. Yeah. Something to add the spatial shader to. So this might have to be quite big. And then obviously, I mean, I need it to not be like visible, right? That would be a problem. Can you just rotate flat for me? Oh, maybe the other thing isn't flat. I suppose. Our debug ground. somehow isn't flat. Why are they? Oh, I guess they're just on the same. Wait, what? The body isn't flat. I see. Right? Why is it crooked? Yeah, they're both flat. It's very, very strange. I don't know. I mean, oh, maybe like the... Oh, look, that's definitely at an ankle. But it's reporting the rotation as 0, 0, 0, so I don't even understand what's going on. Hey, Mio, welcome. I am designing interact boundary effect. So I want the player to have a certain range that they can grab stuff in depending on how healthy their limbs are. And so I'm exploring ways that I can represent that on the ground so the player is well communicated to. And right now I'm just trying to mess around with some shaders to see if I can manifest that. Something higher. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. I do want it to be on that level ultimately. But just for the sake of resolving the problem. Yeah, now it's perfect. Put it back on the body where I want it. Oh, and it corrected it to -4.2. Oh, I know why. Do I? I keep saying, oh, like I know why, and then I realize I don't know why. The bone is moving its position. I mean, I guess I could just do this. What if I just do that plus 90? And then it'll be flat. Oh, but we need to do the opposite version of that. Detection areas. Yeah. This is wild right now. Minus -90. No, but... What in the world? What in the actual friggin' world is going on here, man? Oh, God. Be like that. What if I just say 94.2? What does it want from me? Oh, there we go. -94.2. Great, it's flat. Do I know why? No. Do I care? Not really. All right, so now I can put a shader on here. So let's do that. We're gonna go to surface material. We could do override. I could do geometry, material override. Either works. I'm gonna do surface material override. Add a shader material. Open this up. Edit it. Create a new shader for it. I'm gonna put this in UI. I guess we'll say interact, and we'll say this is interact 1. This is our first attempt at this. All right, now edit it, paste the shader code into there. Expected valid type hint after colon. Right, so hint color has been replaced. GDScript shader code hint color. I can't remember what it's replaced with, but it's... What the hell happened? Source color. Nice. All right. It has accepted my code. Now we just got to get a ring on there. So let's look at the shader parameters that come with this. We got a size, a width. Oh, old code, good. So far, no, not too bad. It does look a little stretchy. But no, it's adaptable. This is nice. This is solid. And it's invisible. Oh, yeah. This is pretty sweet. Good call, StewLab. You saved me. Like, for real. Got inner color and outer color. I love that. Dude, it's such a celebration. GodotShaders.com, y'all. Ooh, get a little fancy with it. Ooh, I like this. Yes. It's kind of nice. It's kind of a nice shader. Kind of like that. Wow. Now, I guess my only concern is... how do I make it, like, wider? Oh. So it looks like it does have to be a perfect circle. Unless I want to actually change the quad shape itself. But if I do change the quad shape, then it's going to start stretching it, which isn't necessarily the worst thing, but it's something to keep in mind. It is something of a limitation. Now, it's shader code, right? So honestly, we could just update the shader code to behave differently. So there is still some wiggle room that we can do. So I'm probably gonna want a lot more space than that. I mean, I guess I have to kind of determine what's the furthest out that can be reached and grabbed. So I want to say you can't really grab behind you, although you technically kind of can. So maybe we can leave a little bit. Well, that's the thing. We might want to say that you can't. We might want to set up a way to actually block the interaction. So I definitely want to make it the largest possible size, and then we would the quad itself, and then we would shrink it in the shader parameter down. Oh, but then it's not. So we kind of need to define like a center point. Distance UV center. So I might want to define a different point that it shrinks from, right? What is this center? What does that even mean? Oh God, shader code that I don't understand. I mean, it's simple enough. You can make, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Stu. But I'm like, okay, what is this? Is this a vector 3? All right, uniform center. We have to say, assuming that's a vector 3. Whoops, I did it bad. And we need to choose some kind of hint or whatever. I guess we can just do the semicolon. Redefinition of center. Oh, it says right here. It's vector 2. Oh, there it is. It's right there. That's where it is. Vector 2. Oh, and it literally sets the... How did I miss that? I don't know, but I did. I'm probably doing this incorrect. Should probably just do what it does down here. Oh, equals. That makes sense. That's if we're defining it differently. Yeah. I don't do a lot of shader code. Okay, so that went back to normal. And then here, nice. All right, let me throw out some credits here, because y'all been helping. Isn't there some way to make it a shader parameter? Yeah, we just did it. Just did it. Correct. Correct. Dang, I'm already out of tea. Yeah, we got it. Interact boundaries. That's Stulab, who's racking them up over here. I gotta give Stulab a couple extra. Dungeon been advising a bit here too. Okay. Good, good, good. So now, I can shrink and grow from there. I mean, I might want to change the center. It's still kind of, yeah, so we really need that to be variable, even based on the code. Well, I guess we want separate ones for the different arms. Right, and the overlap, right. I forgot about that. I mean, I could say that for every arm that gets added, it can, like, scooch it over. So if you get a left arm, it scooches it. If you get a right arm, it scooches it. And then if you only have one, it'll be lopsided. I'd really rather that than have overlapping. I really don't like the idea of the overlapping. It bothers me. So we'll have to see about that. But let's at least see what this looks like. Can we do like a transparency? Heck yeah, we can do transparency. Frick yeah. Just kind of wanna see it. Oh, what we have I gotta get rid of this debug ground mesh. That's gonna look quite strange. Okay. See what we got. So then once we have this like on the ground, I'll want to somehow make this matter and add some kind of like three-dimensional space that can be seen by a raycast somehow. Okay, so I am noticing that it's already not showing up. Oh, there it is. Oh. Okay, so somehow it has to actually figure out how to be flush with the ground. I mean, probably the game ground is going to be flat. That is likely. Because it's not projecting like a decal does in 3D space. Since it's a quad, it's literally lying flat. So, you know, I just have to make sure I don't move the ground. But then the player is going to get taller and shorter. Make it a sibling and remote transform. That's a good idea. It needs to always display in front, but not in front of your character. So, yeah, because if, alright, I could do like a no depth test or something. But then I need to set some exception for the character, which there's a possibility there. But I feel like that's going to look really confusing. The remote transform's a good idea. So maybe the terrain controller, actually. What if I just put it on the terrain controller? Because I don't need it to be a child of the body parts. It was just going to be like slightly more convenient, but it's not technically necessary. Let's just call this interact. I'm going to say mesh interact 1 for now. And so what if I move this as a child of the terrain controller? I'm probably going to need to make some... Well, the problem with making it... The terrain controller is moving. Do not make it a child of the terrain... That's a mistake. I promise you, you don't want to do that. Do not do that. I beg you. That's going to cause the game to crash. Let's adjust the rotation of this thing. I can't even see it now. Oh, right. So that's not going to update at runtime. Maybe if I save the main scene. Let's see. Yeah, no. I have to restart it to get that to work. Let me see what it looks like out here. Okay, so there it is down there. If I find this, the terrain position is at 0, 0, -7 on the z-axis. That's not that important. So it's just at the origin. That's easy enough. So let's reset the position of this thing. Rotate it so it's flat. And then let's adjust the center. We'll just put it back to normal for now. And let's see where that gets us. It's gonna take some adjusting to get it right. This is a process. I like how I can see it. Okay, great. So it's right on top there. It's obviously 2 on top. So it's flickering. We can change its render priority or whatever. Doing some good old-fashioned Z fighting. We love a good Z fight. I wonder if render priority could be enough. Probably have to reload it to test that. I'm not sure that's gonna be enough. Anyway, might have to set like an order somewhere else, or bump it up a little bit above the ground. Worst case scenario, it'll just be floating. Okay, that's definitely not enough. Visibility, I don't think top level makes a difference. Process, I don't think process priority matters. I think that's quite a different thing. Sorting, oh, that didn't help me at all. Okay, all right. Well, that was worth a try. So I think I'm just gonna like bump it up a little bit. I'm sure there is some way to do it, but I don't really care if it's floating a tiny little bit. Yeah, I agree, Dungeon. But I figured if there was like an easy way to click a button and make it work, I might as well. And now we add a rave mode and have all these lights and glow sticks. Yes, exactly. It's part of the game. Welcome, Glitched. Yeah, the chat's being weird. I've noticed that. I've noticed the chat glitching. It keeps like disconnecting and reconnecting. I don't know why. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. That seems like some YouTube problem. The internet's just going through it today. Joke's on you, you're always weird. Oh, okay. Very good. That's a joke I can have on me. Alright, so let me undo all of this priority crap. No reason to leave that on if we don't need it. That's just messy. Just a mess. I think I undid all those. It looks like it's good, but then we start moving, it starts glitching again. 0.1. Maybe even lower. What freezer did I leave my sock full of cheese in? Wow. The natural place for cheese. Oh, no. You misunderstand me. There we go. Looks good to me. Kind of, sometimes. Oh, not all the time. A little bit higher. Little bit higher. Just a wee bit. Just a touch. Oh. Even higher, apparently. Oh, it's not moving with the player. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to set it to do that. That's okay. That's entirely doable. Oh, because definitely some of these have stuff on top. That's a little surprise. Maybe it's like the decal. Oh, it's the grass hider. I think it's the when we hide the grass. That's what's causing it to do that. Would be my guess. Yeah, because that's where the grass hiders are. So somehow we have to give an exception. Oh dear. I'm not even sure how to do that. Oh my. Because I don't think the decal itself would be the problem. I believe it would be that shader that's hiding the grass. How to give it an exception to that? It's possible that render order might impact that. Ooh, it's gonna be some problems. Next pass type thing. Oh, maybe. We got some experimenting to do. It's gonna take some setup. That's for sure. I also gotta say, I hate the idea of this being here all the time. It kind of bothers me a little bit. All right. So there we go. We know which one we're on. It's the one with the giant humans. The way that grass hider works is, I forgot. Let's find out. I forgot. I don't remember. Grass hider shader. Render type spatial. Shader type spatial. Render mode unshaded. Fog disabled. Uniform sampler 2D screen texture. Move the player's ring into the next pass if it's material. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. That's easy. I'll do that. Yeah, it's kind of like doing like a trick. It's like sneakily making things disappear. It's like kind of hacking around. Paddleball games. Paddleball games. Paddleball. Just paddleball. You just said paddleball. Just paddleball. I thought I said games. I somehow dyslexically combined the games in your name to the end of that. No reason? You are free to be as random as you want. That seems to be a thing. We got socks full of cheese. We got paddle balls. Like this is where we're at today. So you're right. You're right. Doing the right thing. Okay, so we've got the mesh selected. And we'll take the material, copy it, and put it into next pass. Instead, the next pass like right here. You're making a bullet hell game? The random gen is begging for it. Nice. So I guess I'd want to like reset this. And make a new one and then paste in next pass? That doesn't make sense though. So wait, where am I putting it? It looks like Vampire Survivor walls. I love Vampire Survivors. How do I set it up on next pass? Oh yeah, snow. It's kind of fun. Because I would need this to be something. I mean, you can actually see that it's on there in the preview image. You know, I just obviously want this to not be visible. Oh, that's not gonna update, I don't think. Oh, I can see it in the preview. All right, hold on. It does need some material, but the next pass over. I see. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Well, I mean, it looks like it's there. So this is promising. Oh, and then there it is. Good. Good. So far, so good. Nice. On the ground. Somewhere is being gotten. Yeah, fingers crossed. So we're about to come up on a grass hider. Oh, it did. It got hid. Okay, well, maybe we still need to do something else. So it's getting hidden by the grass hider. Render priority, high, big. One color, no flashing. This doesn't feel like my rave. No, I'm sorry. I think it might not be. Yeah, but I don't think that was enough. Oh, maybe I need to do the render priority down here. Oh, there's another next pass. Oh, next pass render priority. If I set the regular render priority, no dice. If I set the next pass render priority, then it works. Nice call, dungeon. What? Sweet. Let's go. You did a shader. That's awesome. Good work. Man, I would not have figured that out without you. That would have been a mess. We love a solution. Indeed. In freaking deed. Wow. Thank you. How lucky am I to hang out with you guys? To collaborate with you guys. All right. So, now that that exists, this is good. This is good. Obviously, we want it to follow the player, so we'd want to set up some, you know, some script on there. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to make a node 3D. And we're going to call this interact zone. It's not a zone. We're going to say UI interaction. And then I might want to put this somewhere else, like, but for now, I'll just let it sit there. It's fine. And then on there, I'm going to put a script. And we're going to want the different ones on here. So let's on ready. I don't even know what to call it yet. Variable, we'll just call it interact for now. I probably am going to need to refactor that if I end up doing different ones for different body parts. I'm not sure yet, though. So this is going to be a mesh instance 3D. And of course, we want it to be that. And let's do a physics process. And literally, it just has to move with the player. So why don't I on-ready the player as well? Could probably do the control click drag thing. Or whatever. What is it? Click, control, drop. Done. Then we'll say play or... We can really just have, you don't even need to do that. You just have the whole thing. Now is good for global position? I think so. Global position equals player position. Right? Maybe I want to say player global position too? I don't know. I mean, I don't need it to interpolate. It doesn't have to, like, you know, like Kai Guy was suggesting for the drone. I think, or like the camera, right? if the player moves, the camera slowly catches up to it. Don't believe we need that for this. That would be confusing. It needs to be exactly the position the player is at. Oh, we got problems. So we actually only want that to be on certain axes. I don't think we need to worry about the Z-axis, though. I don't think that's gonna work. I think I gotta restart it. But maybe this is wrong, too. Because technically we're not moving on the Z-axis. Although if for some reason someday we are, I don't know why that would happen. The only way that would happen would be like a cutscene or something. In which case, I'd want the interaction area to go away. Alright, there we go. Oh man, you kind of want it to change if you jump. Jumping would be like a power-up though, so... A bridge to cross when we get there. Sweet. Good, good. Somewhere is being gotten. I also think this area is a little large. So I'm going to make it smaller. Shrink it down. I had to wait for 5 minutes and we fixed it. Dungeon Martian had a great suggestion of moving it into next pass. And then I set the render priority really high in next pass, and it worked. I'd want that to be pretty small area. I feel like that width is a little strong there. You know, and there's different things we can do to the design that might make more sense. Yeah, because the reason why it was hiding was because I had the grass hiders, like a shader that hides grass, like these little grass blades. Those get hidden by another shader, and that was also hiding these rings. But luckily, we figured it out. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll have to figure out the design of it. Probably don't want to waste too much time thinking about the design right now. Right? Right, Lise? You don't want to spend too much time on that right now. Do ya? Or do ya? I guess you do. Right, I kind of like this a little better. At least now it's not like so bold as it was. Okay. Cool. Still seems a little large. I'd almost want it to be like how does that head reach that far? It's so weird. Can I unlock the camera for a second so I can just see? Oh, it's not perfectly centered there, for one thing. Wow, I'm amazed. It's weird because it doesn't look like... It looks like it's so... Wow, perspective is wild. I can't believe that that's the center. Or that it's like not in... It's not actually centered in there. But then when we look at it like this, it not only looks like it's centered, but it looks like the sides are huge compared to the front. That's wild. A camera is doing some stuff. The problem with this setup is that you'll get those overlapping circles. Yeah, I know. It's probably better than it's actually a little ahead of the player. Although, on the other hand, maybe I could somehow set up a hider that hides that. On the other hand, it might then hide all the grass underneath. So yeah, I think overlapping circles might be necessary. Although, Dungeon, I'm thinking I'd like to try it, just actually getting larger and see how that goes. You know, like the idea of if you have like a lopsided arm limb situation, the circle could just move over. I feel like that would be very doable. I just don't know if it's going to like really fairly represent the range. So I just think there's going to be a little trial and error there. So yeah, I don't know. Making sure that it hides the things on a specific pass or render layer. Oh, but I'm not super familiar with shader stuff. That's an interesting idea. I like that. Well, I'm gonna have to distort this a little bit so that way, because it just doesn't make sense that it's so wide on the sides. That's silly. That's just silly. So let's bring that in a little bit. And I'm still, you know, I still am not a big fan of the interaction zone in general. Something about it really bothers me. It just feels like it's really interfering with the world of the game a little. But I'm gonna go with it. It could at least be an optional thing sometimes. Maybe it only appears when you're hovering over stuff. Yeah, make it less opaque. Totally. There's definitely things to try here. And my least favorite thing is how, man, I really think it needs to be distorted. Like not a perfect circle. Cause it just don't look right. It looks so unfair. So maybe put it like that or something. I mean, you know, it's a little weird because I guess it should look more centered because you don't have any arms in front of you. No, but your head can go in front. No, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Okay. This feels fairer to me. So that means you can only grab things within this little range. Oh, this kind of makes sense though. I kind of like this. And it raises a question, like, let's say if I grab something and I go outside of here, should I drop it? Or should we just let you grab it in that range and you can take it wherever? Yeah, you should be able to take it wherever you want. I think that's really stupid. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so it's just the area that you're able to actually click on things. After you click on it, you can do whatever you want with it. Confusingly enough, right? Like, oh yeah, I picked it up and I put it all the way over there, even though my range is here. Whatever. There's a point. We gotta let go. Force dropping outside of the ring will lead to a lot of frustration. Yeah. So then it's like, you know, I'm almost imagining like a cylinder or something. Originally I was thinking it would be like a sphere. I mean, I guess the sphere just has to, well, it's not gonna be a sphere, is it? Right? It's gonna have to be an ellipsoid for sure. Because look at that. Look at that shape. So I could try to make sure the ellipsoid is like the center of it is right there. Okay, so let me try this. Let me add an area 3D in here. And add a collision shape. I'm gonna switch to overdraw mode. Oh, unfortunately the overdraw doesn't let me see the circle on the ground. Which I guess makes sense. So never mind. It's gonna be a little hard to see the shape, but oh well. You should aim for the real box to be slightly larger than the visual cue. Oh, that's a good tip. Just to be like generous to the player. So you can barely see the blue on there, unfortunately. It's quite annoying. And that's the thing, is I would need that area to change its shape as the circle on the ground changes shape, which really lends credence to having overlapping circles, because, man, I'm gonna have to be adjusting the size of the ring on the ground and the size of the collision shape simultaneously. And they're gonna have to somehow line up mathematically, which sounds not that fun. It sounds difficult. But not impossible. So maybe I'll at least give the difficult option a try. But it concerns me. Can I not even make it an ellipsis? Nah. Oh my god. Godot. How dare you? There is no... Okay, I guess it's gonna be a cylinder then. Alright. Well, maybe this will be easier to adjust the sizes of, actually. Wait, it... Hold on, I'm going into overdraw. This is painful. It's too painful. Just rotate it, shrink it down. Can I not do an elliptical cylinder? Are you quite sure? Blender time to make a complex shape. Oh god. And then but the thing is I don't think I'd be able to like decently adjust the size of it in real time. I think it would have to be one of these values that I have to be able to adjust. That's the problem with that. Dang. What a shame. The only other option there would be if I kept it like this. This is ridiculous. And then stretched it like that. Then it would be not really an ellipsis, but this is where that make it slightly larger comes in. But it would be a lot larger. And it would only be larger in certain areas. That feels like going a little too far though. Maybe a capsule? Oh, that's gonna be so hard to adjust the values. Well, this is a mess. This is a bit of a mess. I'm gonna be real with you. I might need to just do, oh god, it's so hard to see. I should put that debug ground back on. Oh, that's better. At least I can kind of see it. Still not great, but better. I'm thinking it though, it's probably gonna make the most sense to just go back to the overlapping circles. You know, just from a scope standpoint, this is pretty obnoxious. I mean, to be fair, this isn't that bad. This isn't actually that bad. Because this does go... It is a little too large, but not necessarily in a bad way. It just might be hard to, like, mathematically get it to scale correctly with the size of the 2D version on the ground. That may be a little difficult. And then it might be slightly larger in ways that are just, I don't know, like confusing or frustrating to the player. You know, if it is going to be slightly larger, I'd like it to be slightly larger in a way that's kind of intuitive to the player. The player's like, oh, right, it's always a little bit bigger. Like they can feel out how much a little bigger it is. It almost makes me think, I mean, no, I was gonna say, instead of worrying about whether the cursor is within a certain area, worry about whether the thing that can be interacted with is in a certain area. That's easier for abductees, but for buildings and stuff, that'll be a little harder, because what if you can only highlight a certain area of the building, but not the whole thing? I mean, there is only one point of contact on any one obstacle, so it really doesn't matter where you hit it. So actually, that could work. We could have it detect stuff that you can interact with, and you just can't interact with it if it's outside of that area. We wouldn't get the constant feedback if you're hovering over something or not, unless you were hovering over something potentially interactable. Which kind of brings me back to thinking we could only have the area appear in instances where you're hovering over something that you can interact with. Otherwise, it just isn't there. But yeah, I still think making this scale with it is going to be challenging. Okay. I haven't moved this. Did I move it? I mean, it should move to the player, but only on the x-axis. Something looks weird. Something doesn't look right. Oh yeah, we put up its Y. Okay, that's actually correct. Alright, let's hide the debug mesh, although I'm sure I'm gonna need it back again. But I want to make that actually work now. So that area needs to be doing something. So I'm gonna rename it to Area Interact 1. OnReady variable area. Func ready. Area entered. Connect on area entered. Func on area entered. So I'd almost want like some kind of Boolean. Oh, we shouldn't call this area. We should call this interact area. Let's call this interact mesh. So we can call this area. Otherwise that's gonna get confusing. All right. And so we could have something that actually allows, the only way you can actually click on something is if it falls within that range. Otherwise, you're not allowed to. Wow, that's a lot. All right, let's come over to the abductee script. I don't think we already have something like that. We're gonna say is interactable Is that spelled right? Is there an I? Interactable? Okay, there is an A. Got it. Is interactable, Boolean. So by default, things are not interactable. So how do I make it not interactable? That's gonna be interesting. I guess we could turn the collision on and off, which is already happening in other ways. So for example, abductees are set up to maybe spawn or maybe not spawn. And by not spawning, what that means is they become invisible and their collision layer is off. So for example, on like this cattle ranch level, there's never gonna be, or there's a very low probability that every single one of those cows spawns in. Each one has their own like 50-50 chance or something to actually appear and be grabbable. Otherwise, they'll just be invisible and have no collision. And that changes every time it comes through on the terrain controller. So I'd have to make sure that if we're gonna mess with collisions, that is or isn't interactable is taken into account there. Because let's say it, you know, something that's not supposed to have spawned comes into interactable range, it shouldn't become interactable just as much as, well, really that's the main thing. So we do have if it is spawned or not. If spawn, do this. If not spawn, do that. If it has not been spawned, run spawn me. And spawn me, so we want to make sure that we check that it has spawned. Okay, got it. And then besides that, we just want to change that stuff in real time. I feel like that's about it. Okay. So we could say here, if spawned, right? We're just saying else from not spawned. If spawned, well, if interactable becomes true, so we actually don't even want the collision layer to become true if it spawns. If spawned, spawn. Like, duh. We only want the collision to become true if it's interactable. And it has spawned. If it's not interactable and it's spawned, which is the condition is met by this else statement, I would think, then we need it to not have collision anymore. That might work. It might not. Oh, I need to also set is interactable. So, abductions are on the 1. No, that's the mask. What's the layer? 1 is the ground. Oh, we just set all the layers. 4. Okay. So we need the interact zone to be looking for layer 4 via mask 4. So the area, the interact area, let's just edit this, and let's say in the ready function, I'm even gonna say it. I mean, it's pretty pointless. This is pointless, but I don't care. Interact area. Just feels wrong to put it after that. Set collision layer value 1 false. We don't need it to be on any layer right now. But we want its mask 4 to be true. So it's looking for 4. And when that enters, we want to say area. Now it has to be a certain thing, right? I wouldn't want it to do it on anything. So actually, let me see if the abductee is in a group. I certainly hope so. Yes, abductee. So first we want to check to make sure the area is in the group abductee. We'll probably also want to say obstacle at some point. But for now, let's just start with abductee. If area is in group abductee, area is interactable becomes true. We'd want an exited as well. I mean, heck, we could even set the collision stuff from here. I don't really want to. I feel like that's somehow less readable to me. So we're not going to do that. But let's also set up interact area exited connect on area exited func on area exited area. If the exited area is in the group abductee, set it to false. Might work. It might work. So what should happen, if I've done this right, I may well have not, but if I have, if I hover over a cow like I normally hover over them, nothing should happen. But if we hover over a cow and it's within our interact area, which has disappeared, where did it go? Where's the interact area? Then in theory, it should be interactable. Where did it go? Why is it gone? Oh. Okay. It moved? Don't do that. Please. The area transform is fine. The mesh transform is not fine. I don't know what that was about. A little oopsie. Alright. Let's make sure the collision shape is in the right spot too. I don't know. Let me just double check that that's in the right spot. I feel like it isn't. Actually, I think it is, because we are sinking it into the ground. So it being negative would make sense. Okay. It did get moved over. So I'll just fix that. That doesn't worry me at all. It worries me at all. I mean, I would even say its shape has changed. Okay, we're just gonna reposition it. Okay, that looks better. Alright. Hopefully that collision area moved as well. Back to its original place. So I'm gonna click on a cow. Nothing happens. I can't click on a cow anymore. Let's get quite close to it. I am not able to click on that cow. Even though I have gotten quite a bit closer. Yeah, I mean, it was really just a quick little whoopsie-doo. It's in the realm of whoopsie-doodery. So, nothing to fret over. We just want to keep the perspective of do-whoopsery. So, noted. Alright, so I would like some reporting. Let's see if we can get some feedback in the output. So we're going to say on area entered, print. I mean, it's going to print out a lot of crap, potentially. No, it should only print out things on layer 4. I wonder if it needs a layer that is detectable by the... I don't think so, but like maybe that's detectable by the abductee. Interact area sees area. And for fun, give me the exclamation point. We could do a stop seeing, but let's make sure to actually see something first. But at least the cows aren't interactable, I guess. That's a win. Little by little, we're getting there. It's a daunting task, but important. Okay, so far it sees nothing, which makes sense because we haven't passed anything on layer 4. Alright, it does not see it at all. There is no seeing happening here. Let's find out why. So we're setting the interact area's collision mask to be 4. Back on the abductee. Oh. If it's not interactable, it's not on layer 4. So it can't. We need a separate layer that only the interact zone can see abductees on. That makes a lot of sense. Now that I think about it. All right, new layer for you. Oh, and the abductees aren't technically areas, they're bodies. I don't think that should matter, but that is important, at least to remember. But I don't think that should matter. Look, we're literally setting it to false. It's literally false. So let's pick a new one. I think layer 9, which conveniently, at least on the inspector, is right next to 4. It's called health. It's not really health. It's abductee. Okay. So we're going to call this abductee interact. We can put parentheses? Yeah, we can. Isn't it possible to do this with one script on interact area? If area entered isn't an obstacle or interactable, don't let player click. Yeah, I guess to me, the reason why I don't want to do it on one script is because if I go to look at an abductee, I want to be able to see everything that affects it on that script. I don't want to have to hunt around and be like, why is my abductee not being selectable? Or what's changing its collision? I don't know. The collision is changed, but I don't know where. You know, this way I don't have to remember like, oh yeah, that's because something else that isn't even visible on here is changing it. But by keeping it on here, in my mind, this makes debugging easier in the future. So that was the calculation that I made. So we do want to say in the beginning, I don't think we set any layers. Well, we want to say only if it spawns too. So actually, if spawn, set collision layer 9 true. And then we don't need the interact area to even worry about 4. We just want it to look for 9. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna work right away. Probably need to reload it. So let's reload it. Oh, I probably just didn't save the abductee script. That might be why that didn't work. But reload it. It'll update it. Or save all the scripts. Anyway. But I do feel you, Joe. I in some ways that would be like more contained or less spread out. But I think there's value to being spread out sometimes. At least that's just the habits that I'm getting myself in. Okay, it still didn't see it, unfortunately. So we still got problems. We still got problems. Nothing being printed in the output. So the area isn't being set off at all. So it's looking for things on layer 9 because its mask is set to 9. The abductee, if it spawns, which this one has spawned, we can tell because it's visible. Visible got set to true. That means that it's there. Its layer is 9. Now, while one is a body and the other is an area, areas should still be able to see this. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we're already doing that. Via the hovering stuff. Is it looking for bodies or areas? I think both. It should be looking for both. So we could test that. Maybe. I don't know if, So like, for example, let's look at this. The am I hovered. It's a terribly named function, by the way. Attack target. That should be on attack target. So what calls attack target? It's on the camera 3D. So that's a raycast. So maybe, you know what? I think maybe the area doesn't look for bodies. I don't know, but now that I see that it's a raycast that was looking for it before. So maybe I just put an area on there. That way it can look for, but can we set it to look for bodies? Oh, look, it says if true, the area detects bodies or areas entering and exiting it. If true, other monitoring areas can detect this area. But this is looking for bodies. If we come to the cow, I'm not sure there is something like that. We have ray pickable. We don't want to worry about that. So it should be seeable. I will admit that I think I've had problems with areas detecting bodies in the past. And I just kind of said, whatever, I'm going to add an Area 3D on here. Area 3D not detecting bodies. The area has to be marked both monitoring and monitorable. Okay. Well, we did that. I'm not using Jolt. In your code, was it the area or the static body that was moving in the other one? Oh! Dungeon Martian. Right. Right. Wait. Never mind. I got excited for about 10 seconds. Wait, I actually don't know. Okay. If we say on area entered, it's not an air. Wait, no, yeah. We want to say body entered, not area. Okay. Body entered. Body exited. I forgot. Because I guess I was thinking like, oh, this area has been entered. Yes, this area has been entered by a body. It's pretty easy to do. But then, clearly, I didn't think that because I also still said, yes, I'm looking for an area. Alright. Love it. Easy to fix. I mean, I still think there was still gonna be the problem with the layers. Like, I'm glad I fixed that, because that was still gonna be an issue. So, not all was lost. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm gonna not put this print in there. I shouldn't need it. But still, you know, we would need the normal collision to not be what the interact area is looking for. Alright. So if this works, when I approach an abductee within this ring, I should be able to interact with it. Whereas I wouldn't be able to interact with it otherwise. Okay, so right here, only things I can click on are these fences, which is, I would want to change that, so we can't click on those fences. So I'm actually going to need to do an area and body as well. Yeah, that would be great if there is a general one, because now I'm going to have to make another set of 2 functions for the obstacles, which are areas. Oh well. Alright, I'm going to approach it a little more closely. Bam! Interactable. Let's go. These cows can't click on them. These ones, I can. Functionality, baby. Let's go. I think it's... It's... I guess we could even say, like... It's actually a little tricky to me, because... I don't know that I want to do it this way. Yay, functionality. But, you know, how is the player gonna know that they even can interact with those things? Like, so, I would want to say that if you hover over this, it still points an arrow down. The difference is, you just can't choose it and grab it. And then this circle around the player is not visible until you try to hover over something. Then it becomes visible, and you get an indicator of what you're hovering. So there's like a clear relationship, hopefully, drawn from a design perspective between, yes, I agree, Dungeon, completely. There'd be a relation, even we could do like this little, you know, arrow that appears above could be like, you know, an X. Yeah, we could do all kinds of different things. Just really try to drive home, hey, there's something there's something important between these, and you can change the relationship between these two things if you do something differently. But I still want an arrow to pop up, right? So because right now, these cows are just not even detectable by the cursor. But I can't do that with the different reticule if they can't be seen. So I still want them to be seen to some extent. All right, let's do it. So back on the camera, where the raycast, from where the raycast shoots a novel, I want to make sure, oh, that's it right there, the attack ray. So right now, the only things that it looks for are these layers. But we want it to also look for, I almost feel like we should make, a unique raycast for this. So wait, what makes it? What's this am I hovered thing? So the am I hovered reports, and then it sends it to something hovered. So I would say just separate am I hovered. I think that makes the most sense. We could get a new signal. Hey, Psychonic. The Godoting goes. The Godoting goes. I'm setting up a interact range. So like a boundary around the player. Ideally, it only shows up when it's relevant. That represents how far the player's reach is when they're grabbing stuff. So there's the ring. It's not really supposed to be there, but there it is. And I'd want it to dynamically change its shape or something, depending on how far the player can reach in certain circumstances. So right now, there's a lot I want to change for it, but we got a little bit going. So there's some abductees right there, these two cows. I can do nothing with them. But if I get close enough in that range, I can click on them and do stuff to them. Oh, I just got killed. And those people... yeah. They are. I'm also simultaneously in the process of replacing all of the cows with humans, but haven't quite gotten around to that yet. But I have them just standing in the middle of the level as a kind, gentle reminder to myself that I do want to swap them. Also, can we be idling and not walking in place? So yeah, that's something. That's something to fix. Yeah, they're people. They're very dynamic as well, in the sense that they can have different heads. I only have 2 heads for now, but we can change their heads. Thanks, Iconic. Can change their heads, and all of their clothes can be changed as well. So I can give them a different top of some such if I want. We can change the color of it. We can also give them like we could say, hey, you've got, you know, a baseball tee. I can also give them like a camo top or something. The camo looks really bad right now, but it's all changeable. Little camo crop top. Why not? Why not? So I tried to make sure I put some functionality in there too. And what I'll ultimately want to do is like randomize it, so each one has a different look to it. At least that's the plan. Let's give him a little little camo crop top, as one does. We'll have different skin tones and things. Give him long pants, short pants, Speedos, socks, no socks, things like that. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean the reason why the human looks so good is because I had to remake my player character. And I tried, let me pull that up. It's around here somewhere. Is it? Let me try searching for this a little different. There it is. So I at this point have designed 3 different player characters. This one's missing a leg. I don't know why. But this was the original player character, except it did have another leg. I don't know why the leg's gone. And it had a lot of problems with it, so I remade it, and I remade it like this. It got hungry. It had to eat something. I mean, it's just standing there walking. It needs a snack. Alien abuse. So I remade it to look like this, and I thought it looked pretty good from this angle. But then when you look at it from up here, which is the way you look at it when you're playing the entire game, it looks really bad. It just looks like someone described it as snooty. It just is like this, looks like an incel or something. I don't know, it's just like it's not giving charisma very well. And so, you know, it's a little snooty. It's just like, I don't know, it doesn't threaten anybody. So I had to remake it, and then we landed on this one, which is kind of a combo, where it has some of the polish, but it retains the personality and the charisma a little bit more. But then it's like I put all the work into designing this character. It's like, what do I do with all that superhuman, you know, it's got like realistic hands and arm and legs and stuff. The oogly boogly noodle arms. The oogly boogly noodly arms. That's right. We needed to retain the oogly boogly noodly-ness. And so I repurposed that as the human. So that's why the human ended up looking so dang good, because I already had made, you know, that whole design there. Sauntering in an infinite runner. Brilliant. What's an amazing sentence. How gorgeous. Yeah, so that's why that looks so awesome. It kind of fell in my lap. I was like, oh great, this will work. And I know I reduced the polygons and stuff, but anyway, yeah. So that's why, and then those are standing there because they're obviously too large. I need to shrink them down, and I need to add all the same code that will make them function similar to the cows, because I'm replacing all the cows. We're not gonna have any more cows. We're just gonna have people. So they're standing there as an ominous reminder to me that that I need to get the humans added in. So let me check the signal. So what I want to do is I want the abductees to still be hoverable, just not be grabbable or interactable. On the messenger script, I set up a bunch of signals. Health hovered. We do have something hovered. What is something hovered used for? Something hovered. Really need to get these names better. Oh, that's being used for the alien in the main menu. It's being used for abductees. It's being used on the hover. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not being used on obstacles, which I'm a little surprised by, considering that this says that it is for obstacles. So that's not true. Okay. It's the only thing it isn't on is obstacles. Oh, but you know what? I think it does go to obstacles. I think it's like in a roundabout way. Like the attack signal gets sent out, and then that loops back around to something hovered, I think. Okay, but where is it used on the abductee? I didn't know that it was. Oh, right, because it emits it. Yeah, sorry. So I actually meant something hovered connect. Okay. So that comes to the interactables, the hover interactables, which that is what this is. It's an interactable. Checks to see if it's an abductee. This is saying if it's not an abductee, dear God. So this would be looking for obstacles. If it's not an abductee and it's not an alien, then it applies the obstacle shader. Holy crap. Holy friggin' crap. What about the arrow? Here's the arrow. On the arrow, if something is hovered, it makes the arrow visible. If the target is not an abductee, it bases it on a marker 3D. Otherwise, it bases it on a marker 3D in a different position. Okay. All right. So I think this is what I want. I want to make sure that so then, okay. Something hovered emit. I want to make sure that this works even if we can't click on it. That's not on the camera? Interesting. Wow. And what about the aliens for the menu? That's looking for the attack target, isn't it? It is. So if I were to change it to say, don't, let's make something else. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I'm gonna come back to the camera script, and I'm gonna create. I think I'm gonna make a new raycast. Do we have something for this? I don't think we do. I think I'm gonna make a new raycast. It's not really a new raycast. It's kind of like a proxy for a raycast. Which one of y'all, couple y'all out there helped me set this up in the first place. Look at all this. What is all that? Oh, this is for a 2D gamepad cursor. Trash. Throw it away. Yeah, so I don't think we actually have raycast for this yet, so let's make one. So basically what we do is we use the hover ray for a lot of different things. I'm gonna create a new ray called Func Interact Ray. And this will be very similar to these right here. I'm gonna create a variable interact ray result, and this, we want to say that it's looking for a certain mask. Actually, let's copy this one. This is more like what it's gonna be anyway. We need it to be on the correct bit mask value layer or whatever. Which is 256 in this case. So that's what it's going to be looking for, 256. That's layer 9. Welcome back, DJ. Welcome back. If raycast result is not empty, we want to set a hover target. Now, hold on a second. Is that a... Yeah, we only want one hover target, so this makes sense, I guess. I don't think you do want to do that. We're gonna say interact target. Coldplay? Coldplay is back! Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. Did you mean you? No, maybe Coldplay is back. Is Coldplay gone? Is Coldplay gone? I didn't know. So we're gonna make interact target. Now, interestingly, we're doing this as a global variable. That seems unnecessary. But whatever. When in Rome. You're not here, but Eminem is. Okay. Eminem is here. Is Eminem here in the room with you right now? Or, like, just in general? Alright, interact target gets set to the raycast result collider. And then I would want to attempt to emit something hovered. And then that would be interact target. And then I wouldn't want, well, we could even skip the something hovered. We could do the attack target and my hovered. You should probably do that. What if we make a custom signal for this? I know this is pretty out there. I know. Do we have any interact things on here? We don't. Emin is back. Never mind. What's on topic so I can be there? Interact boundary effects. I don't think there really is a topic, though. I don't think there really is a topic. Signal, I'm gonna say interactable hovered. We're gonna make a fresh one. Because I think it's nice to have the interactable report back. Do I fully remember why? Nope. But that's what I did before. So I'm gonna do it again. And I'm gonna change this from attack target to interactable hovered. Greek to you. You even know some Greek. Impressive. And then it emits something hovered. It's chaos. Alright. Come back here. I know it's wacky. I know it's all wacky. I'm just trying to work with the wackiness here. So we want to say interactable hovered. Okay. So if I have made any sense here, and I may not have, but if I have, we should be able... Now, wait a minute. We should be able to hover over the cows, or the abductees, but that shouldn't mean that we can pick them up. I think we should just see an arrow appear above them, but they won't get picked up. I'm actually not sure what allows them to be picked up, now that I think about it. Probably should look into that. I don't think this is going to suddenly make them pick up. No, you know what? I'm pretty darn sure it's not. Only darn sure. Okay, so I cannot hover them. Ever. Okay. That's absolutely completely broken in every conceivable way. Good. Great. Let's figure out why. Oh, wait, I can pick it up. Oh, so, okay. Oh, good. Okay, so actually, it did work. The only thing that didn't work... Yeah, they are. They're just there to remind me that I need to fix them. Hard to forget when they're that big. So I can't click on these, try as I might. There's no arrow that appears, but they're unclickable. But the one that's in the area is clickable. So that much actually is working. What isn't working is we're not getting an arrow appearing above the top. Which I'm a little surprised by, because I would have thought that this is what makes the arrow appear. So let's see if this is working. Print something hovered emitted. I'd want to know if that's working. And then further on the UI arrow hover, so this receives something hovered. I just don't understand why it wouldn't see it. That confuses me. Print sees abductee. Arrow target. I guess I'd also be curious to know if it, like, sees anything. I mean, that's gonna print a lot, probably. Okay. Just to see what's going on here. So I'm glad that the grabbing is now separated from the arrowing. I mean, it probably was already, but baby steps, baby steps. Unless you're the giant humans, then it's giant steps. Giant babies. Whoa. That's upsetting, right? A giant baby? Okay. So we can see that it's seeing all kinds of things. You're about to type giant baby steps. It's seeing all types of obstacles. It also is... Oh, that's not the right place for abductees. This is if it's not in the group abductee. Oops. Plunk that on out of there. Honey, I giga-sized the kids. Alright, so now it sees something, obstacles. If I hover over the cow, I mean, it just doesn't see it at all. Interesting. So then if we hover over... Oh, I went past it. I wonder if the attack ray is, like, setting it somehow. Oh, it still doesn't even see it. That's surprising. Wow. So am I hovered isn't even running. That's very useful. This function is nothingness. Not a thing is occurring here. I think. Well, let me try this. On something in this case, on itself. Because it might be running this, but it might not be correctly identifying it as itself. I don't think so. I don't think it's seeing it whatsoever. Nope. It does not print a dang thing. Okay. Very useful. So let's come back to the camera. Should probably add some prints here. It's looking for 256, which should be the correct one. If it's not empty, let's see, print interact ray saw something. Maybe I need to do collider. I wonder if that's the problem. That might be it. But then again, it should still be reporting anything. So that doesn't really make sense. We'll get there. You know, I really kind of want to simplify how this works. But I also kind of trust the system that's already in place, that it's there for some reason. And if I can avoid refactoring, because that's the thing about like refactoring to a system that's like simpler, is then other things that you don't even realize get broken. And it's like hard to test for all of those conditions. So it's often not worth it. Okay, yeah, you see obstacles. Wow, I mean, it is just not seeing that whatsoever. Do we need to tell it to look for bodies? But it was already looking for bodies. The attack ray was able to see it just fine. Huh. Oh gosh, you guys. Oh my god. Okay. I know what the problem is. I forgot to run the interact ray. Yeah. It's not actually running. Yep. Function doesn't there's no function to be run. So no, it doesn't work. Because the function doesn't get run. Forgot to run that function. I should probably make a filter that recreates it, stretches my face out. That would be kind of funny. Just like... Actually, that's not a bad idea. Alright. Okay. Oh my goodness. Forgot to run the dang thing. I mean, it's running a lot. But we want to see it run on specifically a certain thing. Okay. There we go. It's seeing stuff now. Oh, and the arrows appear. Excellent. Okay, good. Now if I try to click on them, doesn't work. Very good. If we're in the area, it works. Now I don't want that arrow to still be pointing when we click down. So that's something to deal with. But there we go. So I did so many things. All I had to do is just add that to get it to work again. All right. So how did we get it to... no longer be hovering on grab? That seemed to work nicely before. How does that happen? Let's look for the arrow. Hover arrow script. Hide arrow. If target is empty, if target is not empty, and the arrow target is not a collider, force hide arrow, visible false. What? Force hide arrow. Whoa. If input is action pressed, grab, and this is on the attack ray. That's how we did it right there. Why is it on there twice? Is that really necessary? I mean, is it? Am I missing something, or are those identical? Oh yeah, one says front. Oh yeah. So there's front and back. That's like to get around some depth pass test stuff. Yeah, don't worry about it. All right, so we're gonna just grab this. And I think we can stick it on here. Maybe. And that could be sufficient. So hide it if we're interacting, and we press grab. Obviously, I now have a million prints to get rid of. Come to the arrow hover. Hide that. Comment out that. I hope that's all of them, or at least close to many of them, potentially. So I'm doing all this with the ambition, with the ultimate goal of getting some kind of special communication when you're hovering over something that's not within range versus when it is in range. And I want to make sure that there's a definite is in range, isn't in range, which kind of there isn't. I mean, there is, but how do I communicate that to something? Well, I don't know. We'll have to find out. I still got to kind of figure out how the grab works, or remember how it works. Okay, there's an arrow. If I click, the arrow goes away, which if you think about it, kind of doesn't make sense if you can't click on it anyway, but whatever. There we go. Awesome. All right. So now I would like to figure out, how does it grab? I'm going to do a commit. How does it grab, and how do we determine that it is grabbable or not? I suppose as long as it's within the area, then we know it's grabbable. So we could have that be constantly checked. That would probably be the easiest, rather than worrying about how the grab works. Anyway, there are some groups that pertain to grabbing, actually. What was the last commit? Fixed copper shooting after death. Okay. Interact area introduced. So a shader renders a circle on the ground around the player that represents the interaction range. Abductees are currently only interactable within that range. Made changes that make this make sense. I'm not gonna detail everything. You can always look at the code if I need to figure out what the changes were. So on the interact, not the shader, On the UI interaction script, I don't love that name, but on here, hey, what's up, Abo? Welcome. We'd actually want it to be on an abductee by abductee basis, and I'd also want this to be modularly scalable to the obstacles. In fact, really, no matter what, really just on that, let me do this first. Let me try something first. I want to, before I do that, I'm going to come to the camera script. And we want to say that if the interact ray sees something, then the circle appears around the player. I think that would be nice. So, obviously, it would be great if it tweened into visibility. I would appreciate that. Think that would look nice. So that's, actually, I gotta have to do that. Maybe just for now, we just make it pop and appear. Let's not do the flare. Let's just make it visible or not. On the other hand, maybe we do the flare. Well, because, you know, the way that I would just make it pop or not is going to be different than how I would do the flare to begin with. So I feel like I should just do the flare. Let me get this debug mesh here so I can see it. Believe it or not, that's what it looks like, because from behind, it appears like a circle, which is nuts. But, yeah, it's actually this long ellipsis. It's like a surfboard. Surfing aliens. I like that. Whoops. 3D, please. Thank you. So there's different ways I could do it. I could use an animation player. That'd probably be the easiest. Or I could write it in code. What's up, Tyrese? Welcome. Tyrese is also a Godot game developer. As a fellow Godoer, do I think it's possible to make a video game predict the future in the game? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're trolling or not, but if you actually mean, like, in a game, predict the future of what will happen in the game? Yeah. I mean, that's so vague. Like, what's the game? But sure, why not? I mean, that's the basis of so many things, you know? Like, for example, when you do, like, stat upgrades, right? You can get a preview of what that stat upgrade will do and what it will unlock. So that's predicting the future in that sense. Or you're trolling. I'm not sure which it is. But welcome. Either way. It does depend. It really, really depends. It's if you're not trolling, my guess is you're referring to like some kind of specific mechanic in a game that could somehow benefit from some kind of future prediction thing. Okay, so, and I think an animation will be easiest. We would just play the animation. Well, then we'd have to like play a different one. I don't know. I don't know that I agree an animation is easiest. For example, get a notification within the game that tells you where an enemy will come, where you'll get hit at before it happens. That does sound hard, but sure. To me, I would think you would want to run it twice. You know, like have... And again, it depends too, because it's like, how do you want to represent that? So if like a person attacking, an enemy attacking is like this happening, this is your player, that's the attack, right? You could have this happen, except maybe the clap is indicative of damage, right? And so instead, it just does this. So it's like the attack basically happens, You allow it to happen. I guess the difficult thing is you'd have to rewind it, right? That's hard. I don't know how to do that. I think, you know, I could figure it out if I was developing a game like that. That's a big question. I'm going to say 100% yes, that's possible. I think it's doable. You're going to have to get somehow creative. You could like capture position data, right? So you could bait. It just depends on like how the enemy decides to move, but you know, if the enemy uses navigation or something to decide to move forward, you could capture every stage along the way as it's moving forward, and then, you know, play that back and then play it forward again. It would be complicated, especially if it was like a whole entire system. But I think it's doable. I absolutely think it's doable, but I think you're in for a lot of work. Definitely doable. Just like anything that has, any game that has like time reversing mechanics would be something to study, I would think. There's a couple people who've made games like that in our game jams. I know Dragon Blade made it once, and then My 2 Cents did as well. And did they end up sharing the code for it? I think they might have. It's definitely possible. You're working on a game right now based around the ability of being able to tell the future before it happens. Wondering if that's impossible or not. It's possible. It's 100% possible. Yes. My answer is yes, it's possible. But I'm not at liberty to figure out how to do it for you. But I definitely know that it's possible. Yeah. For sure. I can't promise that you're not in for a lot of work, but it's possible. Yeah. And I'm sure, I know a couple people in this community have made mechanics like that in a very short time frame. Oh yeah, you know, Dragon Blade did it for, I actually kind of, let me even, here. Now it's not exactly what you're saying, okay? It's really not exactly what you're saying. Was it the shape of time? Maybe changing time? Also, people sometimes hide their games. Oh, here's My 2 Cents game. This was made in Godot. This is still here. This was made in 1 hour. So someone made this in 1 hour. So, I mean, definitely possible. We do a game jam every Friday, a 1 hour game jam. Yeah, it depends on so many things. And this was an entry to one of our past 1 hour game jams. Do I remember how to play it? WSD to move, mouse to aim, R to rewind your position. Oh, so this is a little different, because this saves the spot that you were at, and when you press R, it teleports you back. So that's really more taking a single point and rewinding you to that point. That's not what I was thinking. There's one that Dragon Blade did. Let's see if I can find it. A shooter will have different rules than a point and click. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, that'd be so much to track. Oh, maybe this is it. Here's Dragon Blades. Okay, hold on. This one is much more what you're talking about, but in a very simplified fashion. So this one is 2 dimensions right here. So I'm just kind of doing this same thing back and forth. Let's see if I remember how to play this. Okay, hold on. Controls left, right arrow, F to rewind. Okay, F to rewind. So I'm gonna go left, right, left, right, left, right, run, jump. Now I'm gonna press F. It's a little buggy. Oh, we gotta hold F. Wait. It's not working very well. I remember struggling with it oh. There it goes. There it is. Now it's rewinding. Let me try it again. A third-person action game. I mean, that's going to be hard. That's going to be, like, understand, Tyrese? That's going to be really difficult. But I absolutely do not think it's impossible. It's just going to be really hard. Bats, knives, guns, etc. You're just be ready for a lot of work, you know? Let me try the rewind again. Dang, I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's not working very well. It worked once upon a time, I swear. Yeah, sorry I can't prove more about this. You can try playing around with it, but the instructions aren't very clear. But I definitely remember getting it to work once upon a time. Now I'm determined. The game isn't all about action, but it includes it. It's more story-based, if anything. It's a lot of work. Experiment with the concept, a smaller scope 2D game. Yep, just so you can understand what it is you're trying to accomplish and can do it well. Yes, excellent, amazing, genius level advice right there. Yeah, 3D is a lot more work, especially if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff. Like, man, you're in for a serious amount of effort. Am I on the right one? Oops. So I remember I had trouble when I was playing it during the... Oh, this was the first one that Dungeon Martian was in, actually. Let's see, where did I play that game? Is that it? No, that's my 2 cents. There it is. Oh yeah, it was like showing my keyboard because I could barely figure out how to make it work. The reason why I'm doing this is because it might help you to study this code.
What? Okay. Wow. Okay.
Did it work?
Rewind. This is peak Godot icon. All right. Nice. Nice. And then we can, whoa.
So I think I'm feeling it rewind here.
Okay, you guys cannot appreciate how cool this is. Hold on. Wait a minute. What?
That's why I remembered it.
Wow. Okay.
Because it was so impressive.
Let me show you how cool this is, guys. What on earth am I doing? Okay, check this out. Seconds, which makes sense. We all know time. Trying. Okay, I'm pressing keys. F.
Couldn't get it to work.
Why am I not doing it right? What am I doing wrong? Press. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes.
So it does work. It might be something worth looking into. We can always ask Dragonblade to share the code too. Dragonblade would probably be down with that. Oh, there it goes. I guess I was doing too much. That was the problem. Is you can only record a few seconds at a time. So if I do jump, and maybe the jumps don't work. All right, I'm not showing this off well. Maybe you guys can figure it out. Link is in the chat to it though, if you want to try it. Okay, then press F. It's not working. There it goes. There it goes. Nice. Right. There you go. It's a little weird. Anyway, look, you can see how kind of buggy it is. So just keep in mind that you're in for some work. Even with that works kind of well sometimes. It doesn't work that well sometimes. So, you know, I think dragon or dungeons advice is going to be really important for you. Like, what's the most important mechanic that you want to make? You know, like, do you want to make a game where, you know, you have people fighting each other and there's enemies, and you really want to make a game with people fighting and enemies? Then that's what you should make. If you really want to make a game about rewind and time travel, then you should make a game that's just that. But trying to do both, if you're starting out, you're gonna kill yourself. Like, you're going to just you're gonna have so much to do that it's going to burn you out, and you're not gonna be able to figure out how to make it work. And it's gonna demotivate you, and it's gonna take you forever, and you're gonna move on to something else. So, you know, take the most important idea to you in that game and make a very small version of that. And, you know, maybe tuck away the big idea as a dream game and come back to that someday. That would be my advice, along with what Dungeon Martian said. Rewatching your live, so I'm a little behind where the current live is at, but thank you so much for your input and advice. I'm very happy to know that it's not entirely impossible. It is not entirely impossible. Absolutely not. Yeah, and then, so if you do want to talk with people in this community who have experimented with these types of mechanics, you know, here's the game again, wherever it is. I lost it. Here, I'll paste it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat if you want to check it out. And you can find Dragon Blade in our Discord. And I'm sure if you ask them, they'll be happy to share the code with you if you wanted to learn more about how to do it, if you can't figure it out yourself. If you want to go more story direction, you can just show scenes from later in the game and then show how you get there. That's true. Yeah, right. So you kind of like, right. And that's, I think, why you were asking, it depends, because it can be really simple depending on the context. But if you're talking about like simulating what would happen, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. You know, unless, you know, you might have to think about downsizing it. So maybe instead of showing the entire enemy coming up and attacking, you can show a little, like, you know, partially rendered UI element that gives you some indication of where the attack might hit you or something. Yeah, there is a lot of fun things to play with. Yeah, with that. Anyway, was I working on a game? I think I was. I might do that. Hover, knowing, oh, so right, the appearance and disappearance of the, and also you're most welcome, Tyrese. It's my pleasure. Welcome to the community. I want to make this thing appear and disappear when it's relevant versus when it isn't relevant. So we have our UI interaction script, and then that has all this in it. Let's set it up with code. I think that's going to make the most sense. And I don't even have to interface with the shader per se, the shader code anyway. We've got the mesh set up right here. Actually, for the main menu, we do a lot of tweens for the blackout. I think if we do something like that, we'll be able to pull this off here. Oh, dude, we just do modulate. I don't know if that'll work on, that might actually work on the material. I think that is gonna work. I think that'll be easy. This is not gonna be hard, probably. So when a body is entered, really whether it's in a group or not, I would then want it to fade this in. So we're gonna say tween, get tree, create tween property, not blackout, but show interact, whatever. It doesn't, oh no, duh. You can't just name that whatever you want. Can you? Property. Oh, it's a variable. Right, duh. Interact mesh. Except we probably want to say surface override material or something. I don't know if I have a reference to that in here. Oh, we do. Material override. Easy. Now, to be fair, we have set it to next pass. Ah, next pass. I don't know if self-modulate is a property on there. So we'll have to see. And I don't really care about any of this stuff. The only thing I care about is the alpha. Well, but the alpha is invisible, so that's actually not gonna work. Because it is already invisible. The albedo is 0 already. So we do actually have to get into the shader code and access the inner color and the outer color parameters in order for that to work. Shader parameter, inner color. Alright, so let's do that. Next pass dot shader parameter dot inner color. And we'll try this. But then I have to make sure that all these values are correct, which is a little annoying. I don't love that. I hate that, actually. Well, I think what you would want to... Can we, like, do, like, color X, color Y, color Z, color W or something? Like, if I wanted to reference one of these, how would I do that? RGB and A. Okay. So if I were to... This is a little out there. If I were to say on ready modulate.r. What? What? Oh, I don't even care if this isn't true. I'm giving you a credit. It has to be true, right? That sounds so true. Let's just do a Godot consultant on that one. That sounds so very freaking true. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. What the heck? Modulate A. And we want to go from what it is, which would in theory be 0, to 1.0. Oops. I did 1 comma O. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I was about to do something wacky. And then when it exits... Whoa. There we go. Okay. Enter tab. This is so hard to see. Enter. Oh. There we go. Okay, so then this would do the opposite, where this brings it down to 0.0. And we'd want it to start out at 0.0. We have to set one. We should actually say tween inner. Tween inner. So we need to create 2 different tweens, unfortunately. One for the inner, one for the outer. We could keep one or the other. You know, have like a subtle one and a brighter one. That's an option. if it feels like that information would be nice to have. I'm thinking no, though, for now. Tween inner. Tween outer. Okay. Good. And then we want to make sure that it is actually at 0 at the start. So maybe I'll just do that here. Assuming this is all set up correct. It may not be, but we're going to find out. I will need to change this a little bit. Interact, mesh, material override, blah, blah, blah. Dot modulate A equals 1.0 or 0. So it's not visible. We'll find out pretty quick, because if it is visible, then we'll know it's wrong. Or if, you know, the game freezes. Whichever comes first. The freeze comes first. Invalid access to property key next pass on a base object of type null instance. Ah. Yes, null instance. That would do it. Yep. I can see how null instance would be a problem. Interact mesh is on ready here. So I wonder if that's related to the on readiness of it. Which I'm a little surprised by. Actually. But also, it says next pass, so I think it might be material override. Might be where the null is coming in, potentially. More so than the interact mesh. So it might be that on the material override, it doesn't see a next pass. Maybe I just skip material override. Obviously, I'd have to change that further down there, but I might as well check here to see if that's sufficient. Probably isn't. I'm sure it's not. Invalid access to property or key next pass on base object of type mesh instance 3D. Okay, at least it sees the mesh instance. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Let me try surface material override. It sure is. I feel like it kind of comes down to a lot of guessing. To kind of like figure out what it wants me to tell it. No, not get surface override material. I mean, maybe. I mean, I could try that. Oh, but that gives... Oh, as an integer. Oh, so we could say 0. Oh, that might actually work. Let's see that. We just gotta get it right. Nope. Invalid access to property or key shader... Okay, we're getting further down the line on here. We've gotten to next pass. Welcome back, Henry. However, it is not finding shader parameter. Okay, all right. We're getting there a little bit, one chunk at a time. Here's our next pass. We get to shader material. It sees that there's a shader material. Oh, do you want me to say shader? I'll do whatever you want, Godot. Just tell me. You kind of got to like drag each of these properties off and see what it wants it to be called sometimes. No. Invalid access to property or key shader parameter on a base object of shader. I wonder if we don't need shader parameter. So it does see the type shader. So that's something. But I guess that it wouldn't make sense because it's not a child of this. So actually that makes sense that shader wouldn't be on there. The direct distractions? It's okay, it's not a distraction. I always say I choose to allow myself to be distracted. I could easily just be like, yeah, I won't show you all this stuff. It's my choice to be distracted. It's not your fault. If I get distracted, that's on me. And it was my pleasure. You'll definitely use the link you sent, and I'll probably see you in the Discord soon, if it's for Godot devs. It sure is. It sure is. We are a Godot-centric community. Although there are people who use other engines, they're at least flirting with Godot. So yeah, for sure. Come on through. Happy to have you, Tyrese. Yay! It's a very nice community, as you can see. Interact mesh. No shader parameter. Really? Because it says shader parameter inner color. I guess I could skip shader parameter and we could just go to inner color. Let's see if it finds that. You know? What makes you happy? What can I do to make you happy, Godot? Not that. What if I just say shader.innerColor? I'm trying to access an albedo that is on a shader. I suppose I might, at this point, I might as well just modify the shader code, you know? That might even make more sense. But I'm trying to access the albedo of a shader parameter, basically. Shader parameter is plural. With pleasure. I just hope it's to Godot's pleasure. Not quite. No shader parameters. I added a typo? Parameters. You know, parameters. Good old parameters. It is a shader parameter. That's absolutely correct. I suppose I could search that. That would be easy to search. Accessing a shader parameter in code. Animated sprite 2D material dot set shader Oh. Okay. Set shader parameter inner color. Now, how do we get... Okay, hold up. Hold up. Set shader parameter. This is a good clue. This is definitely an excellent clue. String name and the value. That's gonna be tough because it's not asking for a certain property. Changes to the shader uniform will be effective on all instances. That's okay. Param is case sensitive and must match the name of the uniform in the code exactly, not the capitalized name in the inspector. Changes the value set for this material of a uniform in the shader. This is promising. Like, I just don't know how I would communicate the value to it, right? Because I think we would have to go back. I don't think I could do modulate anymore. Oh! Yeah! Yeah. We should edit the code. Smart. Oh my gosh. Let me at least get put some credits around here. Okay. So if I'm going to do the alpha, I'd have to figure out how to do that. I'm not actually sure how to do that though, if I'm being honest. I guess I have to look it up. GDScript shader code alpha albedo. It's got alpha in the script already. It does? Oh, alpha color A. Oh, you're right. Wait, what does this do though? What is this? But what does this mean? Let's see. If we mess around with it, that should change it. 1. Oh, that's like the outside of it, not the inside. Unfortunately. So that's alpha in the wrong place. We want it to be applying to these. To the inner color and the outer color. Is this my first time doing this? Doing what? It's not my first time doing shader code, but I have infrequently done it. And the times that I have done it, I had a lot of help from chat and from the internet. So it's something I do very, very infrequently. And it's just, the code is very, very different than GDScript code. And I haven't really studied it very much. Man, it's like a different way of thinking about code that really confuses me. Edit this shader in front of uniform vector for albedo. Add instance uniform vector for albedo. Now you can change the color of each object that shares the material from GDScript by changing the instance albedo. You what? What? Set a bool to top off shader is transparent equals false, then modify it with set shader param. I don't understand. I also want it to fade, so I want to like tween it. Set a bool to the top of the shader script. Does destructible environment sound like a cool idea in 2D? Of course. Set a bool to the top of the shader is transparent false, then modify it with set shader parameter. But I want it to be I don't know how to do what you're saying. Oh, that's true. Noida would be a good example. Probably that game too. Yeah, it'd be cool. If I could just access that dang parameter. Then we wouldn't have a problem. I mean, I could also just hard code the color. We just don't get to use the fancy modulate thing. That's all. But if I were to come in here and set up a whole color situation, we could probably be okay. Destructible terrain is like a fancy seasoning. I like that. I find destructibility to be a lot of work, for whatever it's worth. But it depends on how you use it. At least in this game, it's been a lot of work. So I'm just curious. I mean, if I just do that much, will this even work? So the ring should be like black or something. I don't know, whatever that color is. Oh yeah, look, it changed it. So I mean, that works. For variable alpha, set a number between 0 and 1 as a shader parameter. Ooh. I'll try that. Heck, I'll try that. Because the reason why I don't want to do what I just did there is it means that I have to hard code this color, which I could set up that color, you know, in here as like an export variable or something, but it's just getting a little messy when I could just come into the shader and change it. You know, I hate to take it away from right here. That's kind of annoying, but I'll do it if I have to. Might just not be a commonly used function. Oh, set shader parameter? Yeah, I guess. Okay, so what you're suggesting, Joe, is we create I don't even know. Do we say integer? There's like a way to do this. I forgot what the way to do it is. Let me look at some other shader code that we've used before. Is it this hint range? We want to float. So we'd want something like this. Come back over here. Add that in. Uniform float alpha. Yeah, I gotcha. Hint range 0 to 1. I don't remember what this... I don't remember what that is. GD script hint range. Remind me how that works, because it's got an extra argument and I don't know what it wants with that argument. Input dot is anything pressed exists for anyone who didn't know. Oh yeah, I have stumbled on that a couple times. If it worked, you'd still need a tween function. Yeah. That makes sense. Hint range step. Oh, okay. I don't care about step. And then by default, we want it to be actually set to 0, so it's not visible. Okay, and then what you're saying is that I would want to take that and multiply the alpha by it. Now understand that the alpha, at least right here, is not impacting the circle. I assume you're saying that knowing that. So if I come up to this alpha and I set this to 1, you can see what this is actually affecting is everything else but the circle. Don't need a range, just a float shader parameter. You would then modify with set shader param. I don't understand. I mean, it's like okay if it's a range though, right? Like I'm allowed to make it a range. No? Line 18, right here. Times alpha. Oh, look! Okay, the step looks bad. I don't know why the step is so bad. That ain't going by a 0.1. It works though. Look. Yo! Let's go! Brilliant. What in the world, chat? What do I even do? I feel like this... Do we even have like a shader? We don't. I don't know where to give the credit sometimes. Sometimes it's just like all of the above. I feel like this is Godot Consultant. That's what that feels like to me. Alright. Holy crap. Thank you. What? I mean, it perfectly works. It exactly works, and it saves me so much trouble. Holy crap. Alright, so now we can come in here. Wow. No problem. How lucky am I? What the heck? I can't imagine it not working at this point. So we don't need an inner and outer tween anymore. Obviously, I'll have to set the tween. We'll have to figure out how to set up the tween correctly. But I think we already have some clues on how to set it up based on all that parameter nonsense that I had to do up here. That dungeon helped me figure out. So this. So we want to get the surface override material 0. Next pass, set shader parameters. Instead of inner color, all we got to do is say alpha. And let's just put it to 1. So we know it's 0 by default. Heck, let's even put it to like 0.5 so we know it's something different. So if this works, it should be half visible when we load this up without any errors. There it is. Functionality right there. Tomorrow's Friday the 13th. We gotta do a spooky game jam. It's gotta be a spooky one. What the what? So now I gotta try to get this. That is spooky. Try to get this to work in the tween property. That's gonna be a little tricky. I don't envy this challenge that I am currently having. Okay, so we obviously want it to be interact mesh. I don't know if all of this is gonna come through on a tween, if I'm being honest. I'm not sure that's gonna work. It probably would make more sense to feed a value into here. But then I need it like in the physics process. And then like tween that value. But I don't think I'm gonna be able to run functions inside of here. That's not gonna work. So I guess if I want to test this in a way that is not overly complicated, I should set this up in the ready function and we can play with it there. I feel like I need to put it in the physics process or something and just have a variable that has a value that's tweening or move towarding or something and just do it that way. Or I could make an animation player. I could also do that. That would probably be pretty easy. I don't think this is gonna work. I think that's gonna work. I feel like that's definitely not gonna work. This is gonna be an error. Like that. Insta error. I guarantee it. It was. Or a timer. Nice. Nice. And then just get the timer progress. It's a great idea. Yeah, because then we get into that issue of finding it again. Jean-Michel, welcome. It depends on the animation. If it's a simple sine value varying over time, you can pass the value directly to the shader. Really? I mean, it's just a float. It's just a float. That's all it is. Really, really simple. 0 to 1. All right, let's do it. Let's go then. I mean, if we're going to do that, you know, I kind of didn't need all this anyway. But at least we're only modifying one property instead of two properties. It's still better this way. Because actually it is better this way. Because we would be animating the entire color, which would kind of lock in the color. And that would be really annoying to have to change. So this is actually still a lot better. Alright, so this is going to be interact show. Come down here to our parameter. Keyframe it at 0. However long we want it to be. Bring it into 1. There it goes. Zoop. It's a little bit on the slow side. It needs to be pretty fast. And then we can do some easing, which is always nice. Let's go the other way. All right. Why is the snap at 0.033? It's a bit ridiculous. Okay, 0.2. Good. Put this at 0.2. There it is showing up. Duplicate that animation. Interact hide. Flippy dippy. So that starts it out visible and makes it go away. Okay. And then come back over here, get rid of these tweens, burn them down, pretend like they never happened. As interesting as all of that was, we need to instantiate that animation player. Already variable interact animation. Animation player. When it enters it, we want the interact animation to play. Show. Otherwise, it will play. Hide. Okay. Let's see what happens. Is that it? Is it done? It should be invisible right away. It is. Let me get rid of the debug thing. Pepe, welcome. Pepe, a VIP member. A member and a patron. Hope you're doing well. Did you hear about Unity? The runtime fee is gone again. A little too little, a little too late, if you ask me. The animation names are incorrect. Oh, you were absolutely correct about them being incorrect. Well, that's eagle eyes if I ever saw it. Well, they did increase the subscription prices at the same time as this news. So, at least that. They made a lot of other changes too, but... Okay, let's give you some eagle eyes there. I'll give Jean-Michel a moral support. Wait, Jean-Michel doesn't have any credits? Well, there's your moral support credit for being like, it should be fine. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game, in my appreciation. Jean-Michel, and then moral support. Oh my god, there's so many credits. It's gonna be like this massive list. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna look like a game made by 1 million people. You've not touched anything in Unity in like a year. That's fair. Literally, today is the 1-year anniversary of the runtime fee. So like you're actually, it's not like a year. It is a year. We gotta sing Pepe a song. Pepe's a member. Okay, so I think I set those animation names correct now. Oh, and then I want to hide the debug mesh. Alright, let's test it. Then we gotta sing Pepe their song. I do sing songs to members. Members also get a 8 to 10 hour game asset Blender design stream. Usually it's Blender design. Just making assets for the game, whether it's animations or art. I do that every Monday, only for members. And we can chill and stuff like that. I'm a little more able to chat. Oh yeah. Okay, so it's definitely showing. It's not hiding very well, but it is showing. So that's good. They might be conflicting with each other. Maybe I gotta tell it to stop. Is the exiting working? Print body exited. Let's make sure that is working. No. That is definitely not working. Really? Wonder why not. I gotta figure that out. Jean-Michel says, I misunderstood the requirements. I thought you wanted to continuously hide and show the circle. Hence my sign suggestion. I see. I want it to appear and disappear if we're hovering over something versus if we're not. A little surprised. And so it certainly sees, like, when I hover over it, it'll see that. But the exit, it's not seeing. Oh, because that's not a body. I feel silly. This is the wrong place. This isn't the right place. This isn't where it belongs at all. This is the absolute wrong place for it. Completely incorrect. Yeah. So, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab all this out of here. Obviously, I have to change some of that. This is on... Well, we could do it on here. It would be kind of convenient if it was on here. Let's actually... but it has to know if it's hovering over it or something else. What if it was related to the arrow? What if it was related to the arrow? So if I pull up the arrow script, because that already shows an arrow, you know? Just anytime there's an arrow, bam, it works. Like, that makes the most sense. It makes tons of sense. It's obviously not just the arrow thing anymore, but that's alright. So we gotta find that animation player, make sure that this knows where it is. There it is. And then we say, whenever we show the arrow, anytime the arrow is being shown, no matter what, we want it to play the animation. And whenever the arrow is being hidden, then it should do that. Probably would also want to put it down here. Alright. Play on a null value. What do you mean? That it's a null value? You can't find this. Let's do get node here. I think that's gonna make more sense and probably work better. Just a hunch. Get current scene. Then try to get that. What do you think? Still an error? Pepe says, sorry I've not dropped in for a while. Want to catch me up? I feel like I missed a fair bit. Yeah. 8 to 10 hour song. That's what member streams basically are. They're essentially 8 to 10 hour songs. Okay, so first of all, it's constantly hiding, which makes sense, right? Because we're saying hide it every single time we're not hovering over something. So that's wrong. Yeah, let me catch you up in a second, Pepe. I want this. I'm setting up an interaction area around the player that tells you how far you can grab stuff, and I'm trying to hide it and show it right now. Well, I guess what I'll do is we can set like a variable arrow shown becomes true. Variable arrow shown boolean false. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Arrow shown. And then at this, we'll say if arrow, we could even do that here too, honestly. That probably wouldn't be so bad. If arrow target is not the collider and arrow is shown, make it visible false, play hide. And we want the same thing here too. If arrow shown. And then we'd want to say arrow shown becomes false. Something like that. Whoops. What do you think about that? Nice, it's hidden. Oh. Okay. It's kind of glitching with the cursor. I guess because of like the pause and stuff. Let me see. I'm just gonna restart it. It was working. Now I will say, now that it's sort of working, it's kind of annoying. It's just like constantly appearing and disappearing. I hate how like sometimes you have to like set something up, at least for me, to like realize that it's not that good of an idea. But seeing that like flicker, that kind of bothered me. So if I hover over this, it's also constantly showing. So we have to do the exact same thing. We gotta do the same thing. We only want all of that to happen. So we want to say arrow shown true. Well, really, we want to say here, if arrow is not shown, do all this stuff. So that way it's not constantly looping. Which, if you think about it, that wasn't good that was happening anyway. But, I mean, look at all that flashing. We'd almost want it to have like a delay, right? So it doesn't immediately disappear. Because that flashing, it looks like a glitch. So it would need to like kind of hang out for a second. I could engineer that right into the animation player. We could just say that when it shows, this lasts for like 2 seconds or something. So that way it's a nice long animation. There's an animation finish signal. There is, yeah. So we could say finish and then like await. That would be an option. No, but it's still looping it. I'm actually a little surprised. I thought that would work. I guess not. I guess because the hide is overriding that. So then we would need animation finished. Yeah, you're right. I need animation finished. 100%. Yes. Yes, indeed. That is necessary. Alright, well, let's do that after we do Pepe's song. And then I'll try to catch you up while I sing the song. That'll be your song. I need a good song though. It has to be good. It can't be like too short. You are coming for that number 2. I gave you the credit, right? Yeah. You're getting there. You might be number 1 soon. It's hard to say. Progigon acts like modest about it, but I know if they see they're not they're unseated. I feel like they're gonna try to top it. All right, give me a good track with some length. We just listened to that one. All right, I'll do this one. This one's for you, Pepe. Oh, Pepe is paying us a visit today. Pepe, you wanna know what's been going on? Now that you paid us a visit, I'm gonna tell you. There's an alien and you can grab stuff. If you're in the right range, that's the only situation. It's not that easy. Oh, Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. I'm gonna grab a cow. We can eat the cow. It goes om nom nom yum yum. Oh, Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. Let's get some arms that are stretching and grabbing stuff. It's a stretchy little arm, 'cause you're not that big. Oh, Pepe, thanks for paying us a visit. Here we go, what else we got? We can get a little larger. Yummy! If you have something in your hand, the alien's gonna be like, nom nom nom, give it to me please. And the orb at the top will just send down, but you can choose not to do that and instead feed the alien. Oh! Pepe, thanks for paying us a visit. I appreciate you so very much. What else we got? We got enemies. I can spawn a helicopter. It'll come in and try to shoot you. And it'll hurt real bad. Oh yeah. You better watch out for that. Luckily, we can spawn a drone. It doesn't look the way it's gonna look, but it's there. And that drone can shoot back and kill the helicopter with 2 shots. Bam! See that helicopter die, die, die. Oh, Pepe, thanks for paying us a visit. Those are some of the updates that've been happening. Your support makes it all possible. So, Pepe, thank you not only for paying us a visit, but thank you for paying the channel itself. For paying the channel itself. For paying the channel itself. There you go, Pepe. There's your member song. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. I do appreciate it. There's a little bit. You love the vocals? Oh, man. I don't know. Too kind, too kind. Rated M for monster. It is rated M for monster. That's right. That's absolutely correct. What? They're not clippable. I mean, if you clip them, you clip them. But I'm here. I sing these songs to embarrass myself. The fact that you might even imply that they're not embarrassing is shocking to me. And a very nice compliment. So thank you. That one could be a short. What? Oh, wow, because I'm explaining the game? Oh, interesting. You don't make a bad point there. I never even thought about that. Just like singing the game. So yeah, we've been doing a lot of stuff. I'm gonna replace the player character entirely. That's been a huge thing to finally have. We got animations on the player and stuff. This power-up's gonna look a lot better. It's just kind of experimenting with projectiles, basically. And then today, I'm trying to set up a lot of things, but namely this interaction area that shows you how far you can actually grab things, which is not always true, but it is sometimes true. And, I mean, this is definitely showing up too fast, so let's make it show up a little less often. A part of me almost wants it to just, I don't know, be there all the time. I don't know. I'm starting to feel a little concerned about this area. I don't know. We'll see. It might be better if it's there all the time and it's just less, like, intense. But, you know, I could also try to set it up so it has, like, layers where we see maybe we fade in and out, like, because it's got 2 layers to it. It's got the outer and the inner layers. So potentially we'd have to change the code a bit, the shader code a bit, but, you know, potentially, if I can pull this up, we could say that, you know, one of the colors disappears, but the other one is there. So it's like, it becomes more prominent. That might be less annoying, I don't know. So I'm gonna have to experiment with that, but let's at least get this animation set up a bit different here. Just a wee bit different. I'm gonna open up that arrow hover script where I'm setting a lot of this up and stuff. So we wanna say that it's a little different. I guess we'd want to it's gonna be a little tricky, but maybe not. Await animation finished, wherever that is. I know we've used it. Here. I think it's actually a really good short. It's goofy, it shows off a lot of the good elements of the game, and it shows off the member songs. Alright, let me pull up the shorts list. Let me pull up the shorts list. I feel highly embarrassed, but you know, I feel like being embarrassed is not a reason not to post something. We're content creators. That's what you do. Alright. I'll even put it at the top. Pepe's members song about the game progress. This was September 9th, September 12th, 2024. About 5.4 hours in, or something like that. 5.5 hours in, something like that. The note has been taken. It is duly noted. Truly noted. I feel like when people say duly noted, they don't actually mean it. Truly noted. Thanks for insisting. I might have just been like, nah. Oh, we want to be on the arrow. Whoops. Oh, well that can get me there. Whatever gets you there. So I guess I want to come down here. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but it might. Wait for the interact animation to finish, and then play hide. So I assume that if that animation is finished, the await will just be 0, and it'll skip right over it. So actually, this may well work. This may work well. Oh, did I forget to make the mesh 0 again? I don't think I did. Otherwise, you'd probably see it. So it is 0. Oh, it'd still be flickering though. That didn't work. Well, that didn't work at all. I need some new headphones. It's immediately hiding. Oh, there's 2 places. That'll do it. Okay, save it. Now let's try it. There we go. Nice. Okay, that is a lot better. This looks much less terrible. I will say, you are like almost always hovering over things in this game. So it still kind of comes off as a bit annoying. Like it looks almost like an alert. Like it's trying to get your attention. I mean, I'm so sorry that you guys helped me set this up, and I'm like, maybe it's not worth keeping. Maybe it isn't that useful. The fading in and fading out. Because, I mean, it just looks confusing. Like, why is it happening? And then even if I, like, am constantly hovered over something, it's still gonna hide it no matter what. Ugh. Sometimes you need to code a feature to know it doesn't work for the game. I agree, but I feel worse when, like, you know, I don't know, you guys are helping me. But yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, if that's the case, this is certainly still where we can put other information, like changing the cursor or whatever. Like, there's still useful things here. We've got now we've got an arrow shown boolean that wasn't there before, which maybe makes things a smidgen more performant. So I kind of need to design this thing a little more subtly. Or actually, we can just do this at the runtime. Dude, we did learn some stuff about shaders. Dungeon, thank you for being such an exemplary member of this community. I appreciate that perspective so much, because that's like, I feel like I would want to say the same kind of supportive things to somebody else. Sometimes it's harder to say those supportive things to ourselves. Is that a moral support credit? Is that what that is? So there it is, chilling all the time. Now if I want to adjust it, we don't have a lot of width room. Whoa, why do I like that so much more? Why do I like it filled in? Dude, filling it in looks great. What? It's a little, well, I mean, look, on one hand, it's kind of a bit, it's kind of a bit of a lot, you know, because it takes up a lot of space. Oh, we could easily animate that too. Why is it disappearing? It's still disappearing sometimes. Do not do this. Do not. Oh, it's still doing the show animation. That does look cool. Zoom, zoom. We could just have that just like, I mean, if it's constantly going, that could be kind of annoying. Something I really hate about it though, it's like, it's so intrusive. It's very intrusive. Making it thin feels better to me. It's subtler. You still can like perceive the environment a little bit less. It's not drawing attention quite as severely. I think this looks a little better to me. And we can still do things with it and modify it. I like this. Hopefully it looks okay on stream. I know the bitrate can be a little... YouTube can struggle with rendering those pixels, but it looks good on my end. Cool. I like how I can't cheat. That's cheating. You're not supposed to pause the game. It's an endless runner. Don't cheat. Play it right. So then, all right. I actually feel pretty good about this. I think this looks pretty okay. So I'm gonna say this is not bad. Now, if I want that size to increase. This is kind of, I've been not procrastinating this, but a bit fearing it. Interact area on ground, improvement, improved, interact area on ground. Yeah, whatever, stuff like that. Okay. So it'll be easy to increase the size in some contexts, but not in others. So let's set all that up. I'm gonna go to the, the UI interaction script, and let's set up access to the size parameter. We're gonna need more than that because I think I'm also gonna need to adjust the size of the mesh itself, most unfortunately. Let me bring this debug thing back. I kind of want to set up code that makes this debug ground appear and disappear because this is kind of irritating me that I'm doing this over and over again. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna come to, I guess, the global script to kind of make some sense here. I guess. No, just put it on itself. Just put it on itself. Give it its own special script. No harm in that. But you can put this on in like a debug folder. Debug tools, debug objects. I don't know. It's probably a debug object. That's okay. And then literally just in the ready, so we'll just drag this in here. We're just gonna call it mesh. And in the ready function, mesh visible false. Just so that way I can leave it on in here and not worry about having to turn it off every time I start the game, because that's starting to annoy me. In fact, I'm gonna do the same thing with the circle. Wait, but we don't need it to be invisible anymore. That was a thing of the past. It's gonna be visible all the time now. Although I guess we wouldn't want it to lower down with the character. It won't. Okay, maybe I do want it to still appear and disappear. Which means we can still use those animations. So those animations are still going to be useful. It's still useful that we figured out the fade in and fade out. I just need to, if I'm going to use it, I'm going to use it in a different way than on hover. So actually, all is far from lost. It's barely all lost. I could hardly say that it is. It would be a terrible, terrible lie. Interact animation play, animation, just give me the on ready, there we go. So we do want to keep that on readied in here. And actually, we can use the game states. So I think it's game, I don't remember what state, actually. It's whenever the play, it's whenever play begins. So we can say, oh god, I don't remember how to do this. Game state, swap game state, emit, but I think there's even another one. And they might be like on, let me just check here. Game intro, yeah. So that's the one that I want. We want to say that when the gameplay begins, when that state is true, messenger game play connect on game play func on game play. Oh my goodness. On game play interact animation play interact show. Because then it makes sense that it would be like not visible at first. I think that's fair. That'll even maybe draw the player's attention to it in some type of way. And I guess I want to make sure that it is not visible. Pretty sure it is not visible. But we do want it to be visible, right? So that way I can mess with it while we're debugging it and setting it up and stuff. Pop this open. Put its alpha to 1. And so in the ready function, I'd actually want to say interact. Oh wait, we gotta figure out all this. Oh yeah, we already did figure out. See, now the code is still useful too, y'all. Everything coming together. Parameter alpha, we want to set this to 0.0. It was all useful. Literally not a single unuseful thing was found. Okay, so that means when I'm here, it's visible, I think. And when I play the game, it should disappear or not be visible. And then whenever the character lands and is about to start be playable, then it should be good. Then it should be good. So it's not there. Alien is coming down, and it appears. Nice. I love it. Let's friggin' go. I will say, I mean, the jumping, understand the jumping is not going to be there. I do it for fun. Okay, cool. In theory, I guess you'd want the circle to shrink, but you know what? Not today. All right, but let's make this circle change shape for other reasons. So now that I've got that interact area set up and we know how to access all of these parameters, we can now access the size, the center. I also am going to need to think about the mesh instance size itself. So it's going to be quite a few things. And the reason why they're going to change is going to be based on the current health of the player's limbs, which means I'm going to need to on-ready all of the player's limbs. All right, then. That sounds fun. So I think on the player script, I actually just did this. And I even spelled them all out entirely. Oh, we only did the arms. That's okay. That's okay. Because what we want to be checking is the health of each one. Well, not the legs. Oh, it's only the arms. Duh. That's where the interaction area is. So actually, that's perfect. That's exactly what I need. I don't even need the arm itself. Well, that's okay. We'll do it this way. I was gonna say I could just set it up as the health, but yeah, whatever. All right. So I guess I'm gonna match the arm left current health to 0, 1, and 2. So 0, it's already at where it should be. So we might want to like define these different, like with variables. Heck, let's do that too. Let's do that too. I'm gonna say export variable interact. This is gonna be really hard. This is gonna be really hard. This is gonna be interesting. Because we don't just want to change the size, right? We want to change the position of it. Oh, man. Let's keep it simple for now. Let's keep it simple for now. Oh, dear God. You know what? We're doing magic. We're doing magic numbers. This is too hard to set a plan for. We just need to do magic. And then I'll make it nicer another time. So if we have 0 HP, because it's going to need to be able to check both the left arm and the right arm simultaneously. I even think this doesn't make the most sense as a way to do this. We need something else that's monitoring both arms and combining those values into like a matrix or something. I mean, not a vector 2, like that doesn't make sense. I need like a match and statement. That might exist. Godot match statement. I feel like there are some interesting match statement possibilities. Let's find out what they are. Wherever they are in here somewhere. Oh, this isn't, I see, this isn't the right page. That's okay. No, I don't need an example of GDScript. Yeah, give me this. Oh, it is on the same, I don't know what it is. Okay, here we go. Literal pattern, matches a literal. That's what we're doing, but can we be smarter? Matches a constant expression, an identifier, or an attribute access, A.B. Don't care about that. Wildcard pattern, don't care about that. Binding pattern introduces a new variable. Like the wildcard pattern, it matches everything and also gives the value of a name. Useful in an array and dictionary patterns. I don't think we need that. An array pattern matches an array. Every single element of the array pattern is a pattern itself, so you can nest them. The length of the array is tested first. It has to be the same size. This is what we want, I think. No, that is actually cool, the new variable. That it can like, instead of a wild card, check what it is and say, hey, what it is something new. It kind of allows for some like very dynamic custom player experience kind of thing. Yeah, that is like really interesting for sure. Definitely. So this might be what I need because this is looking for like multiple things. Matches an array. Every single element of the array pattern is a pattern itself, so you can nest them. The length of the array is tested first. It has to be the same size as the pattern, otherwise the pattern doesn't match. Open-ended array. An array can be bigger than the pattern by making the last subpattern ... Every subpattern has to be comma separated. I don't know about no subpattern, but so it's going to, so if I, okay, it's looking for an entire array. So I would need to create a new array, if I'm understanding this correctly, for each possible combination if I wanted to use this. So if I wanted to say arm left is at 0 health, arm right is at 1 health, that would be one array that would represent 0, 1. I guess we could do the same array and we would just change those two numbers and then it would be looking for those two numbers. I think that would work. I think that would be fine. Sounds like that would work. What's this one? Dictionary pattern. Works in the same way as the array pattern. Every key has to be a constant pattern. That doesn't sound necessary. Multiple patterns. You can also specify multiple patterns separated by a comma. Not allowed to have any bindings. I don't think that's what I want. All right, let's try it. So I'm gonna need to create that array. So I guess I would probably want to do that. Where do I want to do? Where do I want to have that array being put together at? I feel like that would make the most sense to do that on the body parts script. The problem is that's a class script. Well, can I make a static array? Is that a thing? That's probably not a thing, right? Seems pretty unnecessary, but I guess I'm curious. Static variable. we would call it match right arm health, left arm health. Oh, wait, really? That would work, Joe? Are you serious? I was about to overcomplicate that. I mean, unless I wanted to access this elsewhere, but I don't think I do. Then I could just set up the same thing. Well, no, static should work, because if they share the same script, static would mean, or am I thinking, yeah, I think static would mean that it's the same variable across every script. I'm pretty sure that's what static means. So if I have multiple instances of a script, the static variables don't vary between the different scripts. But Joe's sounds much simpler. Match arm left current health, comma, arm right current health. Oh my gosh, I thought I had to create an array to point to. Holy crap. So then we could just say 0, 0, something. Dang. Genius. Genius. What in the genius? Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh, that's the wrong Joe. Holy friggin' moly. Oh, Joe in the number 2 spot. Let's sort it. Dang. Progigon, know that today Progigon has been dethroned. Pepe says, not gonna lie, I might have to give Godot another go. Don't get me wrong, I love Unreal, but everything gets outdated quick, and all videos on it are buy this and buy that. Ugh. I mean, you know, that's the thing about, like, you know, a proprietary culture. I feel like Unreal has a proprietary culture, whereas with Godot, it's like open source, yay! And, you know, things can be outdated, but, you know, there's a lot of people who are there to catch up. The community is all about sharing the things they find out, and they're excited about it, and people are friendly. Dethrogigon. That sounds interesting. Yeah, no, give it a go. Give it a frigging go. Unreal is like very powerful, hyper realistic, stuff like that. But to me, it's all kind of overrated, especially for people of our solo devery, tiny baby indie dev world. I feel that it's overkill. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Haven't used Unreal, but Godot is great, yeah. And only getting better. It is only getting better. Wow, I can't believe this worked. This is so cool. This is such a great learning right here. This is an awesome trick. Wow. All right. Great. So if it's 0, 0, well, let's just put them all in there. We want every is going to be a big match statement. Oh my god, it is. It's going to be different for every possible combination. Dear God. I kind of hate that. My god. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this. Oh, this is going to be such a friggin' beast. Oh man, I almost wish this was like more procedural, you know, like it could read the values and then change. This is not the way. Like, you know, if we already have these values, I don't want to catch two at once, I don't think, because it would have to be different for every single one. Has to be unique, because things would be lopsided if the left arm has one versus the right arm having one, you know? So I almost would rather have like a formula that's checking which is which and is adjusting it based on that formula instead of setting up each and every case. It's kind of obnoxious what's happening here. You'll never have to worry about it getting worse because it's free open source. That's right, you can always go back to the old one. Yep, all the versions, and people can like spin it off, and like if Godot, the main line Godot goes to crap, someone can always spin it off and keep it going in the tradition of goodness. Even if somehow Godot 5 or whatever does some tricky stuff, Godot 4.2 will be good forever. Yeah. Yep, owned by the user. Well said. It's like, I can't even fathom going to another game engine. Like, I always make that typo. There is no 3. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay. The only one we catch with 2 is 0, 0. That's the one we luck out on. Alright. Oh, and 1, 1. Oh, jeez. Oh, for crying out loud. One, 2. I hate this. 2, 1. This is absurd. I'm finishing it just for the sake of completionarianism. But I think it's ridiculous. Whoa. Wait, those are the same. Is that all the ones I have to do? I think that's all the ones I have to do. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna do it this way. I think that's every possible combination. I'm hoping that by doing this, I will realize the easier way to write the formula. But I'm gonna do it this way for now. For now. Just for the sake. How many different range levels are there? What do you mean? Range levels? I don't understand. Oh, so you have 0 health, the limb is dead. 1 health, the limb is hurt. 2 health, the limb is healthy. So 3. Oh, 9? I don't know. Maybe I don't understand what range levels means. But 0, 0, we would want it. So, I mean, this is mostly I'm doing this to visualize what I need to change it to. Unless someone comes up with a formula for me. But I'm going to try to construct a formula that doesn't rely on a match statement by doing this the only way that I know how to do it right now. And then hopefully it'll be like, wait, I could just write the formula like this and this and this. That's my plan as of right now. That's it. So, wow, there's a lot of vectors here. Let's just start with size. So I'm going to do the even ones. The 0, 0, the 1, 1, and the 2, 2. That'll be the easiest ones. Since they will grow and shrink, you know, predictably, evenly. As far as forward depth, there's only 2 different ranges the player can grab or attack. I don't know what those words mean. What? You mean like... I don't know what you mean. So here's a drawing I did in Paint. This is if you have no limbs. This is the area size. If you have 2 small limbs, this is the area size. If you have a limb that's healthy and a limb that's gone, it would be lopsided. Those are words I can say at you. The things you're saying are too confusing to my brain. So right now the size is at 0.14. So if I would fetch all that, then I can plug in size. Okay, nice. Yay, I'm glad my way of explaining it made sense. Eventually. No breakpoint, please. We want to say adjust size, and specifically that would be 0.14. Now, if we had 1.1, we'd want that to be a little different. Now, in my heart of hearts, this would tween to a larger size. For right now, I'm not going to worry about no tweens. Not even going to bother myself with it at this particular moment. And actually, this is going to be pretty hard to do from this angle, I think. So I think I actually need to play the game and resize it there. Because the camera has a different look to it. Null instance? Oh. We need to say player slash. Before, I got this code from the player, so it already knew that it was the player. But here I need to specify player. At least. Okay, I need to specify a little more than that. Oh, because right, we gotta do get tree. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. We gotta do the whole thing. Is that what I want? Can you give me like an on ready? Can you give me one of those? No? Okay. On ready variable? Oh yeah, that's not how that's gonna work. What would it be? Equals. Give me just an equals get. Hook me up with an equals get. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Okay. Gotta get the simple stuff first. Oh, and keeping me waiting. All right. Wow. Cheeky Godot. Very good. So I'm just looking for inspiration on how I'm going to resize this stuff. Okay, so there it appears. Now it might actually fight with me since this is in the physics process. I guess I could just update it here. So if I make this that and I save it, there it goes. It got bigger. Nice. Actually, it looks like it's a little thin too, so I might want to make it thicker as well. So this is just gonna take some touch and feel, like what feels like a fair area. I think we can give a lot more area. But also, I'm gonna want to move the center forward too. So that's gonna be important. I'm just kind of touching and feeling it here. It seems pretty good. But then I'd also want to do the center. And I need to remember that was supposed to be at 0.14. This is where export variables would come in handy. But we're magic numbering it for now. So I'm also going to want to adjust the center of it, and that parameter look like... Looks like center. So vector 2. So you want to say center. Vector 2, by default, it's at 0.5, 0.47. We obviously want to adjust that. Sorry, what's the error? Expected a bracket after subscription index. What are you on about then? Oh, I need another parenthesis. Okay. Now I think right now we can adjust it manually, which is nice. It's not going to be fighting with us. I'd kind of like to see it. Oh, that was already adjusted. 0.47. And this was at 0.1, whoops, 0.14. So it kind of looks like that. It is about the size of the cursor between it. I mean, that's going to be different. This is hard. This is kind of hard, not going to lie. I'm going to put this on the clipboard here. 0.32 and... I don't know. It's gonna fight with us if I try to move it. So why don't I comment this out and save that? Then we can push this up. Maybe like... Maybe like that. That's at 0.38. Comment that back in. Put this at 0.38. I think you can figure out one side and then times -1 the position for the other side. Ooh, I like the sound of that. That intrigues me. I'll put this on the clipboard. Now let's paste over these values and add in for 1, 1. These values. All right, so that means if I come up here, now it's not going to actually increase the area because I also have to change the area collision shape. Oh, we got to get close enough. Ooh, oh, geez. Okay. Oh, dear God. All right, then eat it, and then the area got bigger. Nice. Now, I kind of want the thickness to increase as well, because now it looks a little more stretched out, which isn't ideal. But this is pretty decent. Still feels a bit small. I think the range could be a little larger, but... Man, this really changes the gameplay. It's wild. This game gets hard, man. Wow. So I might want to adjust that, but we're just kind of proof of concepting it. These numbers might change at some point. Let's figure out the next level, which would be 2, 2. So for the time being, I'm gonna comment out the 1, 1 stuff. And save it. And so we should be able to just adjust it however we want. So if you're super healthy, still kind of not a lot of range, if I'm being honest. mean, you can go out. It doesn't have to be within the viewport. How does that feel? That feels pretty good. I mean, to be fair, it's disappearing because it gets a little too thin, I think. Oh. Oh, it's going outside of the quad mesh. So it's vanishing there. So I actually need to adjust the size of the mesh itself, which sucks. Wait. Is that what's happening? What is happening? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what's happening. Wait, is that what's happening? What is happening? Yeah. So how do I make that bigger? Oh dear. Oh dear. DJ got auto-generating walls with floors that match up properly and they are destructible and update the floor appropriately. DJ, you are a beast. You are a game dev beast. Start over with the numbers. Oh no. Oh, because the center is like I would need to push the center back. Oh, poopy. And instead of adjusting the center of this, really? Wait, come on now. Why did the t-shirt color change? Godot, why are you so weird? Oh my gosh. It's so easy to undo something you didn't mean to. Like, it's because I was in the inspector and I pressed Control Z, and the last time it saved an undo in the inspector was when I was messing with the t-shirts. That's something, if there's something that really bothers me about Godot that I forget about, it's that. Is that they have an undo redo that's like separate for different areas of the engine, and it's a little, I find it a little confusing. There's something about it that's kind of nice, but most of the time it just confuses me. And then who knows if I'm undoing things that I never meant to. Yeah. It did look, it was, I mean, on some level, like, cool. Change of outfit is nice. That will be a feature. I wasn't planning on implementing that yet. You want to get actual floors in the Atlas, everything is in debug mode. You got this. You got this. It's getting there. A little bit at a time. Man, a lot of my music has been bugged, my stream music. It has been absolutely bugged out. That's okay. Yeah, save it for your Games by You post. And the Games by You post doesn't have to be super curated. But yeah, if you put it in live, that's okay. If people who are here want to go to the Discord and look at it, they can. So that's a fair use of the live text. So, okay, so why is it cutting off there? I mean, that must be like I'm really gonna bargain for this. I'm gonna bargain hard for this. To not have to change all these numbers. Like, maybe that's being set in the shader code, the, like, size of the canvas. But then again, it's clearly the size of the quad mesh. But if I change the size of the quad mesh, that changes the stretch. DJ's top-down dungeon crawler. Yeah, it doesn't need to have the name of the game. Right. So, like, I just need to have a bigger mesh, right? But then if I make a bigger mesh, it's stretching it out. Like, what? Like, seriously? For real? Are we sure? Are we sure there's no hope for me? Wow. I guess we're sure that there's no hope for me. Alright, fine. Very well. There's no hope. I hate that. I despise it. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Yeah. Psh, what a shame. What a shame. What a shame. Stupid. Alright, fine. Fine. All hope is abandoned. Hopefully, the only number I have to actually change is the centering. So let's just put the center back to the center, which I want to say is 0.5, 0.5. Oh yeah, take some inspiration from Dungeon Marsham. So then instead of changing the center of this, I'd want to move the position of the mesh itself, basically. Entirely doable. So we want to say interact mesh, and I guess we'll just like change the position with like an offset. Game of the year, let's go. Mesh position Y plus equals, Z, not Y. I think we're actually going to want to subtract. DJ's posting some stuff. Let's go. Minus equals, I don't know. I gotta just experiment. Grab it. Come down to transform. Oh, it's not Z. It is Y. I don't know why I doubted myself. And it's not negative at all. Okay. We learn. We learn in time. Let me bring the thinness of the mesh down a bit. That would be ideal. So I can better gauge how it actually lines up. I see, that's why, because it's rotated. Gotcha. So this is the full player size when they have all healthy arms. This is what that would be. $13.74. We want that on Y. This isn't on 2 yet, but we'll get there. 13.74. Grab that. Put that on 2. A lot of times you do or instead of and hurts me tremendously on a psychic level. I guess that's an easy mistake to make. I can understand that. Be kind to yourself if you can. I think you deserve it. but I think I could understand being frustrated by that too. All right, and then for the 1-1, which is what we're at, I want the size to be 0.32. Oh, like, oh yeah, Dungeon does do the greater. We talked about that. The greater than, less than, different. Yeah, it's just kind of like one of like binary things like that can be really hard. Typo, position Y copied in both places. Oh, you know, I did that for now, so it doesn't give me an error or whatever. I can put 0. Thank you. Thank you for like catching stuff. I mean, I gotta give you props just for like being on. I mean, I knew I did that and I was gonna change it, but I could also be like articulating myself better about what my process is. So I actually always appreciate that you pointed it out in this case, because I was sort of thinking in my head where I was going with that, and where I was going, position Y equals less than, it's supposed to be position dot Y, no? Oh, I said positiony Y. You're right. Nope, you're right. Yes, I was like, oh no, it's not. Yeah, that says positiony. It says positiony. You don't know about positiony? It's kind of like position, but like iffier. It's like, it's the position. It's positiony. It's not quite. It's not global. It's not local. It's positiony. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Whoopsie. Eagle eye credit, well earned. Thank you, Jean-Michel. Less than, greater than, and copy pasted typos are the other higher up mistakes I make. It's understandable. So for the 1-1, that's the 1-1 circle size. I probably want to change the width, but for now, yeah, I'm going to want different widths. So we're going to say for now 0.035 on the width for 2.2. Because they just, it don't look the same. So we're doing that as well. Width 0.035 here. And for 1-1, again, just eyeballing. Might want to make big changes later. 0.01, sure. So let's add a width on here. That should be 0.01. Oh, you love Dungeon Martian's game? I was so worried a fight like that wouldn't feel fair. Oh, it looks so good, though. You did a good job showcasing it. I hope I get to be checking out on Friday what Dungeon Martian's been up to. Getting me hyped. Getting me hyped! Alright. 1.32, we got the size, and then we need the position. On the y-axis. Maybe like there? Something like that. 14.645. Highly specific. Not positiony. 14.645. Alright. I'm going to keep that commented out for now. And then for 0, 0, that's supposed to be at 0.14 size. Oh, it's so tiny. Brutal. And that width looks pretty good to me. No, don't change the... Like, what? Why did it change that? Okay, that was weird. I didn't even go back that far, and it changed the t-shirt color. That's really weird. It does have a mind of its own. Gotta be careful with those undos redos, I'm telling you. So it actually looks like it does get a little thicker when we come down to 0.14. Not by much. What's the other one? Like this? I think it's not enough to matter. So if I notice it, I'll change it. For now, I don't notice it, so we're not going to change it. Okay, so maybe like there. 10.595. If you say so. 10.595. And for now, we're just keeping the width the same. 0.01. Okay. So there's all those changes. Let's try to witness them. Comment this back in. See how it feels. Oh. Oh, because it's adding it. It's the physics process. So it's adding it constantly. Okay. It doesn't need to be an offset. Yeah. Well, yes. It will increment it every step. Yep. Yeah. I needed to see it to believe it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really need to be an offset. It's going from 0 anyway. So, it's fine. Alright. Grab this. Level up. So the area doesn't grow bigger because our right arm is still injured. In theory, I'd want this to be lopsided right now. And the area doesn't actually reflect my true area. Look! You what? Did I forget to change the numbers here? I did. Okay. Alright. I don't remember what... I guess I... Okay. Cool. Good, so let's fix that then. I guess I forgot to set the numbers. Really? Did I put it on the clipboard or anything? Anything? No? Okay. Alright. No, I'll just do it again. I'll do it again. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So let's actually comment this out and save that. Come back to here. Hey Jaya, welcome. Next 5 days is holiday for you? Nice. Let's go holiday for Jaya. Congrats, honestly. Enjoy and welcome. I'm setting up a interact zone. Oh, dang it. It's still too big. No. Wait, it's big that way now? Well, I mean, I can also increase the size of the mesh itself, alternatively, which is a mess. I despise that. I despise that. Yeah, so I'm just setting up an interaction area. It's a bit of work. Oh, man. That's as big as I can make it before it starts cutting it off. What a shame. What a shame. Cool, 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 cool. Well, I guess there's no point in adjusting the size on here. I should be adjusting the size up here, which is horrible, because that means I have to scale this equally, which I guess we can just like multiply it. But again, we don't want it to apply every frame, so it has to be something that applies one time to a new value, which is fine. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Well, this is unfun. This is tedious. Alright, alright. Let's switch back to 1-1, since we know that one is correct. Although it's about to be wrong again. Oi, oi, oi. So this is supposed to be an interaction zone for how far your arms, depending on how damaged they are, can reach. Well, yeah, and so the thing is, Joe, is I don't know how to come up with such a formula. So my plan was to set all of these values manually for each stage, and then look at all the values, and then be like, what kind of formula could I make out of those values? But for me, I cannot imagine it being easier to, like, think of a formula off the top of my head. So that's why I'm doing it this way. But, you know, that wouldn't have saved me this problem. I mean, not a formula, but because I need to change the quad size. Anyway, the point is, I'm going to change the size of the quad itself. And so we're just stretching the quad bigger and smaller. And that will be what happens. And I just need to do that and find those values, and then based on that, maybe I can figure out a formula. But I'm not mathy enough to be able to ponder a formula. I can deduce a formula based on, you know, the stages that would go into it, but trying to conceive it out of thin air, not happening. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to pretty much start over, if I'm being honest with you. It's a bit of a do-over. So let's just comment all this out. The thing that will stay is literally the position. None of it. I mean, it's all going in the trash right now. So, I mean, maybe the width, I'm not sure. So I'm gonna put this on the clipboard so it's not lost forever, unless my computer crashes, then it is. There's always the live stream. We're gonna get all this out. Clean it out, clean it out, clean it out. And we're gonna try again. Except this time, we're gonna do it a little different. A little bit different. I'd actually like to save it like this. Okay, but I would like to reset the center. And reset the position. So if I want to figure out 0, 0, I would want to actually adjust these. I mean, I'm not going to be able to drag it because that's going to change them simultaneously. I could make an export variable. That would be an option. Maybe I do that. And export variable interact size I really only need to adjust one of the values, so I think I would want to say, I mean, we could make it a float, and it equals I don't know if I'm doing this right. Vector, oh, I guess it would be a vector 2. Vector 2, 20, 46.655. And then we're gonna multiply that oh, my bad. Vector 2. Multiply that. Well, but that's what you want the variable to be, the export variable to be. So you want this to be let's say interact mesh size is that. At export variable interact mesh resize, that's a float. And I mean, it can be whatever, 1.0. But you could even say interact mesh size times interact mesh resize and do it like that. And then I would just need to apply, I think, I don't know, interact mesh size equals interact mesh size. Is that, I have to restart it because it's not gonna ready it. I don't know. And then in theory, I could drag the float up and down or adjust it. Nope. Invalid assignment of property or key size with value of type vector 2 on base mesh instance. I think you need to do the welcome zombie. I think you need to do the interact mesh size times interact mesh size resize in one of the processes, right? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. No, you're probably right. Honestly, you're probably right. I mean, in that case, I don't need this. We could literally just say that equals interact mesh dot size, howdy, times interact mesh resize. Right? Maybe? Maybe. Nope. What'd I do? Invalid access to property or key size. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see how it wants me to access it. Size. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I don't understand. What do you mean invalid access? Why is it invalid? Why not be valid? Let's see if I can find it in here somewhere. There's a lot of sizes. Let's just look up mesh instance 3D. Properties mesh skeleton. Oh, maybe I need to do dot mesh or something. Isn't there two sizes, one for X and Y? Yes. Oh, so do I need to say that? I have to say like size X, but I'm trying to do them, I'm trying to multiply them simultaneously. I guess I don't have to. Is that the problem? Mesh.size.y equals this. Like that. But like maybe I need to say dot mesh dot size. Don't fake me out, Godot. Size. What do you mean? Oh. Wait, what? I don't understand. You're saying no dot? That can't be real. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, if I'm being honest. It seems to be okay with... No, it's not okay with that. I feel like this size thing doesn't exist. I'm not sure how I access that property. GDScript, change mesh size. Yeah, dot size. That's what I thought. Not scale, but size. Oh. Well, it's not a vector 3, it's a vector 2. Is that my problem? Do I need to... But it says that it's saying interact mesh size is the invalid thing. Okay, so what if I just say print that? Print interact mesh size. Can it do that? Or is it going to tell me that that's invalid? Invalid. Is it because... I know, I don't understand. I'm very confused. So it's a mesh instance 3D, but its size is not accessible. Mesh is auto-completed, I think. But does that mean size reasonably comes after it? Yes! Ah. Okay, alright. We need mesh dot size, and look, that's the number. Okay, 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 getting somewhere. Good, good. What does mean, is it the length or width of the quad? I'm so confused. Well, it's a vector 2, so x would be 1, it would be like width, and y would be the length, right? Or whatever. What's confusing? I don't understand why you're confused. So like, yeah. So if I change this, you can see the quad gets bigger or smaller. So then I want to say, interact mesh size. I want to change it. Nice. I want to change it to be the interact mesh dot size times interact mesh resize. So it should be twice as large. If I know things. Nice. Game starts. Let's go. Whew. Okay. I think it was that dot mesh. That's what I was missing. Was the dot mesh. Above all else. Probably other things, but that was the main thing. Now it's super large. Alright, cool. Good. Now, what I wanted to see is if I would be able to resize it. Yes. Let's go. So now I have this draggable thing. Kinda. Sorta. Well, I did. It seems to have, died. Seems to have died all the way. Is passed away. Rest in peace there. Okay. I don't know. I guess it physics processed itself into oblivion. That's strange. But it's just a direct assignment. Okay. Do you want me to save it? I can save it. No? Okay. Alright. What does it say that it is if I look at it in the remote? UI interaction. Well, it says its size is 20 by 46. But it has left the entire building. Bon voyage. So it's volatile. I hope that if I'm doing like tweening of that or something, that I can handle it. This is it. I mean, this is what I'm gonna be spending all my time on today. It's a lot of work. It's all a lot of work. Not exactly what I expected I'd be working on today at all. I thought I was going to be doing the humans. I was going to be doing level design. None of that came to fruition. This absorbed me. But I like it. I mean, it's an interesting problem, and I think it's going to be important. So, time well spent. And, oh! Oh! Oh, oh. Very strange. It's like it fundamentally changes the size. I don't know. And I'm a little worried that if we, you know, interpolate it somehow, it's going to like behave that way. But you know what? For now, let's go with it. Although it's a little large. Is it? No, I guess it's not. I guess that... Wait. Where is it? Why isn't it visible here? It's a bit surprising, isn't it? Maybe something like that is happening? Oh yeah, its alpha is set to 0. I wonder if somehow the alpha is getting changed. I don't know why it, or how it would. Okay. Because really, I wanted to be able to change it at runtime. That's how I was going to like gauge if it was too big or too small. But I guess that's not going to happen. And I want this to be much smaller. Here. So I'd prefer if it started out at the smallest that it's going to be. And then stretch it out gradually in the code. Although, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Very tedious. Very good. So that's obviously a bit large for the start. Sure. Oh, that looks like the right size. Yeah, 0.14. And then we do it. So actually, this would already be the same as we had it written in the code. This actually would not change. Kind of nice. I forgot what the number was, but we'll get it again. So in this case, we'd want to make sure that interact mesh resize is set to 1.0. And then the Y position, something like that. Let's do an easy 1.7. Interact mesh position Y equals 1.7. Okay. And then, for the larger size, I'm going to want to increase this. I'm just going to try to do it in code. I don't know if that's going to be much better than the export variable, but we'll see. So let's go to 1.1. Paste that in. We'll just let it be that for now. Oops, did not mean to spawn our drone. It's okay. It's okay. Oops. I hurt myself. Alright, now we are at 1.1. Now I'm going to resize it. Let's make it twice as big. Oh. Dang. Yeah, that's a problem. Well, we don't really need it to be in the physics process. Because if it's a tween, the tween will create itself and do its own thing. Oh yeah, we got gore, zombie. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Might want to try a range between 0 and 1 and see if it reacts how you expect. Just a thought. It should shrink or be initial size at maximum. Well, as you see, it did not react as I would want. Yeah, I'm trying to test. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm doing. For interact mesh resize value. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. I think we need it to not be in the physics process. I think what we should do is... I think what is going to make the most sense is every time the health updates, I think a signal should fire, and that should run its own function here. And then that's when it updates all of this stuff. Well, not this, but... And then hopefully a tween would be able to have it interpolate in a nice way, if that makes sense. So on the body, we know there's damage dealt, we have on area damaged, and we have heal. So there's these two separate things. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna make a new one. The ring is for health then? No, the ring is for the interact boundary. Signals away. So what you're allowed to grab and attack and what you aren't. So if your arms are all the way broken, the range that you'll be able to grab things is much smaller. And then if you have healthier arms, the range gets bigger. And if you have lopsided arms, the range needs to adjust itself somehow. So I'm kind of trying to set up the easy ones first and then figure out how I might want to adjust a formula or something to be able to lopside it. You know why continuously multiply the size by way more than expected? Oh yeah? Nice. Alien health update. We don't really need to say by how much, if I'm being honest. Because we're going to check those match statements. Yeah. Plus equals here. Oh, that's if hovered. We could be more specific. You made a small walking man. Okay. In an hour. Oh, okay, that's impressive. Oh, in Godot? You're learning Godot again? Let's go. So I think we'd actually want this here. So to say, if healing actually takes place, then emit an alien health update. Because we don't really care if it's healing or hurting. We just want to know what was the update. And then we can check the match statements to understand more about it. It's confusing. It gets a lot less confusing. That makes sense that it would be at first. I find it's considerably less confusing than Unreal or Unity once you get the hang of it. Alright, so I need to create the alien health update script or signal. I guess it's really limb health. Really, it's just arms. Oh, actually, my bad. We want to be more specific. We already have limb is damaged. We want to be more specific here. My mistake. Legs, head, legs. Where's the arm stuff? Oh, I see. It just checks to see if it's not. Oh, geez. It's just else if it's not the head, and then legs have specific things. Okay. In the process function, it's multiplying the size by like 2. For example, over and over. Could be wrong though. Just an idea. Yeah, I think it is something like that too. I'm just taking it out of there. I'm not even messing with that anymore. It makes sense that it would be doing it over and over again. And it's weird because sometimes it does and then sometimes it doesn't. It's a little confusing to me. Arm right or is part set to body part is parts. Arm left. So it's not even alien health update. We want to say arm health update. Pretty much. That's when I want that to happen. So come down to the other situation. Here. Get rid of that. Create the statement again. Now, oh, but Lise, you don't want to put this here. Oh, wrong place. Because that's only going to be if it's taken a certain damage. Ay. So actually, here, I would want to say, if the thing that has a current health update, oh geez. Alright, we're gonna get there. Is parts, arm, here. Yank that out of there. Get it out. It's all a bit confusing, but it comes together, right? If the thing that is damaged is either arm, emit arm health update. And then similarly, okay. When we heal, right here. Okay. There we go. So now, oh, I need to also update the messenger signal name. Oh, I never made it. Signal, arm health update. Hit point update? Oh, that's kind of different. This isn't hit points for the player. It's quite a bit different. Let's put it over here. Now I can come back to my interact script. And we want to actually move all of this. So let's come over here. Func. I mean, to my logic, I would usually put this down here, if I'm being honest. Func. Well, first, we need to connect it. Messenger arm health update. Connect. On arm health update. Yeah, DJ was so nice to say all that. You gotta answer the phone. You got. I mean, were you gonna not answer it like I would? Don't be like me. Function on arm health update. Then take all of this mess, beautiful mess, okay, but take it, slap it in here, okay, so it's going to update the interact mesh size to the interact mesh size times interact mesh resize, which I guess I'd actually want to happen after the match statement, technically. So let's do that. When there's an arm health update, it is going to check the health of the arms, and it's going to do that. So at some point, I'd want to create a tween and have that change that size a little bit more neatly. But for now, or smoothly, for now, this should be okay. Now, one problem is, if I'm going to test this, I need an arm health update. So I think what I'll do is I'll go to the debug script. And let's say debug button 9. I don't know. Debug button 9 just does messenger arm health update. That way we can modify the code and update the size of the arm. Back to that script. So what I'm trying to figure out is I want to increase the size at 1.1 and be able to test it and watch it and see how much bigger it gets. Adjust the Y. So we're just going to be guessing these values and then applying the arm health update, and hopefully it works. A debug alien. This is my debug alien. This is my alien debug. Oh, that's a cute name for an alien or a robot. Debug. That's so cute. That's the cutest ever. Okay. So right now we're at 0, 0. If we bump up to 1.1, it should go to 2.0, 1.7. So let's do that. We got to get our abductee right into that area. Click it, eat it. Okay, nice. So the size is okay. I might want to change it. Oops, these debug keys are not very good. I accidentally spawned the drone again. At the very least, I'd like to adjust the position. Yum, 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 yes. It certainly thinks so. let's just put it at 2.0, just as like an experiment. So if I hit save, it's not going to look different. However, if I press my debug key, well, oh, this is just like what Joe was saying. Every time I press it, it's increasing it? Why? Oh. This is the same thing Joe was saying, I think. Wait, but why? Oh, because that's why it was happening in the physics process that way too. Because you're right, Joe, you're so right. I kind of didn't understand exactly what you were saying. I knew, okay. Because it's taking the existing interact mesh size. We need a constant. We need to set what the interact mesh size is supposed to be at a baseline. Otherwise, we're just continually multiplying it by 2. That's why it was growing so fast. I don't know if that's what you said before, but in the function process, it's multiplying the size by like 2, for example, over and over. Yeah, it is doing that. But and the reason why it's doing that is not because it's in the physics process per se, but because of the way the code is written. The interact mesh size is growing every single time. So let's set up a constant of what it's supposed to be by default. So I'm going to say constant interact mesh size right? We still have to apply it back, but I think this makes sense. Vector 2, oh, we should capitalize it, right? Vector 2, 20, 46.655. It's very confusing. What's an initializer after constant name? Oh, my bad. Equals vector 2. Okay. So then, instead of saying interact mesh size equals interact mesh size times, we would want to say, all caps, interact mesh size. Mesh size times. That's what we'd want to do. Okay. Very important. Very important to tell the code the right things. If it doesn't know, it doesn't know. I'm just keeping it real. All right, that's our starting size. I'm gonna go find something to eat in the game. Grab it, eat it. A little bigger. Let's pause it. So that's at 2.0 now, which does look pretty good. And now if I press the debug key, it's not gonna grow every time, right? Right, it's not growing every time anymore. If I set this to 3.0 and save it, come in here and press 9, it gets bigger. But not every single time I press it. Good, 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 good. You really do be eating those cows though, Frank. You really do. So that doesn't feel big enough to me. Well, if you think about it, your music choices could honestly be half the reason you're here. It helps so much with focusing. That's awesome. I had more music. I had about twice as much music as I currently do, but YouTube creator music, the way I fetch the music is bugged out. And cut like half of the music apart, and it makes it really hard to get to it all. So I actually have, I know, it is ironic. I really have more music. I just have to like actually do a lot of work to get it all back. So like one of these days, there will be even more music, and you won't hear the same song twice. But for now, unfortunately, I have to loop through the same like 150 songs. That's okay. I'm glad you like it though. So I mean, 2 is a pretty big level up. And then let's adjust the position as well. I'm gonna comment out the position adjustment so I can just do it here in the inspector, I think. Oh, you don't even have to comment it out because it's not happening every frame anymore. So you can adjust it as you wish. Interesting that says 2.0. Oh, okay, I see. Never mind, it makes sense. Yeah, this seems kind of fair. I mean, it's more space to interact. And you are damaged, you are hurt. I think it could be a lot bigger. I don't think this is big enough, in my opinion. So we've got that at let's say 4.8. And then update this here. Let's move it a bit closer. Looks like about 6. And then update it. Okay. And it feels a little more fair. Is this supposed to represent the interact zone? You got it, Frank. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. And so I'm trying to adjust it based on how healthy your arm is or not. And I'm doing the easy ones now that are even. So if you have both arms at 0 or both arms at 1 or both arms at full health. And then I got to figure out the lopsided ones, which is going to be kind of a mess. But we'll get there. Cool. I like this. This is actually not that difficult. Once I get in the right flow, this is not too bad. So let's do 2-2. I'm just going to arbitrarily say 4 for now. And I don't know, 10? Probably not, but maybe. Then I just need to heal up until both arm is healthy. Now the interact zone doesn't actually grow yet, because not only am I gonna have to grow the ring, but I gotta grow the area. That's gonna be a whole thing. All right, let's get, this is a little small, but let's move it forward too. That'll help. Oh, I love this. This is so much better than the physics process. Can we get away with 11? Maybe. Oh, we also need to, so now we need to bring the width down as well. What was the width that I was going with before? It's supposed to change the zone size and position depending on the arm. Exactly. Precisely. You got it. Frank, my gosh. Do you ever got it? What's the width at? Oh, I don't even know. What's the width at right now? 0.01, I think? Maybe it's like 0.035 is like what I vaguely remember. Something like that. Okay, so that I think is what it's at right now. It's 0.01. So let's just test that. Save it. update it in here. Yeah. Was it like point? No, it has to be smaller than that. Was it like that? Was it like 0.0035 or something? That looks a lot better. Maybe we can make it a tiny bit bigger. That's a little big. I actually kind of liked it before. But I would also say that that's not big enough. Let's try 5. It's very big. But it kind of should be. I mean... Now, the other thing to consider is power-ups that give you, like, an extended range. This may not lead to a lot of wiggle room to give you extended range. So I think this might actually be a little too big. Let's bring it back down to 4. And it's kind of like at that point, you know, do you really need all that range? I mean, yeah, yeah, man. It's great to be able to grab from far away, because you can see far away. Like, I'd be able to have grabbed that. It does feel overly generous. It also would be good if you took damage, then the range would be further. That is to say, even if you had taken damage, you would have more range. So the damaged limbs would be less of a liability in terms of grab distance. You'd still be closer to death, but or limb death or whatever, but at least you would still be able to stretch. So, actually, I think this is fun. But I like this. Okay, this is actually quite good. I think it could be a little closer to the back of the foot, though. Let's do 11.5. Okay. So now, if we come in here and we damage the arms down to 1-1, so I have to hit each arm. Well, I missed 1-1. I have to damage them evenly because I don't have the lopsided values added in yet. Oh, I forget this isn't the actual interact range. They have orange shirts again. I know. I accidentally undid it, and it was exactly like you said, in the sense that it had a mind of its own. Like, it made no sense why it did that. And I mean, whatever, it's not the worst thing, but it does make me realize who knows what other things someday I might undo or redo unwittingly. It was really bizarre. It genuinely did not make any sense to me. Alright, there we are at 2-2. We gotta get down to 1-1. Oh, okay. Oh, dang it! That's hard. Obviously, we could add a debug to... Oh, it looks like it got to 1-1 for a second, and then it went to that size. That feels pretty good. That's definitely more limited. I think that's fair. And then, I would actually say we could make the border a little smaller. Let's try that. Oh... Because it's not at 1-1, so it's not going to update unless I am at 1-1. Oh, that's so annoying. This is a whole other meta game here. It's trying to get an exact number of arm healths. You've done about 4/16 of a 256 tile atlas. Sleep is for the meek. Do take care of yourself. Do take care of yourself. But with that said, nice work. Okay, please don't hit the arm twice. It's really not supposed to take 2 damage. Okay, there we go. Nice. Yeah, that width looks better to me. And then can I preview it leveling right up to 2? I mean, that width actually looks a little bigger. Oh, man, and it really... Oh, God. It's really hard to see. I mean, these are the kind of changes that maybe once I have the middle damages set up will be easier to see. Maybe not, though. I kind of need a nice debug damager. Oh, oh, I was just trying to hit it one little time. I mean, that seemed okay. I feel like the 2 is actually a bit wider, which I don't prefer. So let's make the 2 actually a little thinner. It's basically binary rule setting, but with an image instead of doing the ones and zeros. Clever. It's like interpreting what's on the image. Something. All right, let's bring it down to... I'm certainly going to want it to be thinner for this, but let's bring it down to 0, 0. The easiest to get down to. No skill involved there. Okay, apparently some... All right, there we go. It actually seems okay. Well, maybe we could thin it out just a bit. It's cool. I really like it because it really makes it feel like there's something that is going wrong now that you're damaged. When you do, you should make the alien eat the giant as if. Yes. Correct. I will. You know what? Okay. Fine. Screw it, I'll do it. I still kind of want to, I mean, I really want to do that today still. It could either go really easily or be a bit of effort. That's even more delicious. It is. Of course. I think there's some inconsistencies with the distance between the circle and the back of the foot, which really bothers me. I kind of feel like I super need to be able to like click a button and it switches between them, because this is kind of a pain to like hurt the character in order to get that information. It's kind of ridiculous. So I think I will actually set up that. It's hard to explain, but it's simple enough concept. I'm sure anyone would get it if they watched a video about cellular automata or something. It's neighborhoods and then binary for speed. DJ, you're amazing. You got skills. I'm just saying, you got skills. Yeah, I think I'm gonna set up a debug for this because this is just a bit painstaking. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this match statement on the clipboard, but instead, well, you know what you could also do is just change these, you know, just set this to 0, 0, save it, and then run it. Change this to 1, 1, save it, and then run it. But I want to be able to go back and forth, like at the press of a button. You know, I'd love if we could... Oh, I don't know how to do that. Thank you. It should be unsurprising, but I'm completely self-taught, so I'm happy to hear I'm not lacking behind the crowd too much. I don't think you are. I really don't think you are. Well done. Well done, self-teaching. Alright, I'll make debug buttons. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. I'm resisting it way more than I need to. Okay. Menu, debug menu. Is that this? Yes. I'm gonna hide the game states. It's not really doing me any good at the moment. Cheat tools, doesn't matter, I don't care. I mean, we can just get rid of a lot of these. I just need it to like be out of the way. Would be ideal. What's this one? A bunch of crap. bunch of crap I'm not using. So I'm just gonna get rid of all these. Let's take them out of there. I think that makes more sense. Then duplicate this button. Actually, could we do the H box? That would actually be nice. It's a little frustrating. Can we just remove the buttons from all of these? None of these work anyway. They're all broken. Oh, and then we could keep the top level. I mean, it's still gonna interfere with it a little bit. That's okay. Self-teaching aliens. You can either eat or abduct a cow. Yummy cows or abduct cows. Self-teaching aliens. You don't even have to be an alien to self-teach, apparently. Okay. So we're gonna say, just for now, it's a little ridiculous. We're gonna call this button 22. Button 11. Button 00. I really just want to make sure they're good. Button 22, 11, and 00 in HBox container 2. Let's come to the script. Oh god, so many buttons. Oh, we need to access them all as unique names. Just to make it all easier. Oh god. It's running a little slow because we're running the game. Yeah, exactly. We're pressing buttons. The aliens out here pressing buttons as it does. Okay, pressed, connect, on, interact, 22, 1. It's a little confusing. That's okay. 00. On interact and then the number. Func on interact 22. Func on interact 11. Func on interact 00. These are some highly specific buttons that are literally going to be useless once I'm done with it. It has to be okay. So I need to be able to update this like a variable, basically. So we're gonna call this debug left, debug right. It's literally gonna be useful. You know what? That's true. It is literally gonna be useful. You are correct. I always appreciate your perspective, Frank. Dang. Where's that moral support credit? Much love to you as well, Frank. Frank's OG, man. Frank has been here for so long. Frank is a friend as far as I'm concerned. Where are you on here? I wish it was alphabetical sometimes. Often. It's like I gotta choose to either search for the name or search for the credit. And they're both so long, I don't know which is harder. Okay. Here we go. Credit added. Only 6? Ridiculous. Let me bump that up. You out here giving moral support all the time. You gotta garnish that a little bit. I feel like I created that for you. Okay. So I want to create a variable debug left as set integer. Could really only be 1, 0, or 2. By default, we want it to be 0. Variable debug right integer equals 0. Oh, we put underscores? How about we don't? How about that? And then I need to access this variable. So we'll have to get all the way to this script. So we're gonna come all the way back to the main scene. Come all the way up here. And this is the interact script. And drag it into here. Where are you at? There you are. Okay. Now we say interact dot debug right equals 2. Interact dot debug left equals 2. 1 and 1, 0 and 0. Okay. Oh, we didn't rename the labels? Unthinkable. Let's give those labels some name. Okay, save it. It's not gonna update on the runtime? That's okay. Oh, the runtime is being a little goofy. Let's just restart it. Let's just restart it. Okay, so the reason why I did all this was just so I can swap between the different interact zone sizes quickly. And just ascertain how similar they are and really get a sense of that distance between the back of the foot and the back of the circle. Whoa. Oh, I didn't mean to spawn the drone. What's it doing up there? What you doing all the way up there for? Why would you do that? Why is that where you would be? You don't want to be somewhere else? Maybe 1.7 was incorrect. Oh, okay. All right. No, it's fine. I am confused. We'll get to the bottom of this. Probably UFO radius. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, because it doesn't run a health update at the beginning of the game. The default value isn't set to this. So really what I'd want to do is make sure that we run an arm health update in the ready function, because it wasn't catching up to the size that you start out the game as. And actually, not even in the ready function, in the gameplay, right? So we'd want to say arm health update messenger.arm health update. Run it right there when the game begins. So that way it shows up at the start. Okay, and now we got this drone here. I didn't mean for it to be there. I suppose I could remove it, but that scares me. Alright, so I'm gonna pull up my menu. That didn't work. Why not? Invalid assignment of property or key, debug right with value type of integer on base object type of null instance. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. I don't think it liked this at all. Oh, because it's doing it at the root. So, we just need the path, actually. Is it? It doesn't do that. Okay. Alright. Well, how about I just do main scene slash, and I'm sure it can figure it out from there. Alright, try that again. Oh, now it's a little broken. I gotta restart it. Well, at least now I can test if the size of the zone is the correct size when the game starts. Or in the right position, anyway. At least. So really, it's going to be as soon as it hits the ground, it's going to update it. And then it's going to fade it in. Looks good. Excellent. Open up this. That didn't work. Oh, you know why? Because I have to do an arm health update. So I need to put that arm health update in here. Otherwise, it's not going to change it when I press it. Emit. Like that. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is what I was worried about. You see? Look at the position from the back of the character. It's like changing too much. That's what I need to fix. And if I'm not able to click them to the different sizes, it's a nightmare. Cool, this is actually gonna be really useful for setting this up. I have no reason to set it up in any other way for a while. This is the way. Cool. I can't. Really? The UI keys are still controlling the player character? I thought I fixed that. Yeah. I did. But it's still... Oh, because it's this... Well, they're the same keys, though. That's the thing. They are the same keys, so they would control both. That actually makes a lot of sense. It would be kind of nice to, like... It's still pretty useful. I like the sizes. I think they make sense. I think it makes sense there's a huge disparity between 0 and 1. Like, obviously you don't have any arms, but you get some arms. Like, yeah, you get some freedom. You get a lot of arms, you get a good amount of freedom, but you still already had arms, so it's not like the biggest upgrade. But really for me, it's that distance from the back that needs the most adjusting. I think I think we could push it forward on 1. I think that's probably bothering me the most. So let's do that. Okay. So I'm going to come into the main scene, click on the mesh, check to see, so it's at 6. And then I can adjust it 6.75. Let's try that. Save it, click it, and then we can go between them. So I think this is better. I kind of like, well, maybe back a little bit more, actually. 6.45. That's pretty good. It should be just a little bit further forward. Let's try 6.5. Because as it is right now, when you have both arms, you actually lose a little bit, which is ridiculous. Let's try 6.6. Oh, that's almost perfect. Nice. Look at that. If I hold, oh, you can't. If I hold my hand here, you can see it pretty much stays in the same spot. Now, I mean, that's not going to be true for 0. Actually, it's not bad. That's actually pretty close. You can start to see the width really changes, though, which is fine. Maybe. Actually looks pretty good between these two. I think this is all right, but you do get a little more space. I think we could push 0 forward just a tad, just a little bit. Let's try 1.8. Yeah, I like that. I like that it actually gets a little bigger. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm almost worried that it's a little too thin, especially out in the distance. But then it's going to be thicker up in the front, which I don't love. I mean, that was barely noticeable. Oh, that was 1. I was like, I couldn't even tell. Okay, let's make that 0.004. Whoa. It's quite a lot bigger. A Sobel filter? What's a Sobel filter? Something is a Sobel filter? Are you typing that in the wrong place? No, I believe you're typing in the right place. I don't think there's really much I can do about it getting goofier in the distance. I'm okay with it. I can live with it. It's not a big deal. This looks pretty good. All right. Now, what about lopsideries? Having the pixel weight being the same for the circle, both close and far. Whoa. Neat. That's the best explanation of a Sobel filter that I've ever heard. I just maybe learned a little something. Thank you. Well, I actually also need to be changing the size of the mesh, or rather the collision. Maybe I should do that before we start worrying about lopsidery, you know? This is gonna be tough. So this is actually a bit overly generous, perhaps. I mean, actually, it seems a little underly generous. It's just in the wrong spot, I think is what that is. I think it's just incorrect. This is definitely going to be interesting. Okay, let's center that a little better. Seems okay. I think we could make it a little longer. Okay. And then if I wanted to increase it, are we sure we're on the right size in the inspector? I mean, I think so. I don't know, actually. So the interact resize is just ×1. So yeah, that should be correct. Would the height of the cylinder reach a copter? Oh, Joe, I didn't even think of that.
No. So, oh, geez.
We kind of need a 3D shape. You know what, Joe? What you said made me realize that it's time for a custom collision shape. Because you know what? The collision shape doesn't really need to dynamically change. We can set, unfortunately, manually, a different collision shape. The only thing, okay, oh, I hate that. No, I don't want to do that. And the reason why I don't want to do that, well, the reason why I don't want to do that is because what about like power-ups and stuff? Oh man, then I'd have to make an entire different set. Wait, not yet. Not Blender complex shape yet. I'm still too afraid to go down that rabbit hole. Okay. So perhaps, I mean, obviously at the smallest, it should not be able to reach a helicopter. Like, that's already a given. Technically, we can make the radius bigger, but the problem is we don't have every... I think we need a box. Yeah. Yes, box. Correct. Ding, 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 ding. That's the answer. That's the answer. That's the answer. All right. We had that same thought at the same time, I promise. And I'm delighted because it completely affirms that is, of course, the right way. Joe and Dungeon, I gotta give you props for talking me through that one. Oh, man. I guess that's interact boundaries there. Okay. Oh, that's pretty nice and centered. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's so much better. Oh, it's already so much better. Why was I doing a cylinder? I don't know, okay? Do I know? No. But it was. But those days have long passed, okay? We are never, ever going back to those horrifying, horrifying days. When I didn't do things the absolute most easiest way that is imaginable, which is this. Okay. This is fantastic. This is the way. It's like, Like, of course, this is the right way to do it. My gosh. It makes it not even difficult. Like, nothing is difficult this way. Okay. The worst part, which is barely at all bad, is you get a little extra space in the corners. So what? Have the extra space, enjoy it. It's my gift to you. Oh, player. Oh, great and mighty player. Okay. So that's where we start. And then we got to do kind of the same thing, right? Is come in here. We got interact mesh resize, but what about interact collision? Drag that on there. Interact collision. Done. And then we just have to access its size, which is probably very similar to all the other ways we access this stuff, I would guess. Probably the easiest way to deal with this, I'm gonna do print interact collision dot shape dot size. And let's see if it starts printing that. Nope. Oh, because it never on-readied it. I have to restart it. Whoa, is that a battery? Is that a Lego? What is that? What is that? Is that a cake? Oh, it's file cabinet. It's a file cabinet. File, praying for the files. Okay, and yes, it is printing this beautifully. You search for a box. Oh, nice. That is a box. Yes, that is a box. All hail the mighty box. I think there is a box. I think there is like a cardboard box. There's also squares. I know there's squares. But I like this because I just discovered that this was even an emoji. It's a very compelling emoji. There's a card. That looks like a debit card to me. That's funny. Like just you trying to find it. All right, so we don't need to print this. We got the right thing. It's interact collision dot shape dot size. Whoa, that one's so cute. What? YouTube has a emoji of a baby looking over a box? Why? Why is there an emoji of a baby looking over a box? What's the implication here? That is such a weird emoji. YouTube, what are you even? What is that? Why is that? It's so specific. Guess what comes out of the box? The shrink ray? The shrink ray comes out of the box in reverse to make a giant baby! I don't know, that was like a baby pitched down, crying. Baby's like, ooh, what's that? I didn't know you had a shrink ray in reverse. That's news to me. You have more powers than I could have imagined. You're looking at a green circle. Yes, you are, Kai Guy. Yes, you are. That's exactly what you're looking at. And I'm looking at it too. A lot. I've been looking at it for the last like 5 hours. And I will keep looking at it until I'm satisfied. Oh, we need to do the same thing. We need to do the same resize thing. Need a live stream of most obscure emojis. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Alright? I was like, oh, I enjoy this. We gotta do the same thing we did with the mesh size. And we have to update it based on a resize value. Interact collision size, set a constant default, and then an offset size or whatever. So I'll copy this. Interact. Yeah, let's do that too. Oh yeah, dude, there are some boxes. There's so many like character boxes. What? I never noticed how many character boxes there are. Oh, this didn't really help me. I feel like my mind is just expanding with knowledge that I never knew I maybe could have used. This one's a vector 3, 3.5, 7.5, and 2.5. Can I use a decimal point? Oh. Okay. Must see TV. Exploring all the boxes. Have you guys ever noticed how many boxes are in emojis? Like a conspiracy. Alright, we want the resize to be 1.0 at the smallest. And then for this one, I don't know. We could try the same. What if it, dude, it would be so cool if there's no way. It would be awesome if I could use the same multiplication factor. Mailboxes. Oh, it's so cute with the different little symbols. It goes up and, oh. I did that for mailing in my voter registration. That was wild. I haven't used a mailbox proper in maybe my entire life. It was exhilarating. Like, I don't know, moving that flag up, it felt weird. I was like, oh, this means something. Stu Lab's a member! Oh shoot! Stu Lab, you gave some money earlier, no? Thank you for that. And you out here becoming a member? Let's sing you a member song, Stu. Welcome. Thank you so much. You're gonna get emotes. You're gonna get a live stream where I'm a little more flexible. You're gonna get, it's an 8 to 10 hour live stream. You're gonna get a member song, which I'm about to sing you right now. Stu Lab, you I appreciate, so I'm gonna dab. Stu Lab, you I appreciate, so I'm gonna Wow, how'd you get to the membership? Stulab, you make me dab. 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 Gab Games gonna gift membership. Oh yeah, Stulabs gave Gab a gift membership. Stulab gave Gab a gift membership. Stulab gave Gab a gift membership. Stulab gave a gift membership to Gap Games, to Gap Games, Stulab gave Gab a gift membership. Stulab gave Gab a gift membership. Oh, Stulab, you make me wanna dab. Stulab, you make me wanna dab. Stulab, you make me wanna dab, 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 dab. Okay, real sorry about that. Oh, he hates singing. He hates singing. He's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Stu. You're so very kind. You're so very kind. I appreciate it. I hope my bad song was somehow evidence of how much I appreciate you. So thank you very much. Box? Yeah, boxes. I don't know, we're just talking about boxes. Kaiga, yes, that's the box that I was thinking of forever ago. Was this one. Oh, is Jean-Michel in the past and maybe was having the same thought Dungeon and I had? That like, hey, how about not using a friggin' cylinder? That was quite a choice on my part. But you know, I'm glad we came to that realization eventually. We got there. It took time, but we got there. Thank you, Stu. Thank you so much for all the support you've been giving today. It means so much to me. Really appreciate it. Stulab makes me wanna dab, and Gap Games got a membership. Oh yeah. All right. Now there's no way that this is going to multiply by the same factor. But if it did, oh, that would be so good. So in order to actually witness the size change, you know what, I kind of want to like make a mesh. Yes, I can turn on debug visible shapes, but like there's gonna be a lot of crap in there. You know, and so I just feel like it's gonna be hard to see a little bit, you know, like which ones are which. Maybe not. I mean, it is an unusual shape compared to the rest, and the rest of them are all kind of rounded, and this one will be like box. I think it looks like a graveyard in the beginning. It's actually quite ominous. Okay, so I can actually see the box. It's a little tough. But it's right there. Zoop, 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 zoop. It looks friggin' massive. How is that the right size? It looks so large. Why does it look so large? It's too big. It's too big. All right, apparently I need to be doing this in debug mode all along, because that is unacceptably big, unfortunately. Okay then. It's a menu alien. You know that it's the menu alien. It is. That's exactly what it is. They're just hidden, but their collisions are still there. Even though the collisions don't work, they're still like there. That's exactly what it is.
Pray to the dead aliens. Yes, dead aliens.
We should do emoji only mode sometimes, just for funsies. Not all the time, just once in a while. Maybe only when people are trolling. I wonder if there's a way to set a custom color for a collision shape. Oh, that'd be sweet! That'd be sweet. I love that. I mean, certainly maybe. I have no idea though. 3D gizmos. Particle collision. No. Oh god. This is being really slow because I'm also running the game at the same time. Godot's like, I are you sure? You sure you want to try to do this? You can for areas in editor. I don't know what happens to the debug shapes. Yeah, right. How would I even be able to set that? Is that maybe that's what particle collision means? I don't even know. I honestly have no idea. Just go to visibility modulate. Wait, what? Oh, you mean in the inspector? What are you on about then? I don't know. This is distracting me. All right. I gotta hurry up. So I need to change these sizes badly. This size is apparently what it shows in the editor is not at all what results when we get started. So I'm gonna have to make some severe changes here. I'm gonna adjust the position of it so it's like actually visible on the ground there. Oh, 2D. I see. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. It's gonna be a bit tough because that means I need to maybe consider adjusting the position as well. That's a lot of effort. Okay, so that looks a little bit more correct to me. We could maybe be a little generous with the height. You know, maybe we could set up particular situations where there is something that's at that height. Okay, let's see what this does grab-wise. If this, like, makes sense with the circle. These debug shapes are actually doing me pretty solid right now. So, like, that is out of the range, unfortunately. Oh, God. That is in the range. It's crazy that I can actually move it out of my own range to grab. Like, that's pretty silly. That was still a little generous, though. I was able to grab it pretty far out. I guess because of those little corners there. Oh, geez. Oh, it's so hard. Now, I would want to make sure that level 1 is a lot easier. It's not, there's not going to be, level 1's not going to be like this, but it's not bad. You pretty much grab it right away. It's really hard not to eat it. That's probably the worst thing about this, is it's really easy to accidentally eat it when you don't have that much space. Project settings, debug shapes. Project settings, what? For collision color. Are you serious? I mean, I will say I am kind of happy with it at this point. I don't even know what would be a better color. Maybe like bright red or something. Debug shapes. Oh, look, there is a shapes. Geometry edge color. Collision shape color. Oh my God, it's partially invisible. How dare you? How dare you? Dude, make it like bright pink. Pink it up for me. Pink makes a lot of sense here. All right. Let's try it. Oh, I need to also set up these defaults. Oh, look at all the pink. Wow. Oh my gosh. All right. We got to give you some serious Godot consultant credit there, DJ. You named it. You want transparent collision shapes normally. Heck no. The heck I do. Like, heck I do. You better friggin' believe I don't. Can't imagine that. Couldn't even fathom it. I've heard a lot of truths. That couldn't be further. I know what you mean, though. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mad Godot Consultancy. Consultancy? Okay, so then I gotta come back to the code. And we gotta put in these highly specific values for the collision, default collision size. 2.87. 6.515. 1.73. Now, obviously, it's not going to update to that until I restored it, unfortunately. Oh, and then the height. So I actually, also, fortunately, need to adjust the position of the height of it as well. Tweaking the atlas for human error, but it's all working as intended. Amazing, DJ. Excellent work. Constant interact collision height. That's gonna be a float, and I'm gonna set that to 0.865. We also want interact collision height. Height. Float 1.0. 0% chance that's gonna make sense numerically. That's okay. It is what it is. Interact collision. Oh. So then we're just gonna want to do position Z. Right? Oh, maybe we want Y. Dang it. Not Z. Oh, it is Z. Thank you. Thank you, goodness. Z equals interact collision height with collision height. All right. And then we got to come to each of these. Say this is height. We want to keep it at the default. Obviously, this is going to be absurd, but I'm just doing that as a filler for now. And then I gotta go and I gotta change each one. Yeah, this is a lot of work. There's no way I'm getting this all done tonight because it's just a frick lot. It's an utter frick load. I can't possibly do all of it. Wow, it just turned into a huge job. But I think this is an awesome feature for the game because it's just making very clear how damage is going to hurt you. 73 and 74 are the same. Whoops. Thank you. Height. Them's them eagle eyes right there. That's what them's is. Prove me wrong. Eagle eyes coming for you. You better watch out. They looking. They don't miss a dang thing at all. Alright. There we go. Good. Now, I know this is gonna look out of control, alright? But I just want to see what happens. Ciao. Oh, you know, it could have been worse. Oh man, we're gonna have to change the, nope, we gotta change the whole transform. We're gonna do the Y and the Z. We gotta do both, cause look, it's too far back. It needs to be pushed forward as well. I like how how the Discord can kind of act as an accountability partner. You are not the first person to say that, actually. Several folks have said that. And I mean, to me, that's like what this is. To me, is like accountability. So, dude, yes! Frick yes! Yes! I mean, I think that's so important, especially if we're solo developers, because it's really easy to just be all alone. And not only is everything harder when you're alone, but yeah, there's less accountability. Frick yeah, DJ. I gotta pitch it that way. Be like, hey, you come through, you might help you with some accountability, just saying. That's like genuine advice, actually. So I need to change this from reheight to just retransform. We gotta change the whole dang thing. We obviously don't want to do 0. And well, it's not just reheight, because it's gonna be different. It's not gonna be equidistant. So I actually need to change the Y as well. Reforward. It's getting a little, the naming convention is starting to fall apart just a little bit. Collision forward. Collision forward. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. 1.75 by default. I kind of like it actually. It's like grown on me. Reforward. I love it. This would be position Y. Forward. And reforward. Cool. Then we want to come up here, paste that on in, reforward, put this down, update to 2.5, paste that down, update that to 4.0. I mean, if I were gonna do formulas, I feel like the formula thing is out the window. Like, because how the heck am I gonna do a formula for every single one of these? I'm gonna lose my freaking marbles. That's what's gonna happen. I think at the end of the day, I might as well just punch each one in. You know, it's less daunting than I was kind of at first afraid of. Now that I'm just getting used to this habit of doing each one. Well, but we do want a formula, because what about upgrades? I don't know. No, because you can still do multiple. It still is easier that way. Instead of reheight, I'd say height scalar personally, but there's probably lots of different naming that could work. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. A reason why I don't want to do it is because I like the way this looks better. But if you had said that before I started doing all this wackadoodlery, 100%, I would have done that. I would have definitely changed that. You've helped me a lot with that kind of thing. Do I have a credit for like syntax? You helped me learn a lot about that. Oh, that's coding consultant. That's what that is. That's coding consultant. It is. It is. That's what it's for. Prove me wrong. You can't, so don't even bother. But you can try, but don't. But you can. All right. Now, we move it up. It does not move forward far enough. Yeah, I can always change later. Oh, that reset all of that. It actually did pretty... I don't know if it did well, actually. It's hard to tell. Wait, no, Lise, you don't want to do it that way. You do not want to do it that way. Because, well, you don't. You want to change the multiplication, right? So you'd want to come in here, in theory. Okay, this is actually very difficult. So instead of multiplying it by 2.5, try multiplying it by 3. And then click it. See how it goes forward? Multiply it by 4, and then click it. Oh, save it. And then click it. Until that's at the right spot. I think that's the way to go. Then, actually, the formula might be kind of easier to see. This is hard. This is hard. 3.7? What you think about 3.7? Oh, that's not bad. It's a little hard to tell because of all the other things going on. But it's not bad. Give me a 3.725. You could push it further because if you think about it, back here matters the least. It doesn't not matter, but it kind of matters the least. It's a bit hard to tell. Will the debug shape stay if I... Yes. Oh, freaking excellent. Okay, good. This is perfect. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. We could probably push it forward just a little tiny bit. Just a little tiny bit. Alright. Actually, it's pretty perfect. It actually scaled really well. If I'm being honest. I don't think this looks bad. That looks excellent. The height looks good. Huh. Wow. How the heck did that happen? Look at that. It's like perfect. Wow. We don't know about that. DJ wants to know if Dungeon is still here. Dungeon, you still here? We don't know. Math! Yeah, it's math. The only one I had to change was re-forward. The rest of them hooked up like the same. How wild is that? Boggles my mind. So yeah, maybe the formula pattern is going to emerge. Okay. It's very exciting, actually. So let's go up to the next level. Really just the forward one. I have no idea how to formula that. Dungeon already saw it. Let's go. Discord activity. Compare and despair, DJ. Compare and despair. Remember that. But I think you're just being humble and kind. But just in case. So we obviously need to put it forward further. I don't know what the factor difference is between 2.5 and 3.8. Can I like divide it? Is division relevant here? Is this math? Compare and despair. I think about it a lot. 2.5 divided by 3.8. Is that different than 3.8 divided by 2.5? I'm sorry. Alright. Do I look like math? 1.52. That's a lot different. Okay. So if I say 1.52 times 4, what is that? 6.08? Did I do math? 6.08. What if it's perfect? I would freak out. Alright, it's not perfect, but you know, it's not bad. It's a little bit, it's a little closer. Excuse me, do I look like math? Exactly. It's not bad. It's not bad. It could be a little better, but so there might be, maybe it's on like a curve, you know? I don't know. We're not about to mess with none of that. But it got kind of close. Let's say 6.2. Yeah, it just kind of sums it up nice, right? It's so easy to do it. Especially when we got creative pursuits or technical pursuits. My gosh. But I can always ask my math friends, you know, what's the relationship between 2 and this value and 6 and that, like, you know, whatever. Maybe someone will know. Okay. That looks good enough to me. Height-wise, it is perfect. It's right on the bottom of the ground. It looks great. You've been on the despair side of that. Yeah, me too. Me too. Trying to get better and not comparing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're all unique. We all have our own special journeys that are... Special sounds like almost negative. I mean, it's like we all have a different way of learning, a different way of growing, a different capacity, different life experiences, different privileges. And that just changes the formula. It's fundamentally flawed to compare ourselves to other people and what they've achieved. But it's still easy to do. It's like, it's so automatic, at least for me. But I'm getting better. I too am getting better. Or trying to get better. I believe that I am. All right, wow, that's all I had to do is just adjust the forward position. That's ridiculous. Is that it? Are these all done? I mean, look, it gets bigger, the area gets bigger and smaller. Dang old cultural package! I know. I blame capitalism first and foremost. But, you know, it's more than that. But maybe you're also saying, like, where those privileges come in life experiences. Yeah. Cool. Wow. Can't believe how well that worked. It's wild. I blame Protestants personally. Oh, they were bad, dude. They really were bad. They really came up with some weird stuff. Now they're pretty benign, regular Christians. Teach when you can, learn when you can. Oh, that's beautiful. Teach when you can, learn when you can. Let's go. I love the can part. We can't always. But when you can, seize that opportunity. That's so nice. So it's probably not a Camwin original, but I like to think of it as a Camwin original. It'll be a Camwin original in my heart. Wow. Well, I don't even know. I mean, you know, obviously I would love for the area to like tween, you know, like actually see it shrink, like shoot. And I could really easily do that. I just have to do it for like each of these, right? I mean, I don't think I need to do it for the area. The only one that really matters to me, I think, is the mesh resize. So we actually see it growing more gradually. So I think this is just a task for another time. Because this is already such good progress. Something abilities, something needs, some guy with a cool beard. Yeah. We have needs, we have abilities, blah, blah, blah. Well, just to keep to honor what I started this stream out saying I wanted to do. I feel like I'm just gonna call it on the interact boundary effects. There's still a lot more to do on the interact boundary effects. Bet. But for now, something about a war on bread. War on bread. Oh, humans are abductable. Let's make this our final act. Just to satisfy the original plan. New title, War on Bread. I mean, you know, that's what the book was about. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Getting these humans caught up to the cows is going to be interesting, because I also have to ask myself, do I really want there to be a rigid body in the top level? For now, fine, but it concerns me. On some level, it really concerns me. So the way the cow is set up, we have a rigid body, and then there's a collision shape, a ray cast that detects if it's on the ground or not. Or what, not really just if it's on the ground, but like also it helps figure out like what it is important. It's basically when you pick it up and you drop it down, it reparents itself with what the raycast sees. But I don't think it necessarily checks what the raycast sees. It just checks if the raycast sees something, and if it sees something, then it reparents it to the node that something is on. You're jokingly missing the point. War for bread basically would be the best way of quickly explaining. Okay. I bet it means stuff. I want you to know I don't doubt that it doesn't mean something. I bet it's like something like Protestants, agriculture, revolution. We never should have figured out agriculture. If only. If only we still hunter-gathered. That sounds stressful, man. Oh, that sounds real stressful. At the end of the day, I don't know that I blame much. I mean, if you really get down to it, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Vote in your local elections, campaign for local candidates, and try to get change on a local level with legislation, and go to your local meetings. Probably, yeah, you should probably do that. But other than that, what are you gonna do? The bread book you're referring to. Yeah. All right, so then we have the cow mesh itself, which is its own instance. Oh, I think that's what we'd want to do. We'd want to take this entire human and make it its own instance. I see. Hunter-gatherers had more free time, supposedly. Probably true. Interesting. That's sad. Yeah, 8-hour work week, or 8-hour work days. That's a whole mess. The conquest of bread by Marx is what we're referring to. Seriously? I don't know about that. I am a socialist at heart. I am a democratic socialist at my heart. But I haven't read that much socialist literature. I've read some like blogs that taught me about class consciousness in a way that I never thought of, that I really appreciated. But I have not dug deep into like the literature that defines Marxism. But maybe I will. Maybe you guys can help deepen my radicalism. It's a classic of political anarchist literature. It's anarchy? Wait, that's not Marxist. Anarchy? I don't know about anarchy, guys. I don't know about anarchy. Anarchy's a mess. But it's actually kind of interesting, though. Anarchist communism. Yeah, you're right, Joe. Anarchy is the real socialism. I might have to break away with you on that one. I don't know. Okay, we're getting to political talk. This is actually really interesting. But I don't know. And like my general understanding of anarchism is that it is not the greatest. On one hand, I am not saying like we need leaders. Right, and that's right. And so to me, like there needs to, and at that point, if it's done deliberately, is it anarchy anymore? I don't know. Maybe I need to learn and I need to read up. Marx talks about it, but that's theory and who reads? Yeah, I don't do much reading. But audiobooks I can get down with. I read articles, but like books stress me out. Opening a book is like, to me, one of the most anti-ADD experiences. Because it's like, I'm on page 1, and I gotta get all the way to that page? Forget it. You know what I do like reading are plays. I can get into plays because plays are short and they have a lot of space in between. It's how many words are on every page in books that really stress me out. Articles, I don't know, articles don't stress me out in the same way. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is unimportant. Humans are abductable. Humans are, that's what it says up there. Humans are abductable. Unjust authority specifically. Some hierarchy can be justified. Doctors have better medical knowledge than the average people. Yes, some hierarchy can be justified. Exactly. True anarchism is the form anyone would imagine is destructive, but that's because we live in a society built to fail inwards back into feudalism. What is my community? It's beautiful. What? You guys are awesome. Okay, I love that you guys know all this, but what are the politics of aliens? Oh, they're unfortunately a bit more primitive than that. But, you know, they do desire to have civilization. And that's why they want to, like, do the abductions. Because they want to build their civilization up. Yeah, it's a bigger convo. It's a bigger combo. Not for tonight. Not for tonight. She knows what she's saying, but it's just a bigger combo. Yeah. So we're gonna make a new human scene, I guess. So let's just create a blank, empty scene. We're gonna save it in NPCs, humans. This is human 2. How do we like to do this? How do we do it with the cows? Yeah, it's supposed to be dash. It's a typo that it's not dash. But Godot doesn't like dashes. And I don't like Godot for not liking dashes. Oh, actually, this does make sense. Actually, we want this to be O2. I see. Save that for the Secret Friday stream. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess if you requested something, we could pull it off. Okay. So, we're gonna add in... I wish YouTube had pronouns, honestly. I wish there was an easier way to set pronouns for everybody. That would be awesome. That would be ideal. You know, Twitch, there's ways people have set it up to work on Twitch, but it requires you to, like, have an extension and all that. Anyway. In here, we actually want this to be a rigid body, not a node 3D. And then I want to drag human. I guess I could call this human O2. Let me actually rename this. I think it actually makes more sense for this to be 1. It's kind of a mess, I know. And then we drag this into here, and now we got a human. He, they works for you if anyone wants to know. Oh, we could do pronoun days. Pronoun moments. It's kind of fun, actually. Noted, DJ. I'm she, her. The internet's pronouns are he, they. I always do they, them, unless I know otherwise and I remember otherwise. If I forget somebody's pronouns, I just default back to they, them. Unless I ask or they remind me or I find out what their pronouns are. But once I find out what they are, then I use their pronouns. That's my rule of thumb. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's the best that I do. I feel like it could be better to like ask every time. No one says she when addressing someone unknown online. That's actually really true. It's funny because like, you know, in like literature, I feel like there became a trend where people would default to she as like a resistance against there always being a default to he. But maybe the internet just hasn't caught up to that yet. And maybe in the future there will start to be more switching. Just not yet. Maybe that's too optimistic. Internet's kind of a different beast though. You make an excellent point. I hadn't thought about that, but that's so true. I'm gonna attempt to copy these directly. Oh, and then the marker. I need the marker. The marker is very important, or else nothing works. Oh, it did not like my copy and paste at all. Set roughness mode? No, no, no. Please don't. Please don't do that. Let's try copying one at a time. Control C, Control V. No, don't set roughness mode. What are you on about then? All right, we're just gonna create new ones. That sucks. Whatever. All right, new collision shape. We want it to be a box. Men being more predominant means men are going to project he more often. I often used to do it all the time to animals, people, etc. I'm unsure what more predominant means, but yeah. Yeah. Certainly afforded many privileges historically, which non-men were denied. Lots of people, at least in the spots that I try to be in, default to they, and I think that's generally the best solution. I've considered she-herring people in League of Legends. That's amazing. That's amazing. That is so cool. I love that. Dude, I mean, it's you know, the reason why I wouldn't do it, especially like on stream, is because it's going to invite people to be like angry, which is messed up. It's messed up. But if you're like willing to like deal with people being like, what the heck? I'm not a girl. Then like, that's awesome. Like they should be challenged like that. Let them feel what that's like. It's more socially encouraged and accepted more. Not by a ton, but some. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. You all right? We got a smart chat. That's a smart chat. I don't know much, but I know this chat is smart. This is orthogonal? Wow. We don't want it to be floating off the ground, so let's try that. Okay. How's the width? Could be better. This is not an orthogonal view. It's definitely at an angle. How dare you say that that's... It's just like not centered. There we go. I'm like, that ain't in the center. Not that that's what orthogonal means, but that's okay. And actually, a little bigger could be nice. So its hitbox isn't as small. Or it's orthogonal-ish. I remember transphobic ex-friends when trying to explain that to them why it's not cool, and they get mad at me while staying firm that I'm wrong and people should just stop being so sensitive. Yeah. And that's brave of you to go through that explanation. It shouldn't have to be brave. It's bullcrap that that's brave, but people need to hear it. Okay, then array cast. I really don't want to have to remake the recast. It's just annoying. -0.2. And then the transform is sitting at 0.1, we'll say 0.12 on the y-axis. Okay. And that's what detects if it's on the ground. Now this is quite, oh yeah, we need, so I'm gonna need to scale this whole thing down, unfortunately. Oh, but you can't. Oh, I made a mistake. So first, but Dungeon Martian wanted to see it big. I don't know, Dungeon Martian. Maybe. I'll do it, but it's actually, I thought it wasn't going to be extra work, but now I'm realizing it actually is. Marker 3D, gizmo extends 0.25, and then we just kind of, so the marker is where it appears above the player's head. You've lived stealth most of your life, and being assigned male at birth has its benefits, so I feel it's more a duty than bravery. Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I salute your duty. That sounds gross. It's okay. Is that a pig or a cow? Is this a pig or a cow? This is a person. Jean-Michel says, what I find confusing with they, them is that it is often not clear if the person is talking about a singular entity or a group of people. I wonder what are your tricks to understand? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't know. Just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, it's getting a little deep into the discussion. It's getting a little off the game dev. Like, game dev is over here and the discussion is like over there. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't, it's hard for me to say because it's not really that difficult for me to parse that out. So I don't know if I have advice on how to do that. Let's say you find a wallet on the ground. Whose wallet is it? Is it their wallet? Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I guess that's the, is if you think like, you know, yeah. You know, in English, we are taught to use they, them in a singular sense. If you don't know the pronouns of the person, you know, to whom the pronoun belongs. So, you know, if English is your first language, at least for me, it feels very natural. And at the end of the day, like, does it matter? You know, like, I feel like there's not really that many situations where it's confusing if it's they or them. So, like, if you say, you know, I think a writer or a speaker can make sure to indicate in other ways that it's talking about a singular person. My French background does not help, I guess. Gender is more pronounced in French. Like, everything has a gender. Apple is feminine, tree masculine. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That makes absolute complete sense. I'm actually really glad we don't have that in English. I say we like I represent English. All right, so I need to make this person the size of the cow, approximately. Doesn't have to be like to scale what size a person would be relative to a cow. Maybe we could try this for now as a baseline. And then now I need to change my collision shape considerably, severely. It's all wrong. English is the best of the Latin languages, and we suck. I remember Spanish and French were fun, but if you ever had to learn any German, think more in the neutral gender, where it's ambiguous / undefined. Okay. All right. These are just topics I have no opinion on. Languages? I don't know. I don't know much about all that. I was raised in the American school system. They taught us a little Spanish. That was it. They taught us how to ask where the library is. Like this, such a useless, God, American school system, man. In Canada, we learned a little French, mostly through rote memorization of grammar. That sounds vaguely familiar, but I sense that in Canada, they take their French a lot more seriously than the United States takes their Spanish, which is ridiculous. Because I feel like there's a lot more people from Mexico in the United States than there are people from France and Canada. Not ridiculous that Canada teaches it, ridiculous that the United States doesn't teach it more. But whatever. What I'm gonna do, go back and learn it? It's a bit late. French is an official language, being partly, yeah, right. Well, yeah. Much more seriously taken in that sense. That makes sense. Colonization will do that. Oh, and I see. Then we make it editable children so we can do stuff with it. As needed. In Quebec and Montreal, it's basically mandatory to be at least bilingual. I mean, that's awesome. Like, the colonization part isn't awesome. But like, being able to learn a different language, be bilingual as a child is so... It's something that I find is incredibly difficult as an adult to become bilingual. Latin built itself on duality, order, and chaos, so a lot of its language was built on duality of the genders. Whoa. Gender coming from the Latin phrase genus, meaning kind or type. That's interesting. I had a friend who loved learning Latin. I thought it was so dorky. And yet, we'd be in the middle of a conversation, and he'd be able to just, like, explain, like, the origin of things without having to actually know the origin of things. Primitives with their primitive understanding. They're flat earths. Alright, so this should be pretty much set up unless I've done something wrong, which is likely. Well, I certainly need to put the... What is this little icon? Children are not selectable. Click them to make them... What does that even mean? Why is there this special icon? I don't really understand what's going on with that raycast. Is that the new group icon? I thought the group icon looked different. What is this? Ungroups the selected node from its children. Child nodes will be... This must be an accident. I don't think this is a real thing I've meant to do. Etymology is very powerful. Yeah, for sure. I always try to look up the origins of words if I can. I live pretending that sometimes it's horrifying when I realize where things come from, and I try to stop saying them sometimes. I live pretending that, like, the 1800s was cave people. That's hilarious. Imagine not inventing the Twinkie yet. Primitive. You don't even know what a Twinkie is. Well, we're gonna hope that that doesn't matter. And if it does, we're gonna find out. Attach the abductee script. I don't even know where the abductee script is. Is it in scripts? Yep. Alright. I mean, on the surface, that looks like everything it needs. On the surface. I might get in there and realize it needs a heck of a lot more than that. Dungeon learned a fair amount of Danish and Norwegian. It's kind of funny how obvious it is that English spawned off of something close to it. That's interesting. I want to know that. I want to be like, that's obvious. Compare and despair. I am excited that you know that. And I like that I know what I know. And that maybe someday I could try learning a little something at my own pace, in my own way. Okay, I think this is the new humans. So actually, some of them won't spawn. So I have to put a bunch of them, because a certain percentage of them aren't gonna appear. Now, this begs what I want to add, which is, when you grab a human, I want them to be like screaming, begging for you to put them down. I haven't made that animation yet, but I incredibly would like to. Today will not be that day. Oh, there we go. Oh, a break. What? Oh, somewhere a surface detecting child is missing. Oh, shoot. I knew it. Wow, look at that. I even set up a little warning for myself. Well, that was nice of me. Okay. If has node raycast surface. Oh, I have to rename it. I see. Raycast surface detect. Got it, got it. Do I still have long chat? do. I think I do. Somewhere. Somewhere. There it is. Long chat. Okay. I think I updated that. Let's see what we got here. You posted a really important, funny Danish language comedy video in chat. Anything in America that was like, why do the British sound so different? Chances are the answer lies in North UK or Scandinavia. Interesting. All right, no errors. The wherefore art thou Romeo? Quote, that confuses every ninth grader is actually, why are you Romeo? Hvorfor is why in Danish. If you listen to people from there speak, it's so weird. Almost like they're trying to speak English, but it's gibberish. Whoa. Imagine how they feel. We were just trying to speak Danish, but it's gibberish. You guys are smart. I'm actually looking forward to watching that video. I mean, you guys are culturing me. That's something that I've noticed from live streaming, is I've just like become more worldly. Which is such a ridiculous thing to say. But it feels very true. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that tremendously. Okay, let's see if these humans are functional. Can we eat? This is gonna be brutal if it works. I mean, we're gonna literally watch the murder of a person. I mean, a real person. But you know, trigger warning, content warning. You know. I don't know. You don't want to see a person get devoured. Hans Tewin, you're welcome in advance. My favorite comedian of all time. Thank you in advance. Okay, I see the people. There they are, chilling. They're really hard to see. That's okay. Danish sock puppet comic. Oh, I didn't put their marker in the right spot. That's kind of important. Because that's where the arrow moves to. If I don't put it above the head, it don't make sense. Let's see if we can change that in real time. Nice. Let's go a little bit higher there. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Grab it. Oh, we're not in range. I forgot we set up that. Oh no, it turned into a cow. Oh. This actually reveals something about how the game works that I actually forgot about, and this is an entire task of epic proportion. Okay. So yeah, so if we pick up a human, we're actually gonna transmute it into a cow. And the reason for that is because cows don't actually get picked up, or the abductees don't actually get picked up. What actually happens is when you click on an abductee, the abductee becomes invisible and the collision turns off. And a clone, which isn't really a clone, but a new abductee, a fresh one, they were cows all along, spawns in the cursor's hand, or in the cursor position, at the cursor position. That's what's actually happening. The reason why this is going to be a bit of a challenge is because I want each human to look different, which means that the human that spawns in the player's hand is going to have to match the unique characteristics of the one that just got grabbed. Not impossible, but that's gonna take some work. That's gonna take a little bit of work. In the meantime, we can just spawn it in. Skinner just said it. Yeah, well, exactly. But it's like a system, because I haven't even set up the system of how it's gonna choose, which yes, will be like, you know, numbers and stuff. But it's a little bit more complicated than the cows, is the main point. It's a ghost box or the same object you're grabbing. Different object, it creates a brand new thing. It literally just spawns a new person. I forgot that it does that. If I turn on the collision shapes, it's a little more obvious. But let me at least get it switched to a friggin' human here. Alright. Global meet objects, meet original is type instantiate. What does that mean? If meet is, by the way, what we used to call abductees. Meet original is the raycast result. Meet original has method spawn me and it is attempting grab. Meet original spawn false. Meet new globals dot meet objects. What? What? Abductee is type cow, is type human. Oh shoot! I didn't even, oh wow, there actually kind of is a system for that already, which is checking to see, is it a cow, is it a human? So in a way, I mean, this is not gonna work the same way, but you know, in theory, there was something there to have it spawn something different depending on what you pick up. It's certainly a potential basis for a similar system, but it's gonna have to be a little different. You know, we could just save it in an array. Anyway, I'm not gonna figure that out right now. It does seem kind of fun to sort out. A ghost, is that what you call it? A ghost object. Yeah, it's a ghost object. So we want it to be a human. I guess I'll mark it as a human while we're here and making human stuff. Why not? Is type cow, is type human. Okay, excellent. And then so you kind of get the idea. I guess I don't really have to tell you, but I'll show you anyway, because it's kind of fun. And you can see all the ones that don't spawn in too, because there's a chance that they appear or not appear as well. You have an empty node and only load the visual data, so you're not making a whole new object each time. No, we're making a whole new object each time. No, not a go. Well, yes. Yeah, I mean, yes. So yes and no. It's both. It's both. I'm doing both of those things. So I'll show you. I'll just show you. Oh, I'm so glad to have these highly visible collision shapes. Changing my life right now. Okay, so let's roll up on these humans. Alright, so if you look at these humans here, you can see that there are boxes that are empty. And then this box has the human. So this is that ghost stuff that you're talking about. So technically there is a human here, but it's invisible and it has no collision, so it can't be grabbed or picked up or interacted with. So there's a percentage chance that a human will even spawn, basically. So that way, so if it comes around again, so if I run through, it's going to roll those differently. And so now, a different set of them are visible and not visible. That way, it kind of adds like a bit of randomness in there. So it's not always the same each time. So, if let's do this. Why can't I move over more? Why am I stuck? What? I don't know. That was weird. We're gonna ignore that. I mean, we shouldn't be. Pausing isn't supposed to be a real thing anyway. Okay. So there you go. You can see it rolled it again. It's all a little different. Now, if I grab this, you'll see that that collision box is still there, because the one that was in that box is now invisible and the collision is gone. And then now this one, oh, we ate the human. There's the content warning. And now this one is also a spawn. So it's the same thing. It has all the same features. And the reason it has all the same features is so that way we can drop it and put it back down. So, and what that raycast is doing is that raycast is checking to see what node am I now parented to? Because the level moves forward constantly all the time. And these humans are parented to a chunk, to a strip here. You can actually see the boundary of the strip, I think, right there. And so when the way that it is able to move forward is it knows which node it's supposed to be on. And so when we pick it up and put it back down, it reparents to the new ground. So if I pick this up and we keep moving, and now we're above a new ground over here, when I put it down, it's gonna move. It's gonna move with that new parent. So that's kind of how that works and why it's set up that way. And then, you know, also so you could put it down, pick it back up, put it back down. Actually, look, you can see the exact, look at that. That's pretty cool. Oh, right. So we can put this down, pick it up, and you can see the collisions are getting, it's not, so it's also not supposed to spin around like that. That's a bug. For whatever reason, the cows never did that. I don't know why the humans are oh god, it's parented to the main scene. Uh-oh. That's a bug. It's not supposed to do that. That is a mistake, is what that is. So I should be able to actually still pick up the cows, and they are cows. Oh, you know what it is? It's the physics collision. They're not supposed to be physically colliding. So we actually have to come here. Yeah, exactly. I forgot that we have some special settings on the cow physics body, rigid body, that is not set up on our new human physics body. So axis lock, as you can see, we have angular X and Y and Z all locked down, as Dungeon Martian caught at the same moment. So let's come here and make sure we do the same thing, so that way it doesn't bump into stuff, because that is incorrect. I'm a little confused why it parented to the main scene. I wonder if that's, I actually am not sure why it parented to the main scene. That it should not be doing. Maybe it's because the raycast like flipped around and it saw something. I don't know. That's a bit concerning. It makes me think there's still something else here. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's layers. No, it's not that, is it? Is it? I mean, we can uncheck these. I'm not exactly sure why that happened, but I'm not seeing any other like settings. Oh, yeah, well, the collision stuff, other than the collision layers. The axis lock. This is all default. The rest of it is all default. Velocity 60, grab distance offset 14. That's all the same. Abduction offset 0.5, whatever that means. I made those, but I don't know what they mean. Abduction offset 0.5. Alright, so that's probably all good. Anyway, so that gives you some idea of how that all works. The collision would be different, and there's different consequences. That's just silly, my bad. No, it's okay. If you had an empty spatial node on your mouse at all times, you could just load the model, the object you clicked. That could be less taxing, but I don't know how you're doing it now, so I can't say for sure. Yeah, I want it and I need it to be like basically the exact same thing. So technically, when you're picking something up and putting it back down again, you're genuinely actually spawning more things into the world. But as soon as you run past it, again, this is going to be a endless runner, so you're not going to be able to stop the game unless you run into a wall or something. It's kind of not a big deal. All right, so now we can pick them up and put them down, and they're not going to bump on things. I just doomed that person. Pick it up. And you can see multiple times. Oh, because we're not in the area. You can see that it's basically stamping. Here, let's go over here. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, okay. Pause. It's like stamping down a bunch of empty humans. Husks of a person. And then they just get removed whenever we cycle around again. There you go. Edible humans. They exist. It has been done. I feel like I have done the things. I think I have done a friggin' plenty. If you guys are here and you are watching and you haven't hyper smashed the thumbs up button yet, I want to just give out a reminder to press that like button. If you've already pressed it, do not press it. Do not press it again, unless you press it again after that. But that's it. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me. This has been such a fun stream. I love chatting with you guys, getting to know you, hearing about your projects. Thank you for all the awesome support. Like that thumb button. Like that thumb button. Just like it and make sure it's only liked. That's it. So let's go over what was achieved today. Oh man, there was a lot. I mean, a good bit. So that's nice. Let's see, nothing apparent yet in the menu, but that's okay. That's okay. From that like butter. It's like butter. So we got a little area that tells you your interact zone here. I liked it. It is a like butter. And this zone actually determines where you can grab things. So we can grab these humans, which are new. Now we got humans in the game. We can abduct them up into the sky. Goodbye, human. But the humans that are in, and we can eat them, the humans that are outside of the area, I can click on them all day, but it doesn't do diddly squiddly because of this interaction area. Now this interaction area can be extended with debug keys for now. So if we do that, it gets a little bigger. That would happen depending on how healthy your arms are or not. It would get larger. And so now I can click on that one. Nice, nice. Absolute functionality. Pure functionality. That's all I can say. So I can go outside of this. It has a little wiggle room that lets you grab it. Maybe I could shrink that down a bit. But out here, I'm clicking, I can't grab it. But if I increase this, I still can't grab it. Oh, I can! Okay, so maybe those sizes are a little too generous. That's okay. It's very nice to be generous. Maybe we can even change it to a square. I don't know. But hey, it does change based on your size. Shrink it down to 0, I can't click it. Bring it up to the full size, I can click it. So that is excellent. That's what I wanted. I need to make it grow a little more gradually. I want to set up lopsidedry, so if like one arm is hurt and one is healthy, it will be a different size. So there's some iterating to do on that, but I couldn't have gotten all this progress without you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm super proud of everything that happened. I'm also super proud of the fact that you guys are willing to like support the stream like you would. The game is growing and growing. I agree. I want to give massive, major, ultimate, big ol' shout outs to Stew Lab and Dungeon Martian. I'm so glad that you're a member again here on the channel. Henry, so glad you remembered. Thanks for signing up again as a member. It means a lot. Stew Lab, thank you for the $20 and for joining up on the membership and gifting a membership. I really appreciate that, you guys. It means a friggin' ton. So yeah. That's it. That's all I got. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for a 1-hour game jam. You might not know about this, but we do a 1-hour game jam every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I don't always make great things, but I enjoy doing it. You can join using any engine as long as you can upload the game as an HTML embed on itch.io. There's rules. Check out the stream that's on the channel page if you want to learn more about how that works. Jean-Michel is eager. Let's go! I'm eager to see what you come up with, or even if you just want to hang out. You don't have to make stuff for the jam if y'all don't want to. It's a fun time, so I hope I see you there. Next time I work on this game will be next week. Next week will be the next time. So I'll see if I can get this interaction zone polished up a little bit better. You might have to check out, oh golly, I'll have to check out this game jam. If you're watching this after the live stream, by the way, thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did, and once it's up and ready, you'll be able to tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog that I do, and I hope I see you there. Alright, good night guys, take care, y'all are the best, see you in the game jam, probably. Good night, Mio Michael. Good night. Good night.